our vision. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Learn more at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Good morning. Welcome into the Kap and J Hood Show on ESPN 1000. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. We're back at it. Jay Moore's at the controls. Shay's back from the Indy 500 and his sleep out in a tent. Cap, Hoodie is off, and Courtney Cronin, Double C, is here. We'll get into a bunch of football, but Courtney, my Cubs look really good. Shay's Tigers look really good. So my question to you is, what is, if as a fan, and you got into this because you are a sports fan. Mm-hmm. Yes, you're a journalist. I'm an entertainer. You're a journalist. And if I told you your favorite team could have a great season, which is the best season to experience as a fan? Football season, where every week you're like, we're going to win this week.
Yeah.
Baseball, hockey, basketball, or soccer or whatever.
Sure. I mean, I thought about this when we were talking off air because I just went through this with Indiana football this past,
You did.
It was fun. And it was a lot of fun going to Notre Dame until the game started for the college football playoff. But
just to get there.
and
the
that's
ride
that they were on.
You a hard time about.
Yeah, and the ride they were on all season long when you realized, okay, this isn't just a fluke. This isn't just a byproduct of your non-conference schedule or playing an FCS opponent. For 12 weeks... I was, every week I'm like, they should go into these games expecting to win.
And you wore your Indiana stuff with pride.
I did. I wore it on TV. I wore it to, Hallis Hall. I had a great time getting to rock my school because I normally don't get to do that. Uh-huh. But, the thought of that over the course of a 4 or 5 month span, it's too short for me. You get 6 months with baseball, right? And then, there's the postseason element in there, too, depending on how long it goes. I think there's something about being a Cubs fan right now where you have the day-to-day 3-game series, like where you get to watch a team's growth over a period of months, that right now, the grand slam that PCA had the other night, the win over the Rockies yesterday, which I was going to go to that game, but I have a rule, like a hard and fast rule. It's a soft rule, you're going to tell me. I won't go to a game where it's below 60 degrees, real field temperature, so I didn't. But I get to watch that game from home on Memorial Day and watching them stack.
That doesn't include opening day or postseason, I hope.
Correct. But like a regular run-of-the-mill Monday game in the middle of May.
It looked cold.
It was. I was out on that. Yeah. But it's fun watching that because you're stacking these wins day after day over the course of weeks and then months. So my answer for that is baseball. And it's fun now, since I've been back here since 2022, to have this team that's 12 games over 500 to be able to watch that. Like, I think baseball, I go back to 2016 when they were, I was living out in California, but that was something that was more fun, I think, than any other sporting experience I've had as a fan, of locking in on one team over the stretch of, an entire year. I think that's, when your team's good in baseball, I mean, God, can you think about being like a fan of a team that's awful? Like being a Rockies fan, being a White Sox fan. I empathize with those people who still watch games, but know what the outcome's going to be. And especially a year like last year where they weren't on the trajectory towards anything on the South Side, that's brutal.
Yeah, I got to do this amazingly cool interview. It was 1996. It was called A Tribute to Sportscasting. 2 hours at the Museum of Broadcast Communications, and then it aired in my time slot on WGN. Mm-hmm. And I was the host. And the first hour was Jack Buck, Harry Carey, Jack Brickhouse.
Murderer's Row.
Yeah, like...
No pressure. How did you feel doing this interview?
When I sat down, like, I knew Harry. I'd met Jack because being so closely affiliated with the Cubs between his career. Harry and Jack, I didn't know Jack Buck at all. I'm like, that dude's a legend, too. So I was a little nervous at the start. I'm a newbie in the field. But then it got going, and they were so awesome. It's just put it on a tee and let them go. And Jack Buck said he had been a national announcer, Monday Night Football, Monday Night Baseball. He said, I've called them all, the Stanley Cup, the Indy 500. He called, the Kentucky Derby. He said, I've called every big event. He said, there is nothing close to this. He called it the 6-month joyride of being the local announcer for a baseball team that's going to make a run to try and win a World Series. He said, when you stink and you show up every day, you're like, we're horrible. We're going to lose again. He's like, the wins don't matter. The days just run together. But he goes, when you show up every day, you're like, we got a great chance to win again today. He said, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, it's the feeling of hope of knowing that your team's better than their opponent and you can watch them win multiple games in a row. I mean, nothing against football. I mean, we cover the sport. We love the sport. But you got to wait a week. There's a lot of in-between time. You can watch a team sweep, their opponent in 3 days.
Right, but you were not born yet when the 85
Correct.
Bears. And I remember, like, that was the coolest thing other than the 2016 Cubs. And this is no disrespect to Michael because I think he's the GOAT by a mile over anybody else. The Bull seasons were cool. They were great. They were like the Beatles was coming to town every day. That 85 Bears thing was so captivating until 2016. And then they won 103 games. They finally ended the idiocy of 108 years. That would be number one in terms of the whole season, Cubs baseball that year. And then the 85 Bears was insane.
Sure. Well, what about the stretches with the Bulls in the 90s when they're winning 73 games in a season?
It was amazing. But for me, it did not stack up to 2016 Cubs, 1985 Bears.
When you have a fan base that gets as locked in as the Chicago Cubs fan base, like right now, nationally, what are our storylines that we're talking about with baseball? Over the weekend, it's that Shohei did a bullpen session. I think it was game 2 or wherever, and when they were playing the Mets, like he threw 20-something pitches, faced like whoever he faced, I think it was Kim, the guy who has a 300 batting average. Like, that's impressive. That's a big storyline right now. We're talking about the Cubs nationally, though. Like, when's the last time that's happened where they have 2 MVP candidates and they're a team that's won 33 games in the first 50 whatever? Like, that's exciting. That doesn't happen. That hasn't happened here in a couple years. And that's what, when you have a team from a big market like that can command storylines nationally, not necessarily on a program like Get Up because they don't talk baseball until it's the postseason or other programs, but when you have an audience that is rabid and is loud when their team is good, that's what I think makes it fun for everybody in the fan base to then be as tuned into it early on and not just waiting until they make a trade at the deadline, not just waiting until post All-Star break and then you get to the second half of baseball. When your team is good early and it's not just a late season, 2 years ago after the deadline when they went on that run and they almost made the playoffs. That's fun, but seeing the longevity of it now is, for me, that's what takes the cake.
Okay, so as the Cubs keep rolling, and I saw a stat, credit to Marquis, I think The last 9 games, the Cubs from the 6th inning on have outscored their opponents. You see this stat?
56
to 3.
Yep.
56 to 3. And we're worried about their bullpen? 56 to 3.
Well, to be fair, you're not going to play the White Sox and the Marlins and the Rockies every game.
That's true. Fair. But Daniel Palencia looks like he's a dude at the back end. They got to go add on, obviously, a high-leverage reliever. I'm more worried that they need more starting pitching.
I think the pushback with, Shota's injury?
Yeah.
It's not great.
So they're saying now he'll be ready, mid-June? They're taking it really, really carefully. But then you watch them play. Kyle Tucker delivers. He drives in 2 runs yesterday, or 3 runs yesterday. I think he drove in 3. Cubs win. They beat a lousy Rockies team who got a really good pitching performance from their starter, but the Cubs find a way. That's it. Just every day, grab a cup of coffee, find a way to win a baseball game.
The Sunday game was the find a way to win game.
Yeah, you're like, it's 8-4, and I'm watching the game outside. Oh, boy. Really? And then next thing you know, it's 11-8.
The first game I went to this season was the Marlins Monday. Was it Monday or Tuesday game? Where they're down in the 9th inning, and then your guy, I think it was 5-4 when he drives in, when Dansby's flying around first base, Justin Tucker, everybody's talking about Justin Turner talking about DFAing him, and then he does that. That was the find a way to win moment that I got to see in person for the first time. And that was a game where I think the temperature off the lake was 62, so just above my limit for an early season baseball game. But they're fun to watch because they're not winning. There's questions about pitching. There's Daniel Palencia might get you. That's a stopgap for now for a couple games.
Maybe he's your long-term closer. He's throwing 101.
But they're scoring a lot of runs in the process, and that's fun. I feel like that's masking all the other concerns that we might have with this team, especially with pitching. But they're doing it in a way that's so loud that's what makes it, I think, okay for fans to, push back some of their other concerns for now, because they're killing teams. And the way that they're doing it and coming back, it's not always predictable, but lately it kind of feels like a trend. They're the teams, we're seeing this right now with the NBA playoffs, these teams that come back from improbable deficits to win. Cubs kind of have a little bit of that themselves.
Pretty amazing. So Jesse caught up with PCA and asked him, that's Pete Crow Armstrong to you, asked him on being an emotional leader.
I don't think I've thought about being an emotional leader. I think that I battle with passion versus emotion a lot of the time. That was a nice little Michael Ryan tidbit from AA where learning what the real distinction is between emotion and passion when you're outputting something on a baseball field. I think everybody in here plays with passion.
He talks, obviously, that whole team plays with passion, but he's becoming this mega star where even SportsCenter, they're like, oh, here's the Pete Crow Armstrong update. He did it again, hit the grand slam off the foul pole. Yep. So here's the question. If there was one table left at Chicago Cut, David Flom knows everybody. And there's Caleb Williams. And there's Pete Crow Armstrong. And there's Kyle Tucker. And there's Kobe White.
Damn.
And there's, pick another good one in Chicago, Connor Bedard.
Sure.
Who's getting that table?
What are we basing this on? Are we basing it on-field achievement or on court or on ice achievement?
Everything, the whole package. Think about it. We'll take a quick time out. Courtney's in for Hoodie. Who gets that table? Be right back.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Live coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm gonna tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Kap and Jay Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Quite a start here. And it's Paul Armstrong with the drive to right center. And that one is long gone. They call him PCA. Pete Crow Armstrong has made it a 9-0 start for the Cubs.
Wait, are we at Wrigley? Do you see this left side of the stadium right now? They're raising the roof right now. I thought it was the wrong north side right now.
Fly ball right in pretty well. Pete Crow Armstrong has another. It's his second tonight. And the Cubs are up 10-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is star-level production, no question about it. Like I said, it's been the power lately. But what great players can affect the game is in a lot of ways, and Pete has that ability. And some days it's the defense, some days it's the base running. But he's in a good place right now for sure.
There's Craig Counsell. Cubs manager has his club playing at an exceptionally high level, 12 games over 500, rolling along. They won again yesterday when their offense was held mostly in check. 3-1 winners over the Rockies. Back at it again tonight. Courtney's in for Hoodie. I'm Kap. It's the Kap and Jay Hood Show on ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776. So is Pete Crow Armstrong becoming the biggest star in Chicago sports?
Would you say yes, he's number one?
Based on on-field production, absolutely, no question. The thing that I think some people, you might get different answers on, like if we brought up, I think you brought up Caleb, Connor Bedard, Kobe White.
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker's the most accomplished star in Chicago sports. It's not even close.
Sure. But in terms of like name recognition, which I think factors into how people view stars. Stars, Odell Beckham Jr. is just like an example, but like he's been considered a star long after he had the production. He had this production in like the early 2010s, 2014, and then he's not had that since. But people would still consider him a star because of
the
everything.
persona.
Yes, and I think someone like Caleb, who we still don't know on the national stage like what that persona is outside of a glimpse at it for his rookie season. What is Pete Crow Armstrong's star other than he's incredible right now? He's got 10-1 odds, right, Shay, for the MVP. We just hit,
Not all of us got it at 10-1. I bet it at
50?
55-1 on the air. 55-1.
How much did you put down for
$100.
it? Okay. Well, if you got it for 10-1, then you're buying dinner for us at some point.
That's
Yes, biggest star in Chicago right now based on the on-field achievements. And whatever this season becomes, the contract that, we reportedly, like, they tabled it in the spring and what it could become later on, he could be the biggest star in baseball and one of the faces of baseball by the end of the season. However, I think you're going to get a lot more answers about Caleb just because the football star tends to trump everybody else, whether fair or not. And he hasn't accomplished anything yet. He had a rookie season where the team was 5-12, but we've been talking about this guy since he won the Heisman Trophy, which I think absolutely factors into who he is now. So I would probably say from the overall star, it's Caleb, but in terms of what's being accomplished right now, it's no question it's PCA.
And where's Kyle Tucker fit into all
Two,
this?
probably two. The other problem with baseball, can you pick these guys out of a lineup? Could a random person on the street identify Kyle Tucker? Not you,
right.
but like a random person who has. You wouldn't count.
I'm
for
a
that.
lunatic. Yes, I could, but the random person, like my wife is a baseball fan. We met at a Cubs game. If my wife was walking down the street and Pete Crow Armstrong said something to her about the Cubs, just said, "Oh, you're wearing a Cubs shirt. I'm a Cubs fan too." If he said that, she would have no idea that was Pete Crow Armstrong or Kyle Tucker.
I think that the identifying fact is like, wow, you're little, but you got a lot of power. He's like my size.
Yeah, but so does Jose Altuve.
The other
He's little, smaller.
Sure. And I mean, it's no disrespect to him, but like, he's young. He's 23 years old and he's doing this. Not that you're right. Justin Tucker, Kyle Tucker's the more accomplished player and he's 28. He's going to sign a $500 million contract, hopefully in Chicago.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player in the sport.
Sure. But it's cool to watch PCA do this at the you're getting somebody at the early part of their career.
Yeah.
And that's why I think in the state of Chicago sports right now, the names you mentioned, 4/5 of that list are all under 25.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Also, like we can keep saying Kyle Tucker's a top 10 player in the sport. We have to start saying it about PCA.
But 2 months does not make you a top 10 player in the sport.
But he's 23 years old, and this might just be who he is. He leads baseball and wins above replacement.
He would have said that about Chris Bryant, too. And guess what happened?
He won an MVP this season. Like, that's how he could finish with a 10 WAR. That's insane.
And even, like, the Chris Bryant thing, he's what he is now. But in 2016, he won MVP.
Correct. But he never came close to those numbers again. I think one more year, maybe 17.
He was a top X player in the sport then. We can say it about Pete Crow now. Right now, he's the top 1 player in baseball. Leads all of baseball and wins above replacement. And he's 23 years old.
But it's May, 28th?
Yeah, but it's what he's doing is not stuff you can fake. He's hitting nukes. He's not hitting wall scrapers.
I'm not disputing that.
The speed is what it is.
But
it
if
won't
I
go
told
anywhere.
you that you could draft a player, there's an MLB dispersal draft, and every guy's available, you're not taking Pete Crow Armstrong 1.
How many guys you taking before him?
I'd have to pull up the list.
I would take Ohtani, I would take Judge, I would take Bobby Witt, and then I would have to seriously consider anybody else over PCA. It would be like Corbin Carroll. Tatis.
Are you doing all positions or just
Yeah,
hitters?
just straight up drafting players. I think it's like Skeens would be the pitcher, maybe Skubal. Those would be the two. But PCA's in that conversation after you get through the bullets of Ohtani, Bobby Witt, and Aaron Judge. Pete Crow falls right there.
He does. Ohtani, absolutely. Bobby Witt, as you said. I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's really pretty crazy to think about it.
So you agree he is the biggest star in Chicago sports?
No, I didn't say that.
So who is? You didn't answer your...
Now, again, is star, persona, and the blue hair in spring training, and then the blonde hair, now he's back to his natural hair. Like, that all plays into the whole thing, and I've interviewed him twice, face to face, like sitting with him. He's an awesome, awesome kid. Really, really enjoyed. He gives thoughtful answers. He's just a respectful, nice young man. So when you ask me who's the biggest star, are we simply taking the numbers they put up on the field of competition? Yep. Just the numbers. The biggest star is Kyle Tucker.
Sure.
For sure. It's not close because he's got MVP numbers coming into the season, and he's playing at that level again. PCA's done it for 2 months. 2 months. So if I told you could only have one for the next, we'll call it 4 years, who are you taking?
Among those two, or like the whole list you gave me?
Of those two. PCA or Kyle Tucker?
Oof. And this is the contract talk.
Right.
Like the Cubs trying to fit both of them into their plans. Do you take proven production, somebody you traded for in the final year of their contract? You know that you could give him a 10-year deal, $500 million, or am I buying lower, but still probably paying a lot for PCA at 23?
You should be able to afford both.
Yeah, you should, but you're telling me I can only take one. I'll probably take Kyle Tucker then. But I don't know if that makes him the biggest star because I think you're right. Star power in sports is not just what you do on the field. Or Scotty Scheffler's the biggest star in golf. He's boring.
Super boring.
Like, he's a normal human being. So I don't know when people talk about star athletes, they're not talking about... he could obliterate the competition, but no one's going to put him in that star category by and large because he doesn't stand outside of, like, in everything that makes him him.
Correct.
And I don't know if PCA does to a national audience. From a baseball perspective, absolutely. Or even to our Chicago audience of calling him, is he the biggest star in Chicago sports right now? But that's, I think that more,
Kyle Tucker
for sure.
is
because he was a legit star though before he got here.
Right, but he is not the personality. Like PCA is bat flipping as he watched the ball when he sees it hit the foul pole in Cincinnati. Throws the bat, pounding his chest. Super cool. I love it. Kyle Tucker's
bravado.
Gonna toss the bat and run around the bases. Excited. He does. It's just different ways to do it. 312-332-3776. Yes, Shay.
I know I'm much more susceptible, Cap, and you make fun of me, to prisoner of the moment style content.
I used to call him. He didn't like it. So
First Take Shay.
First Take Shay.
I don't mind it at all. The guys on First Take make a lot of money.
They do.
We have a First Take star in the room with us today.
I don't make that kind of money.
Well, that's all right. But I don't take any offense to being called that. I know I'm a prisoner of the moment guy, and I like to live in the moment in sports. Pete Crow Armstrong is the biggest star in Chicago to me. He's incredible.
Okay, what if he was boring?
He's not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were just performance.
Sorry to use a dated expression, but it is a little bit if the queen had balls, she'd be king. He's not boring. I can't operate in a world where he's boring. If he were boring, he would be a different player. He wouldn't be him. He might not be as good as he is. He's not boring. He's awesome.
He is. And he's amazing.
You could make an argument right now, his plate appearances are the most exciting thing in baseball. There's a compelling argument, not in Chicago baseball, in all of baseball, Pete Crow Armstrong plate appearances might be the most exciting thing. If he's not going to hit a home run, he's going to turn a single into a double or a double into a triple.
Kind of hard to not say that an Ohtani appearance is the most exciting.
That's an international superstar, though. Aaron Judge, when he gets to the plate,
There's
is also having
another
an incredible season that we just don't talk about nationally anymore. I don't know why. Those plate appearances, I think if you polled 100 people, because of the name recognition, they'll rise to the top of the list. In Chicago, though, no question it's PCA. And
he's amazing.
Like, what did it take Chris Bryant in 2016 to rise to that level where he was getting that same sort of pub? He won MVP. This could be the first MVP for the Cubs since then.
Yeah, he came into 16 where we believed we had an MVP candidate because he was Rookie of the year before. Like, I could still remember I would come in every morning to do the morning show down the dial. And I would come in, and the first thing I would do, I had a subscription to MILB TV, Minor League Baseball TV.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have the MLB package, I had the minor league package. Because the Cubs sucked. They were horrible. But they drafted Chris Bryant in 2013 second. Think if the Astros don't bust out Mark Appel, who's out of the game, and they take Chris Bryant, the Cubs never win it in 16.
Sure.
They take him, and I'm watching him play for the AA and then AAA Iowa Cubs. I'm like, we got a superstar here. Unfortunately, it was like a meteor. It shot through the sky, and then he was gone. And it is what it is. It's unfortunate. It's sad how his career looks like it's going to end. 312-332-3776. So that's the question. Who's the biggest star? Everything that makes up a star. Biggest star in Chicago sports. We want to hear from you. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch
This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEShot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
La Quinta by Wyndham is deeply grateful for all our military members, veterans, and their families. We understand the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work that comes with serving our country. As a thank you, La Quinta offers 12% off their standard rates, upgraded Wyndham Rewards Gold Status membership, and preferred parking. They want to make your stays as comfortable and rewarding as possible, and they're proud to serve those who serve. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Visit LQ.com to learn more about their special military perks and discounts. Restrictions apply.
Kap and Jay Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
For him is just trusting himself. He's so gifted. So many ways to impact the game. And I think that we've seen that, obviously, defensively. We've seen that on the base paths. But when he's, trusting himself in the batter's box and, believing in a process that he's found that is working for him, to just continue to stay with that, I think has been the biggest key for him and that really goes for anybody, but especially a young guy, just like finding what works for them and consistently doing it, and he sure is doing it right now.
There's Dansby, who, by the way, pregnancy agrees with him. Have you noticed his numbers basically since his wife and he announced on Instagram that they're expecting? Mallory, his wife, the star of the Chicago Stars, formerly the Red Stars. They're the Stars now, right?
Yeah.
They are expecting their first, and since then, this dude is just raking. So pregnancy agrees with him. 312-332-3776. So who is the biggest star in Chicago sports? Like if you went, oh, God, look who's over there. Who is it? Joey G's first. Hey, Joey, what's up? Cookie, how are you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Wow.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Who is the biggest star in Chicago sports?
David Kaplan. What's the next question?
Who is the
Good morning, Mr. Kaplan. Good morning, lovely lady. How are you?
We're good. You want to answer the question yet?
Damn. Yeah, I do. Whoa.
Wow,
whoa,
Courtney.
Wait.
Wow.
Drop the hammer.
30 seconds of this.
I love it.
Listen, I know where you have coffee. All right, listen, the answer to the question is MVP PCA. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day, Joey.
Really?
All that for that?
Come on, Joey. Bring your A game next.
I might have to take myself out of the Pete Crow is the biggest star camp after
Based on
that call being the first one in my corner.
Wow. Let's go to Pat in Plainfield, 312-332-3776. Seriously, who's the biggest star in Chicago sports? Pat, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to first off say that when Shay said that made the king had balls question, he'd be a king, I had to pull over on 55 because I was laughing so hard.
Thank you.
But I'll agree with Joey that Cap, you are, and Courtney, you're a close second. But I'll go with I'm a diehard Bears fan, so I'm going to have to go with Caleb Williams. But when I went to the Cubs game 2 weeks ago, when they were playing the Marlins, they came back and won in the bottom of the ninth. When PCA got announced, the cheers were insane. So PCA is a very, very, very close second. And Kyle Tucker, he got some years, but it's for sure PCA.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good day. Have a good week. Like, PCA plays to the crowd. You know what I mean?
There's bravado there. And
There
he's
is.
young, too, and he's able to do that. I think for young athletes, a lot of times, you don't see that come out because they're just trying to get their footing. They're just trying to figure out where they fit in their league. You know, think about Jaden Daniels, right? Best rookie season ever in the NFL. He wasn't flexing. He wasn't doing, I mean, obviously he's a confident player, but he wasn't doing anything that I guess would stand out that other players older than him could probably get away with, as talented players as him. The bat flip, the hair, the whole persona that is a guy that goes by 3 initials. Although, didn't you say he'd rather be called Pete?
Yeah, he does.
I totally get that.
Guys in the locker room have said he likes Pete, not PCA.
I think when you have 3 initials,
He doesn't
it's
dislike it,
it's
but
a
he
little
likes Pete.
harder to. It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well. But no, I mean he's got all of the tools that it would take to be the star persona, because you back up your play on the field, or you back up, I guess, like the overall personality with your play on the field, and that's. You know, you're young doing that. He's not afraid to show you who he is.
Yeah, he's been tremendous. Absolutely tremendous as a player.
I also think there's certain baked-in advantages for PCA as being a star. Courtney, you mentioned he's young. There are very few things as exciting as a sports fan as watching one of the young players hit their stride and find their groove and start to show that they belong. Like, just the team I grew up with, the Tigers, I experienced this a year ago with Tarek Skubal when he won a Cy Young. You're like, this guy who we've watched for so long is now this. Cubs fans are experiencing that with Pete Crow Armstrong. And you'll never experience it with Kyle Tucker because he's a mercenary. Anything that happens here, he proved himself in Houston, and now he's here as a mercenary. Pete Crow's yours. All of his development happened here, and you got him for 50 games of Javi Baez.
Yeah, that is the most amazing thing. And again, when you have a chance to go for it, you go for it. And so if the Cubs have to trade whatever prospect it is to try and win a World Series, I'm in. Let's go. But this is what happens when you do that. You know what I mean? You trade Chris Bryant, and that deal was a washout. I think it was Canario and Caleb Killian, both gone. You have Javi Baez. You trade with Trevor Williams. You get PCA back. This is what that's turned into. They traded Rizzo, and you have the number 1 outfielder in your system is Kevin Alcantara. Maybe he becomes a star, but he is looking like a really good prospect that the Yankees gave up on. Who else did they trade? They traded somebody else in that purge of 2021, and everyone was furious that they blew it up. But they weren't going to win again with that team. So I thought it was intelligent. Now let's see if PCA can keep it rolling. Mike is in LaGrange. Hey, Mike. Mike going once. Mike going twice. Mike's gone. Let's go to G on the south side, 312-332-3776. G, what's up?
Top of the morning. How we doing?
Mm-hmm.
So I got to say it's Caleb, just because this is a Bears town. If Caleb wins the MVP, there's not a bigger star in the city. I respect what PCA is doing.
But he hasn't won the MVP yet.
But neither is PCA. They're both very, very up and coming. But you tell me this. If both of them win the MVP, whose town is it?
If both won the MVP?
Whose town is it? Who does this town belong to?
Caleb. Don't you
exactly, because everybody loves the Bears. We got White Sox fans. We got Cubs fans. It's kind of divided. So even the biggest White Sox fan who can respect baseball wouldn't totally give it to Pete. You know, like me, I'll give him a nod because the kid's awesome. But he plays for the Cubs, bro. I'm a Sox fan. So I can't all give him 100%, but I can definitely give 100% to Caleb. I'm a Bears fan for life. So that's my take. Have a great day. Have a great day, guys.
Have a good week. See you, buddy.
I mean, my first thought when we're talking with G is thinking about the young star power, young potential, we'll call it, in this city. Do you remember 2 years ago, or I guess it was a year ago, for ESPN, some profile that they did where Anthony Edwards and Justin Jefferson recreated the Kevin Garnett and Randy Moss photo shoot?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was such a cool moment because you've got two stars, like legitimate stars, at their respective sport, as young as they are, coming up at the same time. If Caleb's able to do what he was brought in here to do this year at 23 years old, and PCA continues on this stretch, and I get it, people are waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're wondering, is he going to fall off? Is he going to have some sort of midseason slump? I mean, that stuff is expected. It's baseball. It's a sport of attrition. Things like that happen. But if he is on this run, whether he wins the MVP or not, where he finishes with what we say, he's a 10-WAR player potentially to finish this year.
Yeah, right now
he's got 3 wins right now.
And if Caleb Williams, if he becomes the low-hanging fruit, 4,000-yard passer, 30 touchdowns, then you've got like that same recipe that you can follow, where you've got young superstars in the making at the same time that's happening. When was the last time that happened in the city? We had multiple of these players, these people.
Oh, wow.
At the same time.
You would have to go back to, 2015, Cubs go to the NLCS. Patrick Kane wins another Stanley Cup. Derrick Rose was still on the Bulls, but he'd already been dealing with the knee injury.
Wouldn't it be closer to the early 2010s? Derrick Rose, Taves, Kane.
Keith.
Nobody on the Bears at that time.
Who did the Bears have that Jay was
Cutler,
still here?
but young. I'm talking about young stars, homegrown talent helps too.
No question.
Mm-hmm.
No question. 312-332-3776. Mike in LaGrange. Hey, Mike, what's up, Sparky?
Hey, good morning, guys. So you were kind of stealing my thunder a little bit. Essentially, this city's always had a star problem because we haven't had any sustained star success outside the Blackhawks. So that's why we tend to look fondly with rose-colored glasses, pun intended, on other past stars. And we even really can't even assess what stars that we have. We got rid of Schwarber. We ran Jimmy Butler out of town. We ran Greg Olson out of town. Sox sent Tatis and Simeon for a bag of chips. It's just, I think PCA is the guy. It's just, I really hope this works because we've just been burned so bad before.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. But instead of worrying about waiting for the other shoe to drop, just put your heart, go all in, man. Enjoy the ride. Right? Mike? All right, he hung up. He's gone. He made his point. 312-332-3776. We got a tweet sent to us. I don't know if you saw this, but one of our fine listeners, Christian, he sent it to me. 2-leg parlay that he bet. This is a while ago. He bet Pete Crow Armstrong to be the MVP at 80-1, and he parlayed it with Caleb Williams to be MVP at 30-1. $100 bet pays $251,000. How cool would that be to have that ticket?
That's even further odds than what you had. You had him at 55-1, right?
Right, I have.
And you didn't have the parlay with Caleb in there too.
No, I just have PCA. Can you imagine that? PCA and Caleb, both MVPs this year? That would be insanity. Insanity.
A second year player coming off the season he had winning MVP. That doesn't happen in the NFL, but it's a great bet if it hits. You can take both of us to dinner.
It happened with Mahomes. He won MVP in his second season, only played one game the year before.
It's a lot more rare to happen in the NFL than it was. Chris Bryant won it in year 2.
That's correct.
And PCA is in year 2.
Yeah.
The odds of winning it in Major League Baseball, even in a star-driven a league that is, I think it's much more likely that happens there than Caleb winning it this season. But, if it hits, great.
All right. 312-332-3776. More of your calls next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com. You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
The NFL schedule's dropped. You know what that means? It is go time. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney's in for Hoodie. I'm Kap. It's the Kap and J Hood Show. 312-332-3776. So we're asking the question. Don't forget, shot or no shots at 8. Pete Crow Armstrong, is he becoming the biggest star in Chicago sports? It's a legitimate discussion. I think if there was a draft of baseball players, Kyle Tucker would go before him because of track record.
Sure. He was already a proven star by the time he got here.
Correct. Top 5, leave pitchers aside, position players, Judge, Ohtani, who else? Soto. Kyle Tucker's in 4, 5, 6. He's somewhere in there. Pete Crow Armstrong is trying to claw his way He's having an amazing year so far. Let's go to Roy on the south side. Hey, Roy, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Cap?
How you doing, man?
Good. So I think that outside of baseball, I don't think PCA is too well known. I think if we're talking solely on hype, like superstar status, someone who can attract an event outside of Chicago, you would have to say Caleb or Connor Bedard, I think.
I think PCA is a bigger name in town than Connor Bedard is. I do, personally.
You think outside of Chicago, though?
Yes. The
Really?
Hawks are horrible, man. Horrible. I know
I get that.
I know he's a hell of a player.
Uh-huh.
But I absolutely believe PCA is a bigger name nationally than Connor Bedard.
It's also baseball versus hockey, and I'm not being disrespectful, but it's not remotely close. It just isn't. Nationally, it's not close.
That's what I think. Roy, thanks, man. Have a good week. Appreciate it.
I mean, also is a number 1 overall pick. Like, I think that there you do give a little credence to that just based on who this guy was coming into the NHL.
But my point is more, and again, I'm not trying to take a shot and be disrespectful. Nationally, hockey fandom is niche. It matters in about 6 cities. We just happen to be one of them.
Correct. But, like, if you said Alex Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby and Connor McDavid, like you listed the best of the best, those guys, they resonate.
Sure.
Bedard, because his team's so horrible, hasn't resonated yet.
But came in, people thought he would be a prodigy right away.
They did.
Hard to do that on a bad team.
It is.
In 2 years.
Especially in a sport where you play, 90 seconds, you come off, you rest, you come back. Like basketball, you can play 40 minutes and dominate a game like that.
Sure.
So, 312-332-3776, downtown Dean. Hey, Dino, what's up, man?
Good morning, Cap and Courtney. And really quickly, between the two of you, CC is the bigger star. Let's get that out of the way right now. Hall of Famer or not.
That.
That's very sweet, but we talk about longevity. You've been at this a long time. I mean, that as respectfully as possible.
Okay.
So, Courtney, if they were all at the restaurant and I had, I'm like, oh, my God, they're all here. I think we're forgetting if the Sky members were there, Angel Reese and Haley Van Lith, right this way, ladies. Your table is ready. Ladies first. And downtown Dean, I was telling Shay Norling is a big fan of Haley Van Lith. Probably a slice of key lime pie on the house, Courtney. Take that.
Wow.
Cap and I were discussing earlier the athletes that would be included on the list. The last table list. Angel Reese, no question, has the star power. She's not playing great basketball right now. And
what is the star power attributed to? The Met Gala, the feud
her
with
college career. I think that she put a lot of people on years ago at LSU.
Yep.
Same thing
with Caitlin Clark plays into it.
Yeah, I mean, star power is persona. It's not just what you do in your respective sport, on the field or on the court or on the ice.
Correct.
It's what you do to stay relevant 12 months a year.
How many seats are at that table?
This is the last seat. There's only one, apparently,
there's one
according
seat?
to Cap.
No, I said it's the last table.
Right, but how many seats are at that table?
They're coming with their family, with their party. They're not bringing those other athletes with them.
So I try to get them all at the table.
That's it.
They all just sit there.
Excuse me, Mrs. Rizzo, you're going to have to go down the street. Anthony, you can sit down.
Yeah. You have to sit in the back with the cooks.
Yeah. You're Anthony and Caleb and PCA and Angel Reed. Yeah.
You're getting kicked out, Cap. We've set up a two-top in the alley.
Yeah.
David, would you come with us, please?
Flom and I may be super tight. Cap, can you do me a favor? Could you eat in the kitchen tonight? Sure. Whatever you need. All right, shot or no shots in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot, it's a staple right here on ESPN 1000 on the Kap and J Hood Show. Courtney Cronin is in for Hoodie. Shay's back from the Indy 500. Jay Moore is where he's always been, right at the controls. I'm David Kaplan, 312-332-3776. Shot or no shot, here's Shay.
Good morning on a Tuesday. I almost said Monday. I forgot yesterday was a holiday.
Feels like a Monday.
Well, it is. It's our Monday, but it's also a 4-day week, which is always a bonus. How are we feeling?
Good.
Feeling really good, man. Cubbies are playing well. We had a family weekend. A little chilly over the weekend, but I think it's supposed to warm up at the end of the week, so I'm excited. I like it hot, if you didn't know. Shay likes it like 65.
Yeah, this weekend was beautiful for me. Actually, I have a question for both of you based off the holiday weekend, because I talked to a lot of people. Like, I had family friends who tried to go up north and hang out outside for the weekend. One person I know went up north and turned around, went up north on Friday, turned around on Saturday and went home because it was cold and wet and rainy. I know people who canceled their barbecues, their Memorial Day cookouts because the weather just wasn't supportive of it. I thought it was a spectacular Memorial Day weekend. The weather could not have been better. Yesterday was gorgeous. It was like 60 degrees and sunny.
Yeah,
what more could you ask for?
Dude, if you're trying to go out on the water, it's too cold.
Oh, boo-hoo. Shot or no shot, the weather ruined Memorial Day weekend for you.
No, it didn't ruin it. It was sunny. We have a game we play in the backyard of our house called Beersby. We made these, it's like you put a stick in the ground. It's probably 4 feet high, 5 feet high. And then it has a little like ledge on it. You set a beer bottle on it. And then you put another one like, I don't know, 50 feet away. And you have 2 teams. And you throw a Frisbee and try and either they have to catch the Frisbee. But if you can knock the bottle off, you get points.
Is it an open beer, so you're wasting it? Or?
No, it's an empty bottle.
Oh, an empty bottle.
But you have to hold the drink in one hand and only catch the Frisbee with the other.
Okay.
And so we played that all weekend, and it was super cool. We had a good time playing it. But I wanted to get out, like, in the water and on the lake, and it was cold.
Yeah, it's the unofficial start of summer, so I can empathize with people who had outdoor plans and didn't feel they could live up to it. And I looked at the forecast for this week. I just want the 80-degree days. Next week, I think we get it. But it didn't ruin my plans. I had a wedding in Minneapolis, so it was similar weather up there. And then I golfed yesterday after I got off air, so...
And you weren't dying in 90-degree sweltering heat.
I was a little cold.
Well, yeah, but I'd rather
Didn't go to the Cubs game because of it.
90-degree
so.
sweltering heat's amazing.
I'd rather be a little chilly than baking, especially when I'm at the Indy 500. I've been there years where it's 95, and you want nothing more than to sit in some air conditioning.
Yeah, the year I went, it was really warm.
It was
23.
Beautiful on Sunday. Rain aside, once the rain stopped, and it was just a nice, breezy day, overcast, couldn't have asked for better.
God bless you. May as well have had it 45.
All right, I do have a serious sports question for you about the Cubs and about Pete Crow Armstrong, because John Heyman wrote something this weekend I think has actually flown a little under the radar. John Heyman wrote that the Cubs are once again pushing to lock up Pete Crow Armstrong to a long-term deal. The exact wording, quote, in-season overtures regarding a long-term contract for Pete Crow Armstrong reportedly declined a $70 million offer in the offseason. Great call by PCA to bet on himself because he's currently top 5 in NL MVP odds, leads all of baseball in wins above replacement, and the best contract to compare him to is no longer the Red Sox and $75 million to Christian Campbell, or even the Padres and $150 million to Jackson Merrill. It's probably now the 11-year, $288 million deal that Bobby Witt Jr. signed with the Royals. Shot or no shot, the Cubs should offer PCA the Bobby Witt deal.
Wow, $285 million. Yeah, no, I'm not there yet. Off of 2 months? Off of 2 months, you're going to give him 10 years at $285 million. I mean, that's
I'm asking you.
I would not do that yet. I would not.
Yeah, I'm a no shot on that too. So he has 2 years left before 2 years remaining before he can hit arbitration.
Correct, but you have 5 more years of team control.
So something will get done this offseason.
Agreed.
I think he was smart if that reporting's accurate, if he turned down 70 in season or in the spring. 285 though right now.
288.
288. Can we talk about that in October?
If he finishes the season with 8 wins above replacement and he's top 5 in MVP voting, are you then on board for an 11-year, $300 million deal?
Yeah, I might be more, but I want to see him go through June, July, August, September, pennant race pressure. I don't want to go, oh, guy's down to a 244 hitter. I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying I got to see it play out all year.
I have a secondary question because this was not expected for me. I didn't think that the Cubs, with the way they behaved lately, would go in season and try to negotiate a long-term deal with Pete Crow, especially with how expensive it's becoming, especially not knowing the status of Kyle Tucker currently and whether he will still be with the team. But shot or no shot, the Cubs' willingness to talk with Pete Crow right now actually makes you feel better that they will re-sign Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I've been pretty consistent that I believe they will get Kyle Tucker re-signed. I think that the day they acquired him, they started planning for that. And they wanted, and this is from his side, they've only been married just over a year, January 24. He wants her and he to experience a summer in Chicago and see what it's like. And then let's talk. So I do feel like they have a plan in place. In the end, will he accept it? I don't know, but I don't think money will be the issue.
Nothing should preclude them from signing both. So
Correct.
I'd say that's, what was the question again?
Does it make you, the fact they're talking to Pete Crow now, does it make you feel better about the Kyle Tucker talks?
Yes.
From his side, he's smart to wait this out. As Kap pointed out, and I remember talking about this in April when he was on his hot streak of being able to experience the ballpark, of falling in love with Chicago and playing here. That takes time for guys. I mean, apparently didn't take time for Joe Tooney last week. He didn't experience a season yet, but he signed the 2-year extension. But obviously different sport, different age, different circumstances. For someone like Kyle Tucker, who all the chips are in his basket, I'm not surprised. He'd be shortchanging himself at this point. Yes, his numbers dipped a little bit after the stretch in April, but by the end of the season and where PCA is right now, it's not that they're like, oh, well, we tabled talks with Kyle Tucker, now we can pick him up with PCA. We're not worried, or we're moving on from that. I think it's just trying to get simultaneous business done and staying in the forefront of it. Like I think that they could sign both of them.
They better be. If you get two amazing players like that, and you go, well, we can't afford both of them, then you shouldn't own the team.
You're not it's not a sport with a hard cap.
This is not like you're the Tampa Bay Rays where you're like, oh, we're playing in a spring training stadium. We have no fan base, so to speak. You're the Chicago effing Cubs. You got an ATM machine as your home stadium. This is what you salivate for. Jed Hoyer has got to be walking around with a little bit of a strut going, made that trade, made that deal, developed that guy, signed that guy, and all of a sudden he's like, we better get those guys signed. What do you do with Suzuki? He leads all of baseball in RBIs. What if this dude, we're extrapolating PCA and Tucker's numbers, what if this dude drives in 140 runs? What is he at, 50? 52? He's ahead of Aaron Judge. What if he drives in 135, 140 runs, and you win the World Series? He's got, 1 year left? You better extend him. How old is he? 28, 29?
No, he's 30 right now.
30.
Yeah, he'll be 32 his first year as a free agent.
So, what are you going to do there? Let him go into a walk year?
I'm not to be a smartass, but I was told you can't sign 32-year-old guys to long-term deals
I'm
last
not giving him
offseason.
10 years. I'm not. And if you think signing a free agent, Matt Chapman, who hit 240? I'm talking about a guy leading baseball
I
in
was
RBIs.
talking about Alex Bregman, who, before the injury, was playing at an MVP pace.
I would have given him the deal that the Cubs gave him. The Cubs offered him, $120 million?
Yeah.
For 3 years?
Yep.
That's fine. I'm not giving 5 and 6 and 7 year deals to 32-year-olds. I'm not.
So Seiya comes up. You're saying a 3-year extension for Seiya Suzuki? Because then you can just say goodbye to Seiya Suzuki in all likelihood.
If I offered it to him this winter, going into his last year, he turns that down.
3 years, $120 million?
Something like that.
I would think he would feel like he could get more on the open market if he's more consistent. He still needs to be more consistent than he is.
Pretty consistent when you're leading the league in RBIs.
Yeah, but RBIs aren't something you control directly. Guys get on base in front of you.
Yeah, but you have to come through with big hits in big spots. What are you talking about?
I'm not denying that, but there are also players who are good on teams where they don't have anyone in front of them on the base paths.
But when he gets opportunities, he's delivering.
100%.
You're already got Pete Crow getting $285 million. This dude leads the league, not the NL, all of MLB.
Yeah, I said Pete Crow leads the league in wins above replacement, which is more important to me than RBIs.
Right, and you need RBIs to win games. You've extrapolated Pete Crow out to have, these insane numbers, which is super cool. Super cool.
Yeah, but my argument back would be if you put Pete Crow Armstrong in Seiya's spot in the order, I could argue he'd have as many, if not more, RBIs than Seiya has.
Maybe.
So it's the runners in scoring position argument.
Exactly. You parachute a guy into at bats where he has opportunities versus Pete Crow hitting leadoff where he doesn't have an opportunity.
You're telling me he didn't lead off for that long.
I know, but you get my point. There's fewer opportunities with runners in scoring position for a guy versus Seiya. That's the result side of an RBI.
What did he bat this week? Was he 5th in Cincinnati? Somewhere there in the order. This is crazy. I'm just looking up. Seiya's numbers are actually better when he's batting second as opposed to third. Runners in scoring position.
There you go. Like if I'm saying you come to me in the offseason and you go, I'll extend you 3 more years at $40 million a year with a labor stoppage a year away, Yeah, I'm taking it. First of all, he doesn't speak our language. He has assimilated himself very well into that clubhouse in this city with this team who's shown that they can handle Japanese players. Now you're asking me to go where? Who's paying me?
Dodgers.
Okay, maybe. Maybe the Dodgers are paying him. Maybe they're not.
You seem much more confident that there's an appetite at Clark and Addison to spend what would be like $1 billion this offseason than I think there is.
Yeah, you may be right. You may be right. Now, again, they may, let's say, a walk because they've got their number one prospect is Kevin Alcantara, who's an outfielder. Maybe they go, we can put him right there. Maybe. We'll see.
All right, last one. Big debate broke out while I was gone last week, at least among media in Chicago, whether it was right or wrong for Caleb Williams to not speak to the media after the Seth Wickersham's book report dropped, revealing all of Caleb's efforts to not get drafted by the Bears and the revelation that no one watched film with him last year. I didn't care about this at all, the fact that he didn't talk about it, because everything in there is kind of a moot point after the point he said, I'll play to the Bears. I'll play for the Bears. I want to go to Chicago. Shot or no shot, Caleb Williams should have spoken to the media.
I need you to be more specific in your question. Should he, as the quarterback of the team, talked about Ben at practice and how things are going? Yes, I would like to have heard that. As it relates to the Seth Wickersham book, non-story. Don't care. Don't even engage. If he gets asked that question, he should Belichick it. Yeah, I'm on to Cincinnati. I'm on to 2025. You want to talk about the 2025 Bears? I'll stay all day here. You want to talk about the Eberflus Bears? I'm leaving. That's it. And if Biggs asks another question about it, see ya. I'm out. Gone.
It's a shot because you quiet all of it on May 21st or 22nd, whenever we were out there last week, instead of June 5th, when he's going to talk at the end of minicamp. I think you're perpetuating a story that you could have put to bed. I thought Ben Johnson did a good job of doing that, of stepping out in front of his quarterback to defend and shield his quarterback. But like it or not, that is going to be what happens a week from now. What I'm more interested in, and what I want to hear from Caleb, because I agree with Kap that the old news part of this about whether he wanted to come to the Bears or not, and speaking out of both sides of his mouth, frankly, which is what happened. If you go back and look at the Pete Thamel article from right before the Combine, and then, oh, no, I'd be excited to go to Chicago. Oh, I didn't actually want to go to Chicago. I mean, that annoys me, but that's, that's not the story right now. The story is, what is Ben Johnson teaching you to do differently than your last offensive coordinator? What is he teaching you as far as how you watch film? I want to know how he's going to be a better quarterback from how better prepared he's going to be in the meeting room. That's, well, I mean, and maybe it is a good thing that you wait until minicamp from that perspective, not talking about the stuff his dad said. By the way, no one has brought up the fact that, he's getting a complete pass for saying, well, I didn't want to nuke the city. A comment like that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
But that's inflammatory as hell. And nobody's saying anything about that because everybody is focused in on the father saying Chicago's where quarterbacks go to die, and how Ben Johnson stood in front of that and said, I love that. I look for the opportunity there. But all of that aside, I want to know how Caleb has spent this spring learning to be a better student of the game with the guy who's apparently, such a genius and a guru that they gave him $13 million a year to do that. That's the story that needs to be addressed now, because that's spinning this thing ahead. The old news part, I get why fans don't want to talk about that. Fans don't want to live in a 5-12 season anymore, or an era where, it looks like the team's about to ruin another quarterback. But how you move forward from that from now is Caleb getting out at some point, June 5th, last day of mandatory camp, next week, and telling us, this is how my relationship with Ben Johnson is going. These are the things I've learned about watching film.
Fair.
That's where it needs to go.
Fair, but the whole, I put this poll question out when you guys were not here last week with me. I don't believe that Caleb CSW needs to address the Seth Wickersham story other than to say, I'm on to 2025 and let's win football games. It is a non-story. I don't believe fans care. I certainly don't. Do you agree? Here's the poll results. 3,800 votes. 83%, I agree it's a non-story. 17% he has to address it.
Damn. I don't think he has to address that specifically, but I do think he should have spoken last week. I think both things can be true.
And I don't know if that's a him decision.
It might not be, but that also harkens back to what we said. People ran cover for him at USC when he didn't speak after losses because Lincoln Riley ran a shield in front of him.
Sure.
At this point, it is kind of your responsibility, whether it's him or the Bears or Ben Johnson or whoever. He's the main story of the week. Kind of tough to not.
It's been the focal point of the organization, like it or not.
That's why they hired this coach.
Yeah, but it's why I can't be more specific with my question, Cap, and go shot or no shot. He should specifically address the Seth Wickersham. No, I don't care what he talks about, but he probably should talk.
Yeah, but then the question is, if he does talk and someone will ask him, what about the Seth Wickersham story? If he said, not talking about 2024.
That's all good.
That's it.
But
that's at least saying something.
I think Courtney's point is fair, too. You should be talking about what's different now. Because that's the concern for Bears fan. It's not, we know 2024 was a disaster, and Eberflus and Waldron were terrible. We know that. It's factual. It's evidence-based. But what's different now? Why do you feel differently now? We got to hear that at some point.
Maybe. All right. We'll go around the NFL next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
All right, this is a Shane Norling production. He came up with this segment. We do it every day. It's called Around the NFL. Here's Shane.
Brought to you by?
It's brought to you by BrandonMrFinance.com. Around the NFL is a Mr. Finance staple. Build wealth with smarter investing. Again, BrandonMrFinance.com.
We are 100 days from kickoff in the National Football League today.
All right, slow down. I want some hot weather first. My Cubs. I want to be outdoors, get sunshine every day. Then we can have football back.
All right, I have a series of questions.
Jay would start the season today. He'd take 58
No,
degrees
that's not
and
true.
football.
That's not true. In fact, for once, I agree with you because we have a good baseball team in town that I'm excited to watch every day with the Cubs doing what they're doing.
That's it.
So for once, I do agree. Football can take its time. Like the Colin Cowherd meme that always gets clipped. LeBron, it's okay. You can go. Ben Simmons is here. That's how I feel with football. Football, it's okay. You can wait.
Right. And
the Cubs are
your
here.
old English D hat, your hometown Tigers, they're good
exactly
too.
right.
They're good too.
I have a series of questions for you about the upcoming season as we're 100 days from kickoff. I want to start with Aaron Rodgers, who couldn't help being a troll over the weekend. Will Aaron Rodgers be a Steeler?
Yes. Guarantee it. And I love it.
I want to say no because this is beneath the Steelers. The fact that they are the organization that is built on stability and a coach that doesn't put up with attitude or nonsense and sends those players on their way when they end up out overstaying their welcome. Why are you opening the door for this guy to do that? Paying Kirk Cousins, obviously you'd have to trade something, probably a 6th-round pick, late day 3 pick. And there is going to have to be some offset there on what Atlanta owes him. I think it's like 38, almost 36 million in guarantees, whatever. Yeah. Why would you not pay for the younger quarterback, the more consistent quarterback who also had an Achilles injury 2 years ago, same time that Rodgers did?
What do you mean more consistent? Go look at Aaron's numbers last year. They weren't bad.
Numbers were fine. Kirk Cousins has been consistent. Has he won many playoff games? No. But if you want consistency in the longer runway, and less of a headache?
I want to play something for you.
Less of a headache?
Aaron was in Austin, Texas over the weekend, and a little girl came up to the microphone and said, I have a question.
Will Aaron Rodgers ever go to the Bears?
Oh, boy. Security, can we get her out of here? I need some security. Security,
can you take it easy on her on this one?
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year. On a road trip. I don't know. I'm not sure. Gotta check it out.
Are you speaking in code?
I love Chicago, though. Way more than they love me. It's been a great relationship, all one way.
Here's Rodgers taking another shot at the beloved.
I was born and raised in Chicago, so as a Bears fan, I want to ask how much you contemplated retirement. You know, you play golf. Play more golf, man. You don't have to sign anywhere. Just, take it easy.
You want him out? You want him gone?
Best
to green your past.
I'm guessing you're like the normal Bears fan. The best thing about Bears fans is every year, this is our year. This is our year. We added this guy and that guy, and we got a new coach from Detroit. Oh, man. Look out.
This is it.
Right? Packers fans, we know that, right? And what does every coach that signs with the Bears say? We got to beat the Packers, right?
Yeah.
Packers don't give a shit.
That's why I love him, because he truly loves the rivalry, and he does not care who he ticks off. I'm a fan.
I like that he said it's a great relationship because it's all one way. If you saw Danica Patrick's comments over the weekend, I think all his relationships are one way.
Yeah.
Will he sign with the Steelers? Probably. Like, I don't know what their deadline is, though. They've jumped in this boat, and it doesn't feel like they're trying to get out anytime soon.
Sounds like it's going to happen in the next week or so, 10 days.
I guess he wants to. Is he going to be there for mandatory camp, or is he just going to skip the whole offseason and then show up at training camp?
No, it sounds like he's going to be around more, but he's had two people in his family, apparently. He said multiple, I'm assuming it means two, that have been battling cancer, and he's been helping them through that. So we'll see. I'm just telling you this. You cannot tell me that when Courtney Cronin sets her laptop down at Soldier Field and the Steelers are warming up and Aaron Rodgers is loosening up, that there isn't going to be a buzz going through you going, okay, this is awesome. I get to do this for a job.
No, I mean, I've covered games between Minnesota and here where he's been the opposing quarterback.
But not like this.
No, but, like, I don't know what he is at this point. Like, we saw it last year, 3,900 yards, 23 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That's more. It's better than what Russell Wilson was for the Steelers. But, like, what version do you have of him in that offense with Arthur Smith, with a new weapon in DK Metcalf? Is it anything more than what we saw with him getting everybody fired with the New York Jets? I don't know. Like, I would not hedge everything. Mike Tomlin could be in the last year of his job, which I know is a weird thing to say because he's won a lot of he's been to the playoffs a lot, won a lot of regular season games. I just wouldn't wait it out on Aaron Rodgers. I think it's really weird at this point that they just keep putting their eggs in his basket and being like, it's fine, it's cool, like not saying much.
Maybe they know.
Why do you break the rule for him? You didn't break the rule for anybody else. Why do you break it for him?
What rule?
That you don't let somebody be bigger than the organization. You're going to let your quarterback, when you rework this offense, because it was so bad the last couple of years, you've not been able to get the position right since Roethlisberger retired. You're going to let him dictate the terms on when he comes in? Kirk Cousins would be there 5 minutes ago.
I'd rather have Aaron.
I wouldn't, but...
Yeah, because you like Kirk because you covered him.
That is not accurate at all, Cap. That is not accurate at all.
So if you were running a football team and I said...
Kirk is the better quarterback right now because he's younger.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He is not.
Factually accurate,
Aaron
he is younger.
Almost 4,000 yards last year in the garbage Jets organization.
From a longevity standpoint, for what you're signing up for 1 year, a lot of people are going to get fired after next year if this Rodgers experiment goes wrong.
And what if they win like
Kirk
12 football
Kirk is a good bridge quarterback that gets you to a place where you can go draft somebody in 2026. And you're paying them about the same amount for both.
Tune in.
We're going to talk to Albert Breer about this very topic and more. We'll ask him the Caleb Williams question. Albert Breer, Amazon Prime Football, and the Monday Morning Quarterback at SI.com. Albert's next.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Khalib.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it. What? You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it? Well, see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer, man, that guy's just a star. All over Amazon Prime, Thursday Night Football coverage. Monday Morning Quarterback, SI.com is required reading. And he joins us on the Yingling Hotline. Albert, good morning. Courtney Cronin's in for Hoodie. We want to talk football with you. We're going to start with Aaron Rodgers. You heard the audio over the weekend where a little girl asked him about playing for the Bears. And he said, I love Chicago, but it's a one-way relationship, all one way. And then he took another shot when a guy asked him about the Bears and retirement, where he said something to the effect of, yeah, every year the Bears are going to be a big surprise team because they got the new coach and they got this and they got that. I think it's a done deal that he's coming to the Steelers, and I love it. What about you?
Yeah, the Steelers are certainly expecting him. And I think the next couple of weeks will be interesting. But I think the last couple of months have sort of been marked by, by what his last couple of years were like, and that, look, he's got this personal thing he's dealing with right now. He's been traveling a bunch. And I do think, like the way things went down in June have affected the way that he's handling this year. In that, and we've been over this, right, Cap? He could have signed April 1st, and they could have said, okay, that's done now. You go take care of all your personal stuff and just come back to us when you're ready. And if they do that, fine. But I think one of the problems with that is, and we've been over this, is that it invites all the questions. You start the off-season program. You start OTAs. Where's Aaron? Where's Aaron? Where's Aaron? God forbid he doesn't show up for minicamp, And so by doing it this way, there is some risk on the Steelers side, of course, that he changes his mind. But you're not inviting all of that stuff. And I do think part of this is Aaron himself, too. Going through what he went through last year. I mean, you guys remember what happened with the minicamp in Egypt and all of that last year. I don't think Aaron wanted to go through that again, where it was going to be like, where in the world is Aaron Rodgers, because he isn't in Pittsburgh. So I think for both him and the Steelers, it just sort of turned out that this was the easiest way to handle it. And it's, you go take care of everything you need to take care of. And when you're ready to go, and you're ready to be all in, you come and you sign a contract, and we're going. That said, I do think the mini camp in 2 weeks is a pretty significant checkpoint coming up, and my feeling is that the Steelers would probably want him in before then.
Why does it feel like they're bending their own set of rules, their own set of standards for him, when Kirk Cousins is somebody who they'd probably be paying about the same amount for via trade, 6th-round pick, picking up some of the guarantees, all of that, and a consistent quarterback who's younger? Why have they thrown all logic based on how they've created their organization out the window when it comes to Rodgers?
Courtney, because I think this is their big swing. I think that they're and look, this is something I've really felt this way for the last year. They're in a really weird spot, where they've got a handful of players that are very much in win now, that territory. TJ Watt's going to be 31. Minka Fitzpatrick's going to be 29. Cam Hayward's obviously on the back end of his career. They trade for DK Metcalf, who's now on his 3rd contract. That's a team from a roster standpoint. Now they're younger in other spots. They've got a promising young offensive line, of course, and so it's not everywhere. But if you look at the core of the team, it really is a bunch of guys who are in it to win it right now. So, I think they were always sort of in that position where it was where do we take our big swing? Now I think, the Matthew Stafford thing was something that they investigated, and that would have qualified as a very big swing. And this certainly qualifies as a very big swing, too. I think the idea is, if you connect, if you get the Aaron Rodgers that played against Jacksonville in January, and anybody can go back and look at that game, might have been the end of December, right in there at the end of the year, where it looked like the old Aaron Rodgers. If you get that player for 17 games, and that's a big if, but if you get that player for 17 games, well, then all of a sudden now, TJ Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick and Cam Hayward, they're not just playing for a playoff team, they're playing for a Super Bowl contender. Can you say the same thing about Kirk Cousins? I think that's the question, right? If we take a swing here on Rodgers, maybe there's less of a chance that we'll hit a double as there would be with Kirk Cousins, but there's a better chance that we hit a home run.
In terms of Caleb Williams, we've also been having this discussion. He hasn't spoken yet here since the Seth Wickersham article dropped that he and his dad investigated going to Minnesota and getting past the CBA, all this other stuff. Fans do not care. I just ran a poll, got almost 4,000 votes. 83% of fans went, non-story, don't care. I'm the same way. I don't need to hear about it. And in fact, if they asked him about it, he should go, I'm on to 2025. You want to talk about 25? I'll stay all day. You want to go back to last year? I'm leaving. Do you think he needs to address it?
Yeah, I think it would be easier if he did, to be honest, because I think for everyone, if he addresses it, then it's a story for one day and it's done, Whereas, and if he has, a good, coherent, which I think, Cap, you've heard me say this, I think, his class, that draft class, was – so, the guys who are 3 and out, so that was, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison. Those guys were the first, sort of NIL babies, right? They were the first kids to come from high school into the NIL era in college. And so all those guys are a little bit more business-minded. And you can see it in the way Marvin Harrison handled his pre-draft process. It was very different than we've seen from a lot of other players over the years. And, I think Caleb's handling of, everything he did before the draft and investigating all these different things is right along those lines. It's these guys at an earlier age now view themselves as individual businesses, And so, I think if he had an explanation that was like that, you know what I mean? I think people would understand it, and it'd be a pretty easy thing to kind of check a box with, and where you could just say, hey, this is the way that I saw it when I was 19, 20, and 21 years old, and me and my dad were investigating everything. And, yeah, the history of quarterbacks in Chicago wasn't good. And, yeah, at the time there was a defensive head coach there. But a lot's changed now. And I'm happy here, and I want to be the person who changes that narrative. The story's over, right?
I guess. Courtney had
I'm just saying if you just address it, if you don't say anything, it kind of opens a new can of worms, doesn't it? It's well, why doesn't he want to address it? Is there more to the story? It invites more people. I don't know. I view it as if he just addresses it once, then it's pretty much over. Instead, it just kind of lingers out there. And I know fans don't care, right? But I do think there is some merit to the idea of him just addressing it once and for all, and that's that. And then everybody can move on. He and Ben Johnson and everybody else. And by the way, I have something going up on the site today. He and Ben are off to a really good start, I think the idea that you could kind of explain this once and for all and then just kind of move on with the Ben Johnson era, I think would make some sense. But that's just me talking.
So last week there was owners meetings up in Minnesota, and we know about the tush push. It's going to stay, and of course flag football and all of the big headlines. But something that's starting to get a little bit more buzz is what Roger Goodell said about the salary cap. And there's this discussion that's going to come up about the integrity of the cap system. What do you expect to come out of that? Because we know about void years. Some teams use them more than others. It's about 85% cash over cap right now. And some of the more cash-rich owners being able to manipulate the salary cap to sign players. Is this going to be something that actually catches legs and we might see changes to the system?
It reminds me a little bit of the couple years before the lockout in 11, where you started to hear the little whispers, and then they became louder and they became louder of this isn't working for us anymore. And I mean, I understand all the fans out there, this is going to fall on deaf ears for sure. Wait a minute, these owners get they clear $150 million before they lift a finger and do anything for themselves. Get lost. But this is the sort of conversations they have, and a lot of times this can be their way of sort of setting the narrative and setting an early tone for negotiations. And they're years out from another set of CBA negotiations, and they're gonna there's going to be a new set of broadcast deals before there, and potentially the negotiation over 18 games before then. But yeah, I mean, I think the argument the owners would always make is there's a certain amount of money that we make that is sort of just because it's football, right? And that's always been there. That's always been the thing. There's this amount of money that we make that's just because of football. And then there are some things where we're legitimately investing our own money into things, and we deserve a bigger cut of that, which is how the agreement came about in 11. where it's just like, okay, the broadcast money, that's fair. You take this chunk of the broadcast money. We'll take this chunk of the broadcast money. And then the money where we're growing the game and we're investing our own money, we get a bigger chunk of that. Like, it does sort of sound a little bit like, are they doubling back here and saying, well, now we're geniuses with the way we're structuring the broadcast deal, so we deserve a little bit more of that, maybe. I think it's also like just the cap going up as much as it is. And, you know, any business owner seeing that amount of cash, you know, go out the door, you know, I mean, like, look, like these guys didn't get rich by being generous. You know what I mean? Like, so there's certainly, I'm sure some feel like, you know, if my son has a private jet of his own, how do I get my daughter one too now? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that certainly exists.
All right, you said you have something coming up on the site on Caleb and Ben. Can you let us in on it?
Yeah, so like I think it's interesting because you know, Ben has been, I think, very constructively critical of Caleb. And like every indication I've gotten is that Caleb has been very receptive to it. Caleb's been a constant presence in the building, so that's a good thing. Yeah, but I think as much as anything else, and this isn't a giant story to note in my Monday column, which is running Tuesday because of the holiday this week, but you know, it's sort of some of the things that they've been working on, some of the things on, and to me, like the most interesting part about it, Cap, was like there's some like big picture leadership stuff, like how you carry yourself as a franchise quarterback that I think will resonate with some people. You know, they watched a lot of Detroit tape, obviously, to get him ready to play in Ben's offense. They watched a lot of Matthew Stafford tape to work on to help him work mechanically. So there's like a lot of like little details that they've been kind of honing in on, you know, ahead of actually being able to go out there and practice football, which obviously starts with OTAs.
Who are we not talking about enough right now? Because I know it's the quiet part of the offseason, and I'm curious just like how you approach this offseason and what we know coming out of OTAs, minicamp. A lot of teams are starting this week. Is there one team that's going to be maybe I don't know, maybe we can project it out a couple of months to the point of the offseason where things really get going? What are we not talking about enough right now? Because it just feels like there is something bigger lingering.
There's one team that I think got a chance to be really, really good if it hits on a couple things, and that no one's talking about, and that's Houston. And I know they won their division last year, but like there was this perception that they kind of took a step back. They fired their offensive coordinator. They bring in Nick Caley from the Rams, and they trade Laramie Tunsil, and they go and they sort of stock their offensive line in different ways, right? Like they didn't overinvest in left tackle, but they threw a lot of darts at the dartboard. And, you know, like my understanding is kind of like what they felt was the problem last year. Like they felt like they've got the culture they need on defense. Like that's a top 5 defense that's really young, that has like a couple of real superstars in the making, and Will Anderson and Derek Stingley. And so like, how do you get there offensively? And what's so interesting about it to me, Courtney, is like, okay, you've got a defense that you think is there. You're trying to change the culture offensively, which is part of why you trade Laramie Tunsil. You're getting younger at receiver, and you're bringing in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel from Iowa State. Both those guys you drafted in the top, I think it was top 120 or so. So like now, it's you have this top 5 defense, and you've got C.J. Stroud to work with on offense, and you've got a new offensive coordinator coming from the Rams, and like, is this a team that like was sort of a fringe-ish playoff team that all of a sudden now is going to elevate? And remember, they beat the Chargers despite all that stuff I just talked about. They beat the Chargers, and they played the Chiefs like relatively tough in the play. Like I look at them as a team that like they very well could be like a 12-13 win team. And we could be talking about them the way we talk about the Bills and the Ravens and the Chiefs. Like, I don't think they're far off from that. So that'd be one team that I don't think's gotten a lot of attention. And I know it's kind of cheating because like they were in the playoffs the last 2 years. But like as far as a team that could elevate onto that level, and there aren't that many of them in the NFL, they're one that I see like they absolutely could get there.
Albert, have a great rest of your week, man. We'll talk to you next week. And if you're getting to town, let me know.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Talk to you. There he is, Albert Breer, in our Yingling hotline this hour of Kap and J Hood, brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. Courtney's in for Hoodie. We'll be right back.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Live coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breeds new life.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules, and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey guys, you've already heard us sing the praises of 5 Hour Energy, but now we're going to sing them even louder because there's a new flavor out there called Spicy Cinco de Mango, and I can attest to this. I've had it. It's really, really good. Spicy chili flavor followed by a mango sweet flavor, spicy energy shot. That'll get you up in the morning. And it's only available online for a limited time or while supplies last. So don't wait. Head to 5hourenergy.com to order Spicy Cinco de Mango today.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Rolling on with Courtney Cronin in for Hoodie. I believe he's back tomorrow. I'm David Kaplan. Jay Moore's at the controls, and Shay is the executive producer. 312-332-3776. We'll get a baseball update with Jesse at 9:18. Jamison Tyone was outstanding yesterday. In fact, took a perfecto 2 outs into the fifth before he gave up a solo home run. That would be the Rockies' only run of the game. Mickey Moniak took him deep. Cubs and Rockies tonight. White Sox back in action against the Mets. That was a tough loss. I don't know if you saw any of that game.
I saw the walk-off yesterday.
Yeah, I watched a lot of that game as well. And, boy, hanging on. Adrian Hauser, another great outing. It's a dude that was in the minors for the Rangers, and they were going to release him, and the White Sox ended up grabbing him, and he's had 12 innings of shutout baseball so far since he joined the team.
Feels like there's a different tone coming out of that organization right now, where if you get walked off the way they did yesterday, a year ago, it's like, all right, we were overmatched. But hearing how Will Venable has talked and hearing what the rhetoric coming out of that clubhouse about how ticked off they were with that game, I think it shows you like they're at a different part of the rebuild now. I mean, it's progress to a degree. And I think fans want to see that to where it doesn't feel like, all right.
Last year was a blank show.
Yeah, and at least they're trying to learn how to win. I think that's a fair thing, a fair assessment, right? Like they're not good by any stretch, but they're at least are in a better spot to where, they're in games. Especially earlier in the season when they'd be like in games till about the fifth inning.
Yeah.
And then everything would collapse. But
it's been better.
Yeah.
They look more professional to me.
That's the right word, professional. Doesn't look like a bleep show.
So we've been having this discussion. Who's the biggest star in Chicago sports? Is it PCA? Is it Connor Bedard? Is it Caleb Williams? Is it somebody else? Is it Kyle Tucker? Let's go back to the phones. 312-332-3776. Here's Antonio. Hey, Antonio, what's up, man?
Good morning.
Morning.
Real quick, can I back Courtney yesterday? One thing to remember about Bears: if it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. But I digress.
Thank you. Somebody, can I say something, Antonio? Somebody emailed me yesterday from Florida, and criticized our conversation, which, by the way, it was Pat Costello who introduced this in I'm Over It
He's a
on
good dude.
Unsportsmanlike. The whole thing was about he was over that he had seen a black bear and he went to some garden store and was trying to warn everybody, and they were acting like it was no big deal. So Myron Metcalf and I were filling in yesterday, and look, I'm from the Midwest, but I'm also from Chicago. Like, I don't see wild animals outside. I don't. So some woman from Florida emails me to curse me out that, like, you are the one who's perpetuating, this dumb storyline about bears. We see them all the time in Florida. Congrats, lady. You live in Florida. I live in the third biggest city in the world, or in the United States. Feels like it in the world. So, like, forgive me for my ignorance for not knowing how to handle if a black bear came and rolled up on me. So, Antonio, thank you. What did you say? If it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back?
Yep.
Okay, so
I lived in Seattle for 20 years, so that's something that I found out because there's bears that'll show up, in Seattle all of a sudden.
So we were in Lake Tahoe for my son Alex's bachelor party. They rented an Airbnb, and one of the guys went out and cooked pancakes and bacon and eggs out on this flat grill on the deck, and the grill was just turned off. It was hot, had grease on it. They were letting the smoke air out, so the lid was up. We're literally eating breakfast, and I got to leave for the airport. I get the rental car. I got to go. They call me back, and they said, check your phone. It's not 30 minutes later. There is a 500-pound black bear on the deck licking the hot grill.
Oh, God.
Eating the grease. Yes! I'm like,
but Antonio, you're saying
there?
We should fight back against that 500-pound bear. See, I'm going the other way. Myron said yesterday you go up and he said he would land an uppercut on this thing. I'm like, no shot.
No shot.
You would get ripped in half, and apparently this is supposed to be the easiest of the three bears, black bear, polar bear, brown bear. I think all of them are dangerous.
And aren't you also supposed to punch a shark right in the snout?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, good luck with both your legs floating away. Yeah. Hard pass. Hard pass.
I was calling about the biggest star in Chicago, and I was saying that it can't be Caleb, not yet, because he hasn't done anything to become a star. He has the potential to be the biggest star, so it has to, in my opinion, it's PCA right now.
Well, what has he done? He's only played 2 months this year.
What we're talking about right now. Right now, he is. He is the talk of the town. He is the biggest star right now.
Hold on. Caleb Williams was the #1 pick in the draft. He threw for over 3,500 yards. He was 20-6 TD to interception. I'm not telling you they had a great team. PCA's done it for 2 months, and I love him. He's one of my favorite athletes to watch. But he's got to do it for a full season, right?
He does, but you got to give him the chance to do it for a full season. I mean, at the end, maybe he won't be by the end of the season when it comes to October. Maybe he won't. We won't be talking about him being the biggest star in Chicago. But as of right now, and that's all we can talk to is right now, he is the biggest star. He is the talk of the town in Chicago.
I think. See, there's different.
Antonio, thanks, man.
He brings up some really good points because there's different quantifiers for what you determine as success. Caleb had previous success. He won the Heisman Trophy.
He did
in college, and he became the #1 overall pick. So by virtue of that, him coming in made him probably the biggest star in Chicago sports, maybe last year. Right now, though, there's somebody who's showing flash and backing it up with substance and doing it on the field.
Right,
and
for
that's
April,
PCA.
and we're not even to the end of May yet.
Like, Caleb doesn't play for the next couple months, so I think PCA can get himself out to a nice lead.
By the time September, whatever, rolls around, yeah, you're exactly right. Then it could be a totally different argument.
And I understand, like, people bringing up different things that they believe qualifies as stardom. Caleb, has I think he's third in terms of single-season passing production in franchise history, so that's good. He had, like, the third best of a quarterback last year. Still hasn't hit 4,000 yards.
Yep.
If he hits that this year, then I think more people would be willing to immediately
give him the star.
Give him the star on that, but he hasn't done anything yet.
I also
They're
thought
5-12 team last year. How can you say the biggest star in Chicago is from a losing team?
Fair. I also like that Albert Breer told us that Ben Johnson said he's been great. He's been in the building like a constant presence, even though some of it was rookie stuff. that he's been around and that they've been sitting together watching Matthew Stafford tape.
Did you find it interesting he didn't say Jared Goff? Because it's not like Ben Johnson coached Matthew Stafford, but Stafford is a technician. He's, a consummate professional, the model of stability. There's a reason that the Rams wanted him back so badly this year at age 40 or 38, 39. I just thought it was interesting that they talked about the other Detroit quarterback that got traded somewhere else and not the quarterback that Ben Johnson had for 3 seasons where he threw for 4,000 yards.
Correct.
I don't know.
Interesting.
That's me.
Yeah, just the way that he plays, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what they feel like Caleb could turn into.
And playing within structure. To me, when you point to doing that, that's Matthew Stafford, because Caleb has often talked about the guys that he grew up, last couple of years, really coming into his own quarterback of trying to emulate, but also seeing similarities within his game and theirs. Mentions Rodgers. Of course, there's the Patrick Mahomes comparison, but he's got to learn how to play in structure this year.
He does.
There's probably nobody better to watch than Matthew Stafford on how to do that.
We're going to see. 312-332-3776. Again, Jesse Rogers is going to join us. Coming up at 9:18 tonight. So you get the Cubs playing, and you're a sports gal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have on the Cubs on one TV, the White Sox on another TV, and the Knicks game on.
Game 4.
And I think, is there a hockey game tonight, too?
I think Edmonton plays tonight.
Yeah, because Carolina.
So I'll have that on another screen. I got the whole setup in the basement. It's like, my brother was a surgeon. He would buy the best laser to do eye surgery.
You've got the best TV setup.
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed the NBA playoffs?
I have.
I know a lot of people, I don't know, a lot of people don't like watching it. And I don't understand why, because this year has given you drama and theater.
Been
unlike
amazing.
any other postseason I can remember.
And I watched yesterday. My wife is always like, I don't guard anybody. And so she'll be on her
What about
laptop.
Jaden McDaniels?
Right.
Seemed like he was doing that pretty well
And
yesterday.
so she walked in the house last night, and she looks like, wow, somebody getting down in a defensive position. I'm like, hon, that is what the playoffs are all about.
Mhm.
Guys are doing all they can to lock people down.
The interesting thing about the Knicks game tonight, does Tibbs stay with the altered rotation
With
or
Mitchell Robinson?
with Mitchell Robinson in over Josh Hart? Because it worked the other night. I don't know if people are giving him enough credit for that because, yes, it did take Karl Anthony Towns, your $220 million max player, playing the way that he did in the fourth quarter for them to win that game.
Yep.
That move gets overshadowed. Him doubling down and staying with a bad lineup for far too long. That core played for 940 minutes in the regular season. And he finally switched it in game 3 because he had to, because they were in an 0-2 hole. Does he do it again tonight? Because if there's one thing that we crucify him for, which I don't think is fair, it's the whole thing with hot seat and Tom Thibodeau. And I thought that conversation ended after game 6 against the Pistons. Apparently it didn't. Why do we not have that conversation with Chris Finch? Why don't we have that conversation with anybody else that's currently coaching? Is it because Rick Carlisle is a well-established coach who's taken multiple franchises to this stage? He did it last year
Won a
with
title
this
with
group,
Dallas.
won a title with Dallas. Chris Finch took the Wolves to a very uncompetitive Western Conference Finals last year. And obviously Mark Dagnall's new. But we do this with Tibbs so often, and they've already exceeded expectation. They weren't supposed to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. That was supposed to be the Celtics. That was supposed to be the number 1 team in the East.
Correct.
Yet we still do this with him. Like, I don't get it. Is it just because he's so maddening with just how he dies? Like, he dies on every hill possible, whether it's playing players a lot of minutes, almost to the point of a fault, which what happened last year with injuries. Is it that he doubles down with lineup variations that frustrate people? I don't get it. I hope the Knicks win. I think the Pacers are going to win the series, but I hope the Knicks win and keep this thing competitive and it goes 7.
So the CBS Sports Line prognostication, they run every game 10,000 times, and then they tell you, here's the stats. They don't have a bias. They have Indiana winning the game tonight, 112-108.
another close game.
Yeah.
No game has gone, I think, no game has been decided by more than 6 points in that series.
That'll be, if we get a game like that, it means there's drama right to the end. And the game last night was wildly
incredible.
entertaining.
What a gut punch to lose that way.
Oh,
but
man.
you can't turn the ball over as much as Minnesota did. And it is weird that Anthony Edwards, did you guys hear him after the game? Seemed like he was pretty happy with his own performance, despite the fact that his team lost by 2.
He was terrible.
Like, he was not good. On the defensive end, I'll give him credit. But early on, you can't end the first half with taking
2 shots.
2 shots and have 4 points. No way.
No way.
Turn the ball over 13 times in the first
No
half. Come on.
shot. No shot. SGA?
Star.
MVP.
God. He is ridiculous.
About time we got an entertaining game in that series. I'm disappointed with the conference finals in basketball and in hockey because every game has been a blowout. Last night, Carolina blew out Florida, but Florida's got the 3-1 lead in the series. They're probably going to win it. Dallas, every game between Dallas and Edmonton has been a blowout. 6-3 in the first, and then Edmonton blew them out twice en route to a 2-1 lead. Every game up until last night in the Western Conference Finals was a blowout. I was hoping for a little more drama in the conference finals.
You got it in the East.
Yeah, but that's the only series.
I know.
And even then, it's like at the end of game 2, people were writing in the Knicks postmortems.
Yeah, they were.
They were doing it the first 3 quarters of last game.
Yeah, game 2 and game 3, Knicks are done. Albert Breer got retweeted because he said the Knicks are done.
He did. We forgot to give him a hard time, and I even bookmarked it to go, hey, that tweet worked out when you said the Knicks are, bye-bye, Knicks. It's over. They're done. Jesse's coming up in a couple of moments. We have White Sox baseball tonight. We are your home for the Chicago White Sox. 5:30 with Jeff Meller, White Sox and Mets. That'll follow a shortened Waddle and Silvy show, 2:30 to 5:30. We have the Clinton and Friends show at 10 o'clock, and then Carmen and Jurko, 12 until 3, and they'll crosstalk at 2:30 with Waddle and Silvy. And all guests join us on the Yingling Hotline. That's where we'll find Jesse Rogers next.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Let me tell you about our guy, Howard Ankin. He is the single best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois. The dude's won every award. You see him on TV, buses, billboards, trains, and he's a staple here on ESPN 1000. In Chicago, there's hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm that's injury law made personal. Our guy, Howard Ankin, who explains the details of your case and helps you navigate the legal process. You give him a call, he returns your phone call. That means a lot. You're hurt, you need help, and you're looking for answers. Howard Ankin, 312-6million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Our guy, Jesse Rogers, who I was arguing with the other day about Seiya Suzuki and run-scoring big key spots. Oops, 3-run home run to win the ball game on Sunday, Jesse. He joins us on the Yingling hotline. Yingling is...
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Jesse joins us now. What were you thinking when Seiya, a big hit, a big spot? See you later.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe this is the Cubs year because you're right. I have an irrational fear of Seiya in a big moment. I don't think I'm alone, but that fear is being alleviated this year. I mean, him and Pete Crow being 1-2 and runs driven in this season, quite amazing. I mean, everything about this offense is absolutely amazing, averaging 6 runs per game as we reached Memorial Day here yesterday. And do you guys realize this? I mean, no team has averaged 6 per season since 2007. And that was like the A-Rod Jeter Yankees that averaged 6 per game. Nobody has had an offense this good since 2007. And, of course, the question is, can they keep it up?
Jess, I know there was some injury news from the Red Series over the weekend with Miguel Amaya. How long are the Cubs anticipating he's going to be out for?
Yeah, they're going to get the imaging done today, so can't say for sure. But obliques are dangerous in terms of coming back too early. You can really set yourself back. So it's usually about a month injury. Could be worse, could be a little bit sooner. But use a month as kind of your gauge and go from there. So it looks like it's going to be Reese McGuire up here for a while. He had a good start. But they do have some catching depth. Obviously, Moises Ballesteros down in the minors, getting more experience behind the plate. But, yeah, I think it's going to be probably that month range, depending on what the imaging shows today.
Jesse, in terms of looking at the injuries, I remember when Shota went down, everyone's like, even Craig Counsell said it. 2 weeks, he should be right back, a very brief stay. And now it's been pushed somewhere into June. How far away is he?
Yeah, he's quite a bit because he's going to be on the mound again on Wednesday, and it's going to take some time. And then, of course, he'll have to go on a rehab stint. So it's more like weeks, not days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere in that range if everything goes well. So you're looking at mid to late June there. You're looking at maybe, late June or mid to late June for Amaya. They've got some injuries that have piled up. Javier Assad is throwing again. He's been on the 60-day IL. But they're surviving without those guys, and then you got to look at the benefit when they do come back. Less work on Shota's arm, right? And they're still in first place, hopefully, when he comes back. And so you you find the silver lining. But yeah, they've struggled a little bit in the rotation without Steele and without Imanaga here, but their offense has picked up the slack.
Yeah, PCA a big part of that. And Cap and I have had the conversation throughout the morning just about what this means for his future here. And of course, there was a report earlier in the spring that he turned down $70 million, and probably a smart strategy if true, based on the production he's put together these first 2 months of the last 2 months. What is what's the long-term outcome here? Like the best case scenario for the Cubs, as we've talked about trying to get multiple deals done, and whether this franchise is going to want to spend what it would take to keep Kyle Tucker around and potentially a Pete Crow Armstrong long-term deal. Like, how do the finances work to do both?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they can do both if they want to do both, right? There's plenty of money there. Obviously, it would blow up a budget, so to speak, to sign Kyle Tucker. You'd have to, if the Cubs and Tom Ricketts, you'd have to sort of adjust your thinking about your budget over time here. If you do sign Kyle Tucker, it would take them to another stratosphere in a lot of ways. Kyle Tucker is a different story. He's a free agent in a few months. He just got here. I think he's going to free agency. Cap and I have a large bet on this on Friday. Maybe he goes to free agency and signs back. I just don't know if he's going to sign before he gets there. I think he's a separate category. Pete Crow Armstrong's at the beginning of his career. He's been a Cub for a few years. There's a lot of love between his side and the Cubs, and I think that's a deal that can be done, Courtney. And there's precedent. There's plenty of precedent. Bobby Witt, 7 years, $148 million. Jackson Merrill, more recently, $130 million. The 75 they offered is, let's see if we can get a quick hit right now, and then we'll get tons of value for that. Fortunately for Pete, he turned it down, and now you got to jump it back up into the Bobby Witt, Corbin Carroll, Jackson Merrill range, and maybe even higher if he actually finishes near the top in MVP voting, Courtney. So there's a chance that it happens at a big amount over the next 12 months or sooner. And there's plenty of precedent for it to happen. And I think it will happen. I do think they'll sign PC up. I'm less sure of that with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I think they get both guys done. I do. Because in my world, if both guys are legit top 5 MVP guys throughout the season, if you can't sign both guys, then you shouldn't own the team. Now, again, if you tell me they offer Kyle Tucker 10 years at $485 million and he signs for $485 million with the Dodgers, well, then he just didn't want to be here. Yeah. I can understand that. Then you go sign somebody else. But if they say, yeah, it got too rich for our blood and we can't afford $485 million or whatever the number ends up being, then you shouldn't own a team. If you can't, in this market, this isn't Pittsburgh, this isn't Tampa, this isn't KC, you should be able to sign whoever the hell you want.
Yeah, and what's wrong with keeping 2 stars in town? I agree with you. But I will say this. If they sign Tucker, it's not like they have to do both in the next 12 months. There's plenty of time with Pete Crow. Now, the price might keep going up, but you could potentially just deal with Tucker first, and a year and a half from now, or 2 years from now even, go to Pete Crow and say, okay, you're starting to approach free agency even a couple of years out. Let's do it. So there's no big rush with Pete Crow Armstrong other than to say the price might keep going up if he plays like this. With Tucker, there's absolutely some urgency to do it, obviously, before he hits November, where the Phillies, the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, everybody might be involved. Not so much the Mets, but those other teams.
So Jamison Tyone yesterday helping the Cubs get out to their first win in this series over the Rockies, and it didn't feel like he had to get himself out of many jams yesterday. I know they're the worst team in baseball, but is there a takeaway for you based on what you saw on Memorial Day?
Absolutely. Cap and I both, in recent reports with me, we've both been critical of Ty. Remember that, Cap, a couple weeks ago? But what I saw yesterday was learning and understanding and developing. There's a guy that fills up the strike zone. That means there's going to be a lot of swings and a lot of hard hit contact because he doesn't have, necessarily 100-mile-an-hour stuff. He leads the league in home runs given up. More home runs given up than walks, one of 2 pitchers. There's some good in that, and there's some bad in that, obviously. But if he just gives up a solo shot like he did yesterday, that's fine. You're going to win a lot of games. In past games, he's given up 3 homers. But what he did yesterday, Courtney, is He was very careful with the best hitter in the Rockies lineup. Against Kyle Stowers, the only good hitter in the Miami Marlins lineup, all he did was throw strikes, and Stowers hit 2 of them out. Yesterday's first inning, Ezequiel Tovar is the best hitter in that lineup. He starts him out with a ball, then goes strike, then goes ball, then goes strike, and then goes out of the zone for a strikeout. He threw 1 strike to Tovar in the first inning. That's not what he normally does, but he recognized the danger and didn't challenge him as much as he normally does. And again, it's the opposite of what you think. You'll usually want your guy to challenge hitters. In his case, he shouldn't always be challenging them, especially with 2 strikes. I like that first inning at bat against Tovar, and he kept it up throughout the game.
If I asked you a question, who's hitting better in men in scoring position, Seiya or Pete Crow Armstrong, how would you answer that?
I think it's very close. Last time I looked, Pete Crow was 345 with men in scoring position. I don't know what Seiya is. I think Seiya is probably better.
Pete Crow is 361 now.
Okay, now he's up to 361. Seiya is maybe 345. Maybe it's him. I don't know. You tell me.
Both guys are 22 of 61. Identical.
And that's why they're 1-2 in ribbies. Yeah,
and then in OPS
amazing.
With men in scoring position, Pete Crow is 1163. Seiya is 1165.
So let me pull back a little bit on this and say that I do think some regression is coming in Pete Crow, and I'm only using numbers because my eyes tell me he's going to keep this up, but the numbers say he may not. He hasn't taken a walk in 12 games. He has 9 walks on the season. He has hit some bad balls for hits. His chase percentage is 43%. For comparison, Nico's chase percentage is 33%. He's chasing 10% more. Now, if he's just going to hit bad balls, meaning, pitcher's pitches for hits all season, great. But normally that doesn't continue. 9 walks, hasn't had one in 12 games. Usually the opposition is going to take advantage of that. I'm really interested to see if they do. And if Pete Crow Armstrong just keeps hitting everything for hits, if he does, then he's going to be one of those best players in the game. But there could be some regression coming.
Jesse, elsewhere, we saw, I think it was Sunday, that Shohei threw live batting practice for the first time in 2 years. Didn't throw a lot. It was like 22-some pitches. But to see that he was getting, throwing a fastball between 94 and 95 miles an hour, I think he topped out at 97. What does this mean? Like, how soon? Because I know that there has to be a ramp-up period, but if there's any team that needs starting pitching help, it's the Dodgers right now. Like, is this a 6-week thing? Is it longer than that? Where do you think he's at in his rehab right now?
Yeah, that's a good number because that's basically post-All-Star break, and I think that's what they're shooting for. I think they're looking, basically you'd call it the stretch run, right? The second half, August on, somewhere around there. And I think you're right. They need him, but they're not going to rush him. If the season ended today, by the way, the Cubs would win the tiebreaker against the Dodgers and would have the bye in the first round. The Dodgers would actually have to host a wild card series. Now, we have a long way to go, and the Cubs are in a great spot because they're in the right division to continue that. But the Dodgers are no sure thing to get that bye, and they do need Shohei, but I don't think they're going to rush it. I don't think it's before the All-Star break. But after the All-Star break, Courtney, I think he's in line to return.
Before we let you go, we're turning towards June. There has got to be trade discussions going on, at least to add a bullpen arm, but I think they need more of a starting stabilizer. I'm not telling you you're going to go out and get, Paul Skeens, but is there discussion going on, and could we be getting closer, or we're still more than a month away?
No, there's discussion going on, and I do believe Memorial Day is kind of the moment where teams really start to ramp up at least the scouting and then the conversations as well. Like you split the seasons into thirds. With the first third, okay, who are we exactly? The second third is what do we need if we are in contention, or who can we sell if we're out of contention?
Kevin Gossman, that's the guy.
The Blue Jays may stay in it. The thing about the American League is everyone's nearly in the wild card race because it's not the great league that it has been in the past. Look at 29 and 24 right now in the American League. You're in the wild card. 28 and 25, the Astros are the third wild card. So So that's the problem with the AL. I talked to an AL GM last week. I think I mentioned this Friday to you, Cap.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's going to be a seller's market. Already he knows that, which means Marlins, Rockies, White Sox, Orioles probably at this point. He's not sure about anyone else. So Sandy Alcantara, maybe the one, all the White Sox guys are young guys, so probably not any of those starters. I'm not sure you want any Orioles starters. So the starting market might be thin. Now, 2 months from now, maybe things separate themselves a little bit and more guys are available, Cap. But the second third of the season is all about that. There's no doubt Jed is scouring the market, Carter Hawkins as well. And they are going to, I think you're right. I think they would make a move as soon as they can. I think somebody's going to jump the market and make a big offer for Sandy Alcantara if he's looking good. And we might see an earlier than usual trade, but we've got 2 months to go.
Have a great rest of your day, Jesse.
All right. I'll try to bring home a win for you, Cap.
By the way, keep the name Felix Bautista on your radar.
I like that name. Yeah, that's highly sought after because that team is absolutely out of the race.
Closer, and I watched him throw yesterday. He was unhittable against the Cardinals.
Yeah, let me just say this. Palencia's been looking good.
Yep.
Other guys might get a chance, but I think you're going the direction I'm going. Hector Rondon was a fine closer in 2016. They went out and got Chapman. Palencia has much less experience than even Rondon. So almost no matter what he does, I would still go out and get a closer unless he's just unbelievable for the next 2 months. But this is the guy that's getting a chance. He looked good in the ninth inning last night.
Have a great day.
Okay, you too. See you, Courtney.
See ya.
Thanks, Jess.
There he is, Jesse Rogers. He is our baseball insider on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
All right, we will get back into some football conversation with Courtney. There was some interesting stuff. Grady Jarrett spoke last week. Joe Tooney spoke last week. I want to get your thoughts on the leadership change, not the coach, in the room. It's all coming up next.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yuengling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yuengling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
The Peace Lily is so last year.
Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Courtney's in for Hoodie, who's back tomorrow. Cubs are 12 games over 500. White Sox look more professional. The record isn't where you want it to be, obviously. But it looks like the way the Rockies are going, and again, I don't think the Rockies are going to have this amazing renaissance. We'll see. They should blow away the White Sox record. Isn't that crazy?
It is. I remember when I last looked, probably a month or two, or about a month ago, when they had 6 wins. Where are they at now? I don't even know.
Colorado Rockies
9 and 45.
9 and 45.
Did the White Sox have 9 wins by the end of May last year?
Oh, they were at 14 by this point. Yeah,
the White Sox are 17 and 37 right now.
The Rockies are so far behind the 2024 White Sox pace, it's almost not funny. I'll pull up some numbers, and I'll get back to you in just a couple minutes. But it's like what the Rockies are doing is genuinely impossible. I believed what the Cubs or what the White Sox did last year was impossible. Mm-hmm. The Rockies are putting it to shame.
They might get the 24-game losing streak. Shea had the road to 24. How many times last year?
3. I think it was 3 losing streaks of 12 or more last season.
And he would open up the road to 24 for the longest. 23 is the longest of all time?
Yeah, modern history, yeah.
Who has that?
I think it was the Phillies in the 1960s or something like that.
Shea would come in and like a child on Christmas morning. The road to 24 is open. We're going to start with that today.
What was the furthest they made it last year? 21? I think 21 was their longest losing streak.
The Sox?
Yeah.
Did they get to 21?
Jay Moore's saying 22.
Oh,
got to 20 for sure.
That is just unbelievable.
Man. I think I remember making a tweet that their losing streak reached legal drinking age.
But you know what? When you really look at baseball teams and you think of how long the season is, we haven't even reached June. And we're giddy about the Cubs. They've got to play June, July, August, September just to get to October baseball. You know how hard it is to stay healthy like that?
So through 45 games, the Colorado Rockies are 9 and 45. They have a minus 173 run differential. They've scored 173 runs. They've allowed 346. Through 55 games last year, the White Sox were 15 and 39 with a 116 run differential. They were a playoff team by comparison.
Isn't it funny, too, how quickly Bud Black found work again? Like, after getting fired.
It's not his fault.
I know, but I just find that so interesting. Yeah. Like, you're a part of something that's going to be historic. It's on pace to be worse than the last worst team in Major League Baseball history. Like,
I told Hoodie preseason, remember, Cap, when we were talking about this, because he was like, the White Sox will be the worst team in baseball again. I told him, There is zero redeemable things on the Colorado Rockies roster, and they don't have a prospect that swings a bat that anybody cares about. There's nothing good on that roster. This is the worst baseball team I've ever seen.
So wait, where is Bud Black now?
Isn't he with Baltimore, yeah? He's get hired in Baltimore?
As what?
I don't know. I know he quickly found work, though. Let me see.
I mean,
one thing I can tell you as a White Sox fan, though, it feels good not to be the worst team in the league for a chance.
Right, to get that record.
Yeah, it feels good. It's a good point in the right direction.
Right, to not be a punchline.
And how they played yesterday was great. You know, even though they lost, they still held the Mets to 2 points. Not bad.
They did. 2-1 loss. Walk-off, albeit, but starting pitching was outstanding yesterday with Adrian Hauser. I was asking you, I teased it at the break, that I wanted to ask you about what Albert Breer said to us, that Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson have been sitting regularly in the office studying Matthew Stafford. Does that surprise you?
No, because Stafford is a technician, and he is a consummate professional. He's won a Super Bowl. He's been around a long time. He's battled injuries, done all the things that you need to do as a pro to have a very lengthy career. It's just interesting because wouldn't you think he'd be watching more Jared Goff film? Because, you know, he just coached him for 3 years.
But they're not the same type of player.
They are not. They are not. But I wouldn't say Caleb's more Matthew Stafford than he is a Jared Goff, would you?
No, I would say Caleb is more Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
You know, that kind of shifty.
I think it has a lot to do with the big objective for him this year, which is to play within structure. Like, not bailing out or, you know, learning when to bail on plays versus when to not, learning when to throw the ball away instead of making the hero play, learning when to take the check down even if it isn't the sexiest option. It doesn't feel like it's getting you very far. I think there's a mindset shift that Ben's, you know, I'm curious to see what Albert reported out of that, but I think that that's a good indicator of what the offseason looks like as far as what the expectation for Caleb's going to be in this offense and how they want him to operate within more of the confines of the offense and not trying to go always color outside of the lines. Not taking away what makes him great by any means.
Fair. It's interesting. I wondered who was always guiding Caleb. Like, I feel so much better that it's a guy like Ben Johnson who is bringing Caleb in and going, all right, dude, we're going to tear this thing all the way down. This can't happen. This is what I want you to, like, when he was sitting there on Hard Knocks talking to Eberflus, it never engendered great confidence in me.
It didn't feel like their relationship was anything more than a surface-level head coach and player, right?
Correct. Surface-level head coach and player.
The one thing that's interesting.
Get you two guys sitting in the office together. That's what I felt.
The one thing I thought that was interesting about Hard Knocks is that there was a scene. Again, this is what I know that a lot of Bears fans don't want to talk about the book anymore, don't think it's a story, don't think that there's anything there other than last year. But there were scenes in training camp when the quarterbacks are all in a room together watching film. What was Shane teaching you? What do you not know about how to do it and the way that Ben Johnson wants you to do it? I don't know the answer to it.
But who was the quarterback that came out last week, not on the Bears, a veteran quarterback who said, I had to learn how to watch film.
Kurt Warner?
That's who it was,
Yeah.
Waddle and Silvy.
Yeah. I think that there's differences to it. Obviously, he knew how to do it somewhat because he won a Heisman Trophy. It's not like he was just doing that off vibes and talent. You know, I just want to know, what is Ben teaching you to do? What does he want you to see? What do his eyes see that your eyes don't at this point? Obviously, it's going to be defensive coverages and being able to read defenses at a higher, more proficient level now that you're 23 years old, soon to be 24, now that you're a veteran quarterback for all intents and purposes because you've already got a season out of the way. I just want to know what's different. And if he's watching Matthew Stafford film, what do you see from Matthew Stafford's game that you think is most
Those are
applicable?
great questions.
Yeah.
But did Shane Waldron not watch tape with you? I don't care.
No, I mean, that's older news. But I want to know what he spins this into because he's never shied away from anything. Anytime he's gotten to the podium, he's been very honest, and I think he's done a very good job with that. I just want to know, how are you seeing things differently now? How are you feeling a rush differently now? Or what tools are you being taught that will help you do those things so you can be a better quarterback, a more efficient quarterback, a more accurate quarterback? Because I think the accuracy part there is
got to be better.
Yeah.
Here's Albert Breer with Courtney earlier when we asked him about the Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams dynamic watching film.
By the way, I have something going up on the site today. Like he and Ben are off to a really good start. I think the idea that you could kind of explain this once and for all and then just kind of move on with the Ben Johnson era, I think would make some sense. It's sort of some of the things that they've been working on, some of the things on, and to me, like the most interesting part about it, Cap, was like there's some like big picture leadership stuff, like how you carry yourself as a franchise quarterback that I think will resonate with some people. They watched a lot of Detroit tape, obviously, to get him ready to play in Ben's offense. They watched a lot of Matthew Stafford tape to work on to help him work mechanically. So there's like a lot of like little details that they've been kind of honing in on, ahead of actually being able to go out there and practice football, which obviously starts with OTAs.
So he did see some golf stuff when they're watching
Detroit film.
But that they specifically, I want you to watch Matthew Stafford, how he operates an offense.
I want to know what Caleb takes from his game and what he feels he can apply this season, like right away. Is there something you're seeing? We talked with Ben last week just about the change in footwork. I feel like this has kind of been the storyline for a lot of quarterbacks the last couple of years. What foot are you dropping back with? What are we seeing that – how are we seeing a quarterback get in his stance here during OTAs? To hear from Caleb about the mechanical things that Breer mentioned, they're trying to change in his game, how much is too much? How much is not enough? Like how much are they asking him to do with that? Because I don't think Ben really ever presented that there were wholesale changes within Caleb's game that needed to be changed.
Correct. He did say, though, we'll break him down and then we'll build him back up.
Yeah, said that about the whole offense, too.
Correct. All right, we have the Kap and J Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse cut of the day and more from me and Courtney coming up next.
Kap, J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
March wasn't the biggest month ever for sports gambling in Illinois, but the madness helped it get close. Illinois bettors wagered $1.49 billion on sports for the month, according to new data from the Illinois Gaming Board. That came up just shy of the single-month record set in November at $1.53 billion, though it was up 35% from the same period last year, and it was the 7th consecutive month that the betting handle reached 10 figures. It was also a better-than-usual month for bettors winning money, thanks to all one seeds advancing to the men's NCAA Final Four. Despite more bets, sportsbooks statewide saw their March revenue decrease year over year by 4.5%. DraftKings remained the top betting site in Illinois, followed by FanDuel in a close second, and a big gap to Fanatics Sportsbook in third. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
All right, time for the Kap and J Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse Cut of the Day. It's the best restaurant in town. You've got to try it. It is on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Jay Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut. Kap and I were discussing earlier the athletes that would be included on the last table list. Angel Reese, no question, has the star power. She's not playing great basketball right now.
How many seats are at that table?
This is the last seat. There's only one, apparently,
there's one
according
seat?
to Kap.
No, I said it's the last table.
Right, but how many seats are at that table?
They're coming with their family, with their party. They're not bringing those other athletes with them.
So I try to get them all at the table.
That's it.
They're all just...
Excuse me, Mrs. Rizzo, you're going to have to go down the street. Anthony, you can sit down. You're Anthony and Caleb and PCA and Angel Reed. Yeah.
You're getting kicked out, Kap. We've set up a two-top in the alley. Yeah. David, would you come with us, please?
Flom and I may be super tight. Kap, can you do me a favor? Could you eat in the kitchen tonight? Sure.
And that's all, folks.
That is the Kap and J Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Cut of the day. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. When the weather warms up, sit on the patio. Thank me later. It's amazing. You ever sat on the patio?
I have not. I've only sat inside because I went in April years ago.
Sit on the patio.
Well, if it would warm up a little bit. Shay, is this patio weather for you?
A little chilly for patio.
Okay.
Open windows indoors, maybe.
It's too chilly for open windows.
You're just soft.
I'm not soft.
Old-ass generation, bunch of softies, Courtney. This soft-ass old man can't sit outside in 65-degree weather. That's what I'm hearing.
I didn't say that. I said to choose to go sit out dining in 65-degree weather.
Would you do it with heaters? Do they have heaters?
They have heaters.
Okay.
Like at 70, I want the heater.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Like I think Sylvie and I align most. We both like the same teams. We were Cubs fans and Bears, but I think he and I are most in lockstep on the perfect temperature. For me, it's like 87 to 94.
It's a little warm.
Warm?
Give me 83 degrees. No humidity.
Yeah, give me like a perfect 92, sunny and blue skies. I'm a happy guy, man. My wife thinks 97.
We'll send you straight to Arizona.
My wife thinks 97 is her sweet spot.
You are lucky you found her because I feel like most people would be saying the opposite of that.
Right. Yeah. Shay's a hoodie guy. He likes, I don't mean Jonathan hoodie. He likes wearing a hoodie.
Indeed, yeah.
Anyway. All right, Hoodie's back tomorrow. Courtney, you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
You'll be on ESPN National Radio tonight.
Tonight, after the game.
She's a worker, man. That's what she does. That's why you're a superstar. For Jay Moore, for Shay, for Courtney, I'm Cap. Take that from Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN. Back from a holiday. Devin's in the building. Mr. James Steele is in the building. Show behind the show. He has a new nickname that we're not going to reveal on this air, but let's just say it was fun to communicate with the fellas over the weekend. And yesterday, I was watching Cornell take on Maryland in the national championship of the men's lacrosse final. And, I brought it up, and Devin revealed something about his past that I did not know anything about. Now, just quickly, those of you who know me know I'm from the D.C. area, so lacrosse is obviously a big deal, sort of where I'm from. I didn't play organized growing up, but I had a lot of friends that did. And so the sport is not unfamiliar to me. The culture is certainly not unfamiliar to me, and I like lacrosse. I love lacrosse to a certain level. I honestly wish I'd played more lacrosse growing up, but that's another story. One of the great guys I ever got to play baseball with, some of you know the story of him, George Boyardi, who is still honored at Cornell, who passed on the field, who was the captain of that team I played baseball with growing up. So lacrosse has always had a very close place to my heart, but not all of us have had the same experience with it, Devin. How did this go for you, and did you watch any of the game yesterday?
I did catch a little bit of the game.
Yeah.
In high school, I never played lacrosse growing up. I was always kind of a basketball, baseball, soccer guy.
Mm-hmm.
And in high school, I was approached to play for the school's lacrosse team. I was recruited.
Sure.
And I went to a private high school,
right.
And there was a tuition. And I was offered $1,000 off the tuition to play lacrosse.
Did you have to negotiate that, or how did that, not to get too far into your kitchen, but how does that go about an in-school recruiting? And was your team any good?
The team was good. I think if they had it back, they probably would try to recruit someone else, honestly. And as far as the negotiating, I think that was left to my parents. I kind of was just
solid.
That was out of my hands. I was a FOGO, which means I was a face-off guy only.
Okay.
So I would get out there, try to win the face-off, and then I would run off the field immediately because I was a liability. And if I did lose the face-off, I'd stay on the field, which was the detriment to the entire team and myself. Right. So I was telling you guys, again, I didn't really play lacrosse growing up, so I was kind of unfamiliar with the machinations and how everything worked. I remember the first game, I kind of was in the crease right in front of the goalie. I got the ball, and I absolutely got demolished. Legs in the air. I was winded, wind knocked out of me. I had no idea that they could hit like that.
Yeah.
And so, it was a rude awakening. I played one single season, and then the rest is history.
So you made it through the year. You didn't zonk out.
I made it through the year. Still have my stick. I'll twirl it from time to time. Just remember the good old days.
Right, the good old days of you laying on your butt when you lost a face-off.
Yeah, we don't remember that time.
That's funny. Yeah, but the Final Four. Championship round was this weekend, and Cornell closed it out over the Terps. So that was fun to watch. But lacrosse, great game, underrated. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and can save you money. Visit progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so yesterday, waited around all day to watch Timberwolves Thunder. And the Thunder beat the T-Wolves 128-126. They take a 3-1 lead in the Western Conference Finals. And I got to admit, not only was I wrong about the Timberwolves in terms of what I thought they could reach from a ceiling standpoint, I'm very disappointed in what the product that team is putting out on the court is. There seems to be enough talent there to actually have a squad that can compete. But for whatever reason, they just can't seem to be consistent on any level. And for the first time yesterday, it genuinely bothered me. I'm sitting there watching that game. And that crowd in Minnesota, it just feels like at every second they're waiting for a moment to explode. And if it's not one thing, it's another with Chris Finch's squad. Whether it's giving up an offensive rebound to Oklahoma City, whether it's a casual turnover, I don't know, in the backcourt before he can get a shot off, whether it's just not having the awareness to keep some kind of offensive continuity, the Timberwolves have been a massive disappointment. I understand they're a 6 seed. I understand that Oklahoma City is arguably the best 1 seed we've seen on either side of the NBA in, let's just say, 5 seasons. But if I'm a Timberwolves fan, and these past 3 years of this squad claiming they're this or claiming they're that or thinking they're going to get to a certain point, and you come off a 30-point blowout at home, and that's the performance you put up, man, I don't like it. It is trending badly, in my opinion, and I don't just mean this particular series. Jalen Williams for the Thunder had 34 points, 6 of 9 from three-point range. Chet Holmgren had 21-7 and 3 blocks, and you would have thought Chet Holmgren was George Mikan out there. It seemed like he could control everything in the paint. His casual rim protecting was vital. And the only reason the game was close is because Minnesota's bench actually happened to contribute. Nickeil Alexander-Walker had 23, and Dante DiVincenzo had 21, shooting 5 of 8 from deep. Like, what's going on with the Wolves? And why can't they put it together? And I think a lot of this, I hate to say this, but it has to do with Ant-Man. And I don't just mean in performance. I mean, there's something about the tone of his accountability regarding what he has to do to get the rest of his team involved that isn't cutting it for me. In fact, like, not at all. Let's hear what his head coach, Chris Finch, had to say about Edwards' performance.
You know, I thought second half was more aggressive. He got downhill. We got him off the ball a little bit more. When he got to the paint, I thought he found some people, made the right plays. You know, I think first half he lagged behind a little bit too much. You know, he needed to get out in front so we could stretch the floor and screen for him a bit. But second half was much better.
Now, when we talked to Tom Crean a couple weeks ago, Ant's college head coach, and I've repeated this a couple times on this program, he said the difference between Ant now versus Ant then is that he's going for winning, not performance. The problem is that those two things at this stage of the playoffs are not mutually exclusive. And there's something that's not clicking about being the star and therefore being somewhat responsible for the stardom versus just defaulting to whatever you want to do. Let's hear what Anthony Edwards had to say about what he thought the Thunder did differently against him.
Did they do anything different to you to keep the scoring up?
Yeah, it seemed like they went back to how they was playing game 1 and 2, just in the gap, super heavy. No matter what, my guys was making shots, they still was in the gap.
Now, he's gotten fined in 2 straight series for different things, one for cussing at a fan. But it doesn't seem that that energy is reserved for when he says he's going to do something and plans to do it. That's my actual issue. All of this other stuff makes sense. But I could use a little bit more from Ant of, I'm going to go out and do this, and then at the very least, ostensibly make it happen. What was it, a 0-point fourth quarter, Devin, the other night?
I believe that's correct. I have to look that up.
And then you're watching the game yesterday, and his aggressiveness in the second half just feels, I don't know, feels forced, but also feels reticent at the same time. It doesn't feel that it's a natural part of his game to go into takeover mode when there's actually an important game on the line. That's an issue for me if I'm a Wolves fan. It's also tough to watch as a Hoops fan in general. And Tim Legler might agree with me. Let's hear his thoughts.
I do think certain times in the first half, I do think he lacked the aggressiveness. But as the game wore on, I started to see why. I think he was really fatigued. And the reason, Scott, is because the number of different elite on-ball defenders that Oklahoma City can hand him off to on any given possession. Forget about the course of the game. You're talking about possessions where he's starting with Case and Wallace on him, elite. A switch happens. Now Jalen Williams has him, who's an all-league caliber defender. Oh, you don't like that? How about another switch later in the possession where Lou Dort ends up on him, or Alex Caruso? And by the way, if you finally do get some daylight and you get to the rim, Chet Holmgren's waiting for you back there. I think it was mentally and physically exhausting for Anthony Edwards to go up against that caliber of defender literally every second of the game.
While I don't disagree with him, the best thing that can happen for Anthony Edwards right now is that the Thunder go on to win the championship and blow everybody out. So it doesn't just look like he folded. And I'm not saying that he doesn't want it. It's just, it is very frustrating to see that. It's very frustrating to see a team turn the ball over that often, to see a team let balls that a shooter shot hit the ground as rebounds in the fourth quarter and have that shooter get their own offensive rebound. That kind of stuff can't happen. But it happened consistently yesterday for the Timberwolves, and they still managed to be in the game. That could have been a 30-point blowout on the other side. Now, that was frustrating enough. And on top of that, we had that situation that happened at the end of the game, which is something that is a larger issue for a lot of NBA fans, which is the idea that we almost never see final shots at the buzzer to contest, for games to be ended on. Like never. It's almost always free throws because somebody fouls intentionally. Let me read this here. Intentional fouling in the final moments of a close game, particularly when a team leads by 3 points, is a strategic move to force the trailing team to shoot free throws, typically 2, instead of attempting the three-pointer to tie the game. The tactic aims to maintain the lead while running down the clock. However, it often feels anticlimactic for fans, replacing high-stakes, high-energy plays with a series of stoppages and free throw attempts. Meaning, at the end of games now, we've just got guys walking back and forth up and down the court, disputes over how many tenths of seconds are on clocks, as opposed to straight-up defense and potential clutch shots. Now, while I don't have an issue with the way it happens game to game, it can get annoying. But when you add up the fact that Minnesota just doesn't seem to be able to get out of second gear, and the games are ending with this weird procedural nonsense, yesterday was a bad game. Yesterday was a bad NBA playoff basketball game as far as I'm concerned. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Minnesota, I don't want to throw the frauds thing out there because they are only the 6th seed. They did upset the Lakers. We were there. And they did beat a hobbled Warriors team. But it just feels that in the moment while you're watching, you can see them. And you're like, my goodness, is anybody going to do anything? And the crowd is right on the precipice of exploding at every single point. And then, oh, guess what? Turnover. Oh, guess what? Offensive rebound yet again. Minnesota let me down, man. And I don't even care about that team per se. As a neutral. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I want to know what you thought about that game last night. We had sort of written off the Timberwolves already, so that's not exactly a huge change in mindset. But to go from a 30-point blowout to playing like that, dog, get it together. Chris Finch, get your boys, man. As some might say, get off the sticks. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony Edwards has really struggled this series. I don't know that my opinion of his basketball skills have changed. All that face of the league stuff probably is definitely on hold for a little bit. But the Wolves ain't got it, Jack. They're going to have to win 3 games to come back and win this series. That seems like a miracle at this point. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let me know what you think of the Western Conference Finals so far. All right? That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. The NFL schedule is dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats It's time to snap up your tickets now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder why they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN, so don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
SGA and OKC. Okay, Larry, lot of letters. One win away from the NBA Finals.
Caitlin Clark is hurt. We have the answers for how long she's out for the Fever.
A historical race happening yesterday as well, featuring Chassé.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people. But anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Kap and Jay Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I like it, yeah. Let's do it like just that. Like that, baby. That's how I do it. Word up, you know? I rose dolo from state to state. Ha-ha. Word up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to link up with those getting it like I get it. That's all.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Tuesday. Coming off Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals between the Oklahoma City Thunder, who were hosted by the Minnesota Timberwolves, but they beat them 128-126. Just a wholly disappointing game on a lot of levels for me yesterday. The Timberwolves, I just can't seem to get out of their own way. And for a 6 seed, that's pretty good. The 6 seed is a bit of a misnomer because of how solid the Western Conference was this season, even with the Thunder being so obviously better than everybody else. I don't know. Uninspiring basketball from the Minnesota Timberwolves in crunch time. And crunch time is not always only the end of the game, kiddos. Understand that. There's a lot of different situations where, depending on what, the rhythm of the night is, for lack of a better term, crunch time can change. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The other topic here at hand, of course, is what happens at the end of ball games. The idea that if you're up 3, you take the ability of the other team to even get a chance at a shot out by putting them on the free throw line, and this effectively ends up trading free throws for the last, 45 seconds of a game every time, if not more. Very deflating end to ball games. Extremely annoying for people who consider themselves ball knowers. You get a lot of people online talking about you just can't do that. The old I wouldn't do that, Devin, if it were my team. I love that rationale. If you were a head coach in the NBA, you wouldn't do that. Well, you're not a head coach in the NBA. There's that. And number 2, if you were a head coach in the NBA, you'd probably do every single thing you think you can to solidify a win,
100%. To me, it's this, and it's also what we've been seeing with Mitchell Robinson in that series, where they're the hack-a-Mitch, right? Yeah. You send him a line that just absolutely stops any momentum you have. It's a great strategy, but it's an awful viewing product. And I get it. Like, listen, if you're allowed to do it, you do it. I mean, unless they change it, why wouldn't you do it? It's a great strategy.
And there's nothing much you can change. It's a difficult scenario. Oh, drop a pencil. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Steve in North Carolina, welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
Pretty good, bro.
Hey, listen. I'm sick of corporate America destroying the country, destroying sports now, which is something I love. And I watch all sports, from hockey, basketball, golf, everything, you name it. Mm-hmm. The rules are starting to get too convoluted. They're getting to the point where they don't like the outcome, or they don't like the fact that nobody's excited about it. They change a rule here and there. And then this just what you were just saying about the little, fouling before they get there. Don't let it get that close. First of all, these rules shouldn't be in, like the catch-up of football. Nobody knows what the catch-up, you got to make a football move. You got to come down with possession of the ball. Well, yeah, you can go right up to the goal line, reach the ball across the line, and somebody knock you down and boom, it doesn't matter. You broke the plane. I mean, what is going on? Forget the rules. Other than the safety part, I agree with the safety stuff. Other than that, stop with trying to chase the money. Money is what's destroying it, because they're trying to make it exciting when there's no need to do it. Just let people play within the framework that we got. Stop adding rules. We don't need no more rules other than the safety parts.
Thanks for the phone call. That was a journey, Devin. We went a long way. We went from the NBA to the goal line to what was that last part he was talking about?
I think he doesn't mind changing rules that encourage safety in sports.
Gotcha. That's fair.
Just don't add new rules. We don't need new rules, just safety rules.
Safety rules. Okay. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. TJ, where in Los Angeles are you?
CY, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're on the air.
Man, I'm South Bay. Good morning, CY. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, brother. Go ahead.
So I called in last week, and we were talking about the matchups. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you remember, but I said this is the first time in the playoffs that this year that we've seen the Wolves actually get challenged by somebody that is their age, their size, and that can run with them. You look at the matchups, man. Shea is actually height-wise bigger than Ant. So we're switching. Ant is 6'4". Shea is 6'6". If we're switching, we can contain that. As you seen last night, even Alex Caruso, that 6'4", 6'5" pocket, and they were able to defend with long arms. You know, they were able to give them a lot of difficulties. If we look at it, Wolves only beat the Lakers and the Warriors because of their height. Now, it's not taking no discredit from them, CY, at all. They're a good team. But if we look at it versus these kids that are their age, their size, and that can run, and they're playing 11 deep, I mean, Jalen Williams is the third center, and he is literally getting in just for rebounds, but he's getting playing time. You get what I'm saying? He's getting playing time. So I think if we look at it, I personally think that matchup-wise, we would probably have to, wait for tonight. But I think that Indiana probably can go a little deeper on their bench and could compete with OKC a little bit better than the Wolves, man. So that's all I want to say, CY. Thank you, brother.
No problem. I get that. The matchups specifically are not what I'm talking about, though, regarding what I saw yesterday. It just felt like Minnesota and the Timberwolves, not Minnesota, because their crowd was ready, didn't understand that, these plays, you need every single one of them to get back in this game. Of course the matchups are difficult. I say it all the time. That's why you play the games, though. You know how there's some people in the world that never want to take risks or never want to actually, put themselves out there because they don't want to end up being the ones that are blamed for whatever's happening, even in the smallest of social situations? That's the energy I'm getting from the Wolves right now. Ant talking about, well, I didn't feel like I struggled when he went 5 for 13 and said, I feel like I made all the right plays. Bro, at some point, you got to take a risk because you're the guy. That goes for some of these other guys, too. It just doesn't feel like they're willing to lay it all out on the line because they just don't want to be seen as obviously getting beat in one way or the other. I don't like it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, South Dakota, what's up, dude?
Hey, CY, I think you nailed it there. First, I just wanted to say we had NIL Devin Kane, the Fogo at $1,000. That's a steal of a deal.
It's a bargain. Yeah.
Were you basically was he like a goon? Is that what I'm hearing? He's like the lacrosse goon? Just beat people up or end up on your back stuff? Yeah, that's cool. I've heard more respect with Devin Kane every story he shares. I think you're nailing it, CY, and I'm 100% with you. All we're asking is, Ant, be the guy that's checking LeBron at half court, talking trash to KD. Bring that kind of swagger, energy, confidence to this kind of game. Go down swinging, even if they lose, which inevitably they're going to. Joker only got 9 shots against OKC against Game 7, so I think Legs has a point on the fatigue part. He only goes for 13 shots. But what we want with this dude is go down fighting, the guy who we shall not mention did early in his career when he was getting beat. He would at least go down fighting, swinging. That's the component that I think we're missing. I would say I push back a little bit on the end of the game stuff. It is boring. It's stats and science. We did just have a Halliburton buzzer beater. We had the Aaron Gordon dunk at the buzzer. We have had some compelling ends of games previous to this last one. But everything you've said about yesterday, I'm with you. It was and the other piece is for Na and Dante to have that kind of game, and Ant or Randall not step up. Like, they could have won that game. It could have been 2-2 if either of those stars had performed, and we all wanted Ant to do it. We were compelled, and he kind of is ducking the noise. You guys have a great day.
Thanks for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We got Tinsley on the line here, Walrus. So let's make it quick. And how are you doing? How was your weekend?
Good morning, CY, Devin, James, all the friends out there. All right, so real quick, first off, has there ever been a game less a playoff game where two first cousins have been the top leading scorers for each of their teams? That's fascinating.
It is.
Yeah, Julius Randle, he's combined for 11 points in the last 2 losses. I mean, give me a break, man. Like, yeah, he's definitely not catching the heat he deserves. And lastly, you all galvanized one Annapolis, Indianapolis, Minneapolis. Where are you at, man? Where are y'all at? You need to be galvanized this morning. So have a great morning, everyone, and long live the Horn.
Thank you, Walrus. Yes, we got there. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 4 between the Pacers and the Knicks tonight on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, presented by Indeed.
The Oklahoma City Thunder have stolen a game in Minnesota.
I wanted to control the things that we can control, and staying in the moment is the best way to do so.
I thought the guys did a great job just taking a possession at a time.
There's still a lot of series left, and we still have to go do a job this next game.
All right, joining us now is my man Justin Tinsley. You know him from Anscape, formerly of Around the Horn. At Justin Tinsley is where you can find him on the internet. Good morning, JT. First of all, I got to say, that game yesterday, I just didn't like it. I thought from the way that Minnesota kept falling apart right when they were trying to build that final step of the house of cards, whether it be offensive rebounds that they were giving up, turnovers in unlikely places, or Ant just kind of cowering and handing the ball off, never mind the actual end-of-game situation. That matchup yesterday left a bad taste in my mouth, JT.
Yeah, it felt like no matter what Minnesota was doing, they were always going to be down by at least 5. I know they eventually tied the game up at like 79, but then Oklahoma City went on a 7-0, 8-0 run, and they were never really out of control in the game. I know Minnesota came back, but this is just the difference between these two teams operating on both sides of the ball. I think there's one team that honestly knows who they are and the roles within that team, and then the other team, they're still really trying to figure it out game by game. And, yeah, the late game situation, I'm sure we'll talk more about that. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I think if you're Minnesota, you can't lose that game. You got over 50 points off your bench. Alexander Walker had 23. DiVincenzo had 21. Naz Reid had 11. Terrence Shannon had 9. You can't lose a game at home when you get 50 points from your bench, bro. That just can't happen.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. It was really annoying to watch because I feel like if I'm a Timberwolves fan, I'm looking around and saying all of the elements are there, except for whatever reason it seems like Anthony Edwards cannot just go into kill mode against this team. And on top of that, based on what he said after the game, doesn't seem to think that's a problem. JT, I do.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily like those comments after the game. Look, he's playing against arguably the best defense in the league, and I understand he's trying to figure it out. And he had 30 points in the previous 2 games. But, Ant, when you're a superstar, when you want to be a superstar, these are the moments where people are going to critique you. You had two field goal attempts in the first half. That's just uncalled for. I don't care what type of defense they're playing on you. People want to see you more aggressive. And, you know, it wasn't a must-win game in terms of, like, if you lose the game, you're going home. But now you're down 3-1 against the best team in the league, and people want to see more from you. And Julius Randle, good grief, my man, 5 points on 1 of 7 shooting, that just can't happen from your 2 best players. And now you're going back to a buzzsaw in Oklahoma City, and the series is likely going to end in Game 5.
What a disappointing way to go out if it does happen for the Timberwolves. That said, what do you think more largely about these late-game situations? Because while last night's was annoying and we understand the strategy, we have had some good buzzer beaters, as a caller pointed out earlier, this playoffs. But this was another one where you look at that and you go, man, if they could find a way to change that, I bet you a lot of people would be happy.
I mean, I bet they would, but honestly, Clinton, this feels like the NBA's version of the tush push. They didn't do anything illegal. This was a strategy that they implemented. They said, look, you know what? We're not going to give your best player an opportunity to force overtime or potentially win the game. It's like, no, Steph Curry, no, LeBron James, no, Kevin Durant. I'm not going to give you a shot to allow you to beat us. No, like they implemented a strategy, and guess what? It worked. and it doesn't work in every game. We see it in a lot of games. It just happened to work for Oklahoma City. Would I have rather seen Anthony Edwards get a shot at the buzzer for a win? Of course I do, but I'm not going to fault Oklahoma City for having a great strategy, and it actually works out.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. It is what it is. That's part of the game of basketball. And changing rules for endgame situations just seems like way too much work to do overall. Justin Tinsley, Anscape writer, joins us. We're talking the NBA playoffs, switching gears to the Eastern Conference. I mean, the Bing Bong community is finally back in it. They got a nice little win, an emotional game for Kat. But the most important thing is, are you happy that John Halliburton is back in the building for the Indiana Pacers? Because I am.
Oh, look, you know me, Clint. I love some pettiness. I love some drama. And what better time to have pettiness and drama than in the Eastern Conference Finals? And in a big Game 4. It's a huge Game 4 for both teams. Obviously, Indiana is looking at it like we need every sort of advantage we can get because we need to go up 3-1. We can not go back to MSG tied 2-2, whereas New York is looking at it like we still have to treat this with the Game 7 energy because we don't want to have to beat this team 3 times in a row because we understand how difficult it is. So if you're the Pacers, yeah, sure, go on and bring Big John back in the game. I just know he got to call. He can't put too much dip on his chip like he did last time he was in that building because that was a little too much. But I like it. Let the man back in.
The Knicks are relying on going down by 20 points and having comebacks to win pretty much, it seems like, every single game now. How sustainable do you think their model is, especially after Tibbs played 9 guys for the first time in what felt like forever?
Yeah, you don't want your identity to be like, let's spot this team 20 and let's make it interesting at the end. They need to play a complete game to beat this team. Now, Indiana went 5 of 25 from 3 in Game 3. That was a big reason why they lost. They made 28 threes at the first 2 games. So if you're New York, you have to play a complete game because you don't expect Indiana to shoot that bad from 3 again. So if I'm New York, I love what Tibbs did by going to his bench. I know it shocked the hell out of all of us, but it actually paid off for him, and maybe he'll try to do it again. Maybe not at the frequency as he did in Game 3, but those guys showed you if our number is called, we can do this. And from the 2 stars in terms of Jalen Brunson and Kat, what I would like to see from Brunson is, get Kat involved earlier in the shot clock because they can't do anything with him on defense on Indiana. Miles Turner cannot guard him. He's cooked every time he matches up with Kat. So get Kat the ball early and often, and Jalen Brunson, you will have the opportunities to be the clutch player that we know and love. So if I'm New York, I'm feeling good going into this game. There's a confidence around that team, especially from the bench, because we know how they're stereotyped in terms of like the grand picture of the Knicks. So I think the Knicks have to be feeling good going into Game 4, but they have to treat Game 4 with the Game 7 energy if they want to go back to MSG tied 2-2.
Last thing I'll ask you, is there a finals matchup or permutation that you as a basketball fan, Justin Tinsley, would prefer at the end of the season?
I honestly, I would like to see Knicks Thunder. I would like to see Knicks Thunder because, the Thunder, they're so good, man. I want to see if they can actually go wire to wire, be the best team all season. And, people are talking about, is this a dynasty in the making? But you can't be a dynasty unless you win the first one. And then you got to go get some more after that. So I would like to see that from them. And, I would like to see New York in the finals. I really love watching that team. I'm a big Jalen Brunson fan. And I think that would make for some good theater if we got that in June.
He's Justin Tinsley. You can read his writings at Anscape, and he, like the rest of us, is licking his wounds after the end of Around the Horn. Appreciate you, brother.
Man, appreciate you too, brother. Thank you for having me on.
No doubt. You hear that, Indiana basketball? Justin Tinsley doesn't respect you. I'm joking. All right? But I understand what he's saying. JT would like to see the drama of MSG in the finals. I personally think that the Pacers are a better matchup. Indiana basketball, tonight's a big night. I love the idea that John Halliburton is back in the building. Incentive program. They say, why don't you go chill, Playboy? You got to go cool off outside the arena. Won a couple games. They said he's back. You are relegated to the suite. But in my personal opinion, if they make the finals, put him back on the floor. I'm just saying. Coming up, Caitlin Clark is going to be out for 2 weeks in the WNBA. I'll tell you why. That might actually be a good thing. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
What's your sole purpose in this army?
To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant.
Damn it, Gump! You're a genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a damn IQ of 160. You are damn gifted, Private Gump. Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Day 1, diagnosis day. The hardest day. The day you hear,
I'm sorry, this is a type of blood cancer.
But day 1 is just one day. At the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, we are here to help you move past day 1.
On day 45, I discovered an online community who shared great tips for in-treatment care.
I missed a lot of school during treatment, and LLS helped me keep up.
We are here for you.
We exist for everyone fighting leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, and other types of blood cancer.
On day 185, LLS helped me file my insurance claims properly.
Day 5,840 and counting, and I'm still in remission.
To learn more and get help on day 1, day 2, day 983, or any day, please visit LLS.org or call 1-800-955-4572. That's LLS.org, 1-800-955-4572.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Supply.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Hey, excuse me, Carmen, where's the principal's office?
What? No, it's been forever since I've been here. I totally forgot. Oh, my God. Did you just call me Carmen?
Yeah, what's your name, right?
No, it is not my name, man. Did it ever occur to you that it might be the name of the janitorial service I work for?
Oh,
Yeah, my name is Steve. You just assume that all black people got crazy-ass names, huh?
I don't assume anything about black people. It's written on your shirt.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
You know when you're not alone? When the TV's on. You're listening to ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. I'm not crazy. I take the right pills every day. Headline: Fever's Caitlin Clark out at least 2 weeks with quad strain. Caitlin Clark, the Indiana Fever star guard and reigning WNBA Rookie of the Year, will miss at least 2 weeks after suffering a left quadriceps strain during the Fever's narrow 90-88 loss to the New York Liberty on Saturday. It's the first time she's missed any games in the WNBA. She didn't miss any games at Iowa. And when this question was first posed to me about, what do I think this matters? I said, I didn't even think twice, but I said it's probably a pretty good thing for the WNBA. And, the reason is not because of any issue with even necessarily Caitlin Clark herself. The issue is that we're on year 2 of this. And, I don't cover the WNBA. I am a fan of the WNBA. I cover sports, and I talk about them, but that's not a league that I am as intimately involved with as I am with others. And what that means is that the approach I bring to the league is, okay, let's see the good players and let's see the games. Let's just watch what happens. But Clark, because of who she is and because of where she played and because of the type of fan base that's attached to her, man, you can't go 2 days without some nonsense being spewed about how if it weren't for her this, if it weren't for her that. And while a lot of that might be true, there's a level of non-basketball fan that's just a little too involved in the NBA, the WNBA, that I could take a break from. Quite honestly, and that's unfortunate because, again, there's so many players in this league that are fascinating, that are fun, that are intriguing, that are just a lot of afterthoughts to people who don't actually like basketball. They just like trying to find a way to denigrate black women, and it's a little too obvious. And this is not to say that Caitlin needs to do this or Caitlin needs to do that. That's sort of a 400-level discussion that we're not going to have on this particular air. But it is to say that to a fan of the league, it's annoying. Now, what the WNBA does have going in its favor on this season is something of a lot more ridiculous nature. Some of you might be familiar with something called NBA Centel. What NBA Centel is, it's a parody site that basically just makes up stories that to the naked eye sound potentially true, but if you actually know anything about anything, they're clearly ridiculous. Centel has gone to the WNBA. Devin, this is the greatest development in a long time.
Yeah, the Centel.
Some people don't like it, Devin. I enjoy that comedy.
There was a lot of. I think Centel was gone for a little bit.
Yeah,
and then they rose from the ashes and they're back, and now they're back in a big way. They're going across multiple sports. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people on this air and other networks that are going to get got by Centel.
It's great. It's great. I mean, listen to this. May 20, this is from yesterday. The WNBA has drug tested Angel Reese following her 13-point explosion per sources. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, I do get a lot of Clark fan fatigue. Mainly because it's so rarely about basketball. It's about people trying to justify this, that, and the third and talk about TV ratings and all that. And not to be whatever, but like TV ratings are not the only measure through which successes can be attained or rather noted. So no, I wish Caitlin Clark well. I imagine it's actually going to be pretty difficult for her in terms of the fact that she never misses games. And the Fever, we're still trying to figure it out, at this point with her on the court. But no, I don't think it's going to be bad for the league for one player to go down for 2 weeks in that way, even if that player seems to draw more eyeballs than everybody else. Seriously. On another note, I'm upset I haven't gotten out to a Sparks game yet. My girl, Kelsey Plum, was out there doing the too small sign to Angel Reese, which I thought was funny.
That was good. I saw that, too.
Maybe that's just me.
There's nothing better than when someone who is definitely smaller than another player does the too small.
Right. But my point is that at this stage of the game, there's just so much to enjoy in a league like the W that the fact that we're still getting caught up in the kind of mouth breather foolishness that we saw a lot of people bring to the table once Caitlin Clark joined, it's unfortunate. It just feels like such a lowest common denominator kind of situation that almost has nothing to do with anything on the court. Which is too bad, because this league has grown not just in ways that have to do with popularity, not just ways that have to do with the unnecessary obsession with the male gaze, which is a whole separate matter, but in terms of the actual basketball too. Fun league to watch night in and night out. I don't love the idea that every time I go online, I got to get a lecture from somebody about how the league wouldn't be jack without CC, because that just plain ain't true. Coming up.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing, while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear.
clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone. With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. Devin's in the building in his usual chair. James Steele is here. James Steele was also here yesterday when I wasn't here. And when he sent over the group chat this weekend what went down in our absence, I was aghast at the choices made by some people. Now, some of you know Jonathan Zaslow. I don't know him personally, but I'm familiar with his work. You can find him at Zaslow Show. Now, set this up for me right quick, Steele. Who all was here, and how long did it take you all to get into this discussion? Because this would have ruined the show for me if it happened early.
Yeah, so we did a double show basically yesterday.
Right.
It was Clinton and Friends for 2 hours, and then Joe and Q for 3.5 hours.
Okay.
And somewhere at the beginning of Joe and Q.
Oh, so this wasn't during our slot. Our slot was not defiled with this absurd take.
Correct.
By people who might have been tuning in wondering what was going on. Okay, I feel better about this already.
It was close. It was close to it, but yeah. So so it was Shannon Penn was producing. I was on the show, and Cam Pratt, who produces Joe and Q, was also on the show. And they wanted to do. I think it's a feature on Joe and Q. It's called 5-Card Draw, and it's just a list of 5 things. And the list was the top 5 overrated cookout foods.
Okay, now thank you for setting that up. We'll go over them one by one. Now, the reason why this is also very weird is because the concept of overrated cookout foods is, in general, a difficult one. Also, I didn't have Zaslow as a guy using the term cookout, but that's just me. Now, number 5 on this list is chicken wings. Now, I don't know, what or why this is on this list, but chicken wings are pretty correctly rated as chicken wings. I don't really understand what we're overrating at number 5 about chicken wings. The cool thing about wings at a cookout is that typically you don't have to get separated drums and flats. If you're dealing with my folks, you get 3 parts. That's the difference between going to, say, a B-dubs and getting some wings at the cookout. Is that you're not cooking cookout wings the same way you cook them in a restaurant because you can take some time on them. That's number 5.
So Zaz is on record as being anti-chicken wing.
What does that even mean?
He's not. He thinks chicken wings are not great. He thinks they're too messy.
Let me explain something. You can't go around using the word cookout and also be anti-chicken wing. All right? That's insane. Number 4. Macaroni salad. Now, this is outside of the purview of my expertise here, Devin. Macaroni salad is not something that my people enjoy, nor do we call it that. So you're going to have to describe this to me.
Oh, so you want me to
Mr. lacrosse player, you're going to have to describe to me what exactly macaroni salad even is.
I mean, macaroni salad is exactly what it sounds like. There's, I don't know. I mean, it's macaroni salad. It's pretty self-explanatory.
It's like potato salad. It's like mayonnaise-based.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the reason I ask is because based on your description alone, banal, basic, how is that overrated? Macaroni salad seems pretty correctly rated as boring.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's pretty boring. Macaroni salad is okay if you get a good one. It's not if you don't. It's food. I wouldn't really cape to say it's overrated.
Nobody leaves nobody leaves the function. First of all, nobody at a cookout is calling anything macaroni salad, number 1. Number 2, nobody leaves the function thinking, dang, Deborah's macaroni salad really fell off. It's not happening.
We say Mac salad. Where's the Mac salad?
Not happening. Number 3 on this list, vegetables. Now, this is where we're getting into the rage-baity element of this list. All vegetables being overrated is an insane take. That's how you end up in a hospital at 60 and you don't know what's going on with your bloodstream. So I do not advise anybody out there to not eat your vegetables. Come on, y'all.
Also, I think that's Al Michaels' bit, isn't it?
Yes, that's Al Michaels' bit. I don't love that bit. I think that bit is a bad piece of public health advice on every single level. Whether they're overrated or not, they're necessary. Number 2 on this list is corn on the cob. I mean, that's actually crazy.
Corn on the cob is great.
Tremendous.
Tremendous.
And I don't even I go many different ways with my corn on the cob. I like if it's a small piece, a short end, I'll go around. If it's a longer piece, I'll go typewriter. Sometimes I'll even slice it off just to have a little fun with the cutlery.
How about is this different? But like, how about some Mexican street corn?
Sure, that's delicious. But corn on the cob is not overrated.
Yeah,
it's like one of the most fun things you can eat from childhood on up. Now, the number 1 on this list, and this is where I really separate from the pack, is because I don't even eat this food. I'm actually allergic. But also I know that when I go to the cookout, what everybody wants is this, and that would be watermelon. Yes, America, I'm a black man that does not eat watermelon. My body does not agree with it. My sister used to tell me I was adopted as a result. You'll be fine. But to call watermelon overrated is beyond me. Y'all had to get it. You must have been going crazy, Steele.
This was legitimately one of the worst lists I've ever heard in my life. And we let him know as such the whole way through his list. So
I'm just glad it didn't happen during these show hours. Clinton and Friends is presented, by the way, not invited to my cookout. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 7 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com.
And the series is now 2-1 as the road team has won in each of the first 3 games.
We just continue to keep playing our style of basketball, keep grinding it out. That's sort of the mantra of the team.
It's a shout out to the locker room, all of us finding a way.
So tonight, our 2 most coveted communities at this stage of the game on the show, the Bing Bong community, as
Bing
well
bong.
as Indiana basketball, Game 4. The Knicks erased a 20-point deficit in Game 3. Put up 36 points in the fourth quarter. Karl Anthony Towns himself had 20 of 24 points in the final period and grabbed 15 boards. The man was out of his mind. Dedicated the game to his mother. It was a very emotional moment. And the Knicks sort of saved their season on the road after a lot of hype going into this bad boy at Madison Square Garden and them not getting out of there with 1 win. John Halliburton is back in the building, an important factor for Indiana basketball. And also it should be known that the road team has won every game in this series. Knicks are pretty good on the road. 24-17 this season. But there's certain things that if they happen, Indiana just doesn't lose, namely being when they score more than 114 points. 10-0 if they get to that mark, 0-3 if they don't. Now, there's an issue, too, about what the Knicks are doing. Kenny Smith had one of the lines of the century when he said Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game if he had to. That made me laugh for a long time. But their rotation widened. And why did their rotation widen? Because Jalen Brunson was on the bench. And Jalen Brunson tends to be a defensive liability. Just saying. And what that means for how they find a matter for success against these Pacers, who are very deep as well, that's going to be interesting. Let's hear what Tibbs had to say about what it's like getting to Cat to be more aggressive.
Well, I think that, the game tells you what to do. And so, the faster you play, the better it is. In transition, it's whoever is open. And then you play off of that from there. And, so the guy's averaged a lot of points all season long. So I don't think it's anything new. It's his body of work is what it is. And he's been a really good player in the league for a long time. So as has Mikhail and OG. So we've got some primary scorers that can play, off the ball, with the ball. You can go to them, and then the game will dictate what we do.
I can't decide what I think about this game. And let me set this up in a certain way. I feel like if you're the Pacers, while this is not a must-win in the context of anything having to do with getting eliminated on either side, this is the kind of game that, because of the position you're in and because of the circumstance of you being at home and perhaps having an injury to deal with, this is the game that if you win this game the way that you know that you can, you believe you can win the NBA title. It's not always the super everything's on the line game that determines that, in my opinion, with a team in its psyche. It's the game where it's like, sure, we could drop this. It makes our road a lot harder, but we really don't want it that way. Dare I say, this is as good a time as any that the Pacers need to galvanize and win a ball game on their home court. It shows, hey, we don't got to let everything get to extinction level event before we can turn it on. This is a galvanization situation for me, Devin, for the Pacers.
Thank you, James. I agree. Like, listen, part of me thinks that the Pacers need to win this game tonight, because if you take it, and again, these teams have both won on the road, but I don't know. If you take this back to MSG with the Knicks having a little momentum,
sure,
especially if Nesmith is hurt and is not playing well, I don't know. This feels like tonight will be the hinge point.
I think it's pivotal not just in terms of this series, too, is what I'm saying. I agree. But there's also something that can be gained if you do get by. You say, remember that game? That game where we didn't necessarily have to have it, but we got it anyway? As kind of a way to build up in the mental bank. Do you see what I'm saying here, Devin?
I do, and James and I were kind of talking in the break a little bit. And maybe we talk about this a little bit. I don't think anyone's beating the Thunder. I don't think it matters which team it is.
Well, okay.
You know?
That's fair.
It's a conversation we're going to have, but, like, I agree with you. It could definitely give them some spark, but I don't know if that spark's even going to matter.
The spark plugs? Speedway spark plugs?
Yeah,
what?
Spark. Indy 500?
Indiana basketball. Sidebar. Some guy went out at the Indiana 500 in the pace laps, and that was, like, the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. I could not believe that.
Sidebar.
Missed a turn in the pace laps, out of the race.
Sidebar to the sidebar?
Yeah.
James and I both think we have a sound for Bing Bong, the Bing Bong community. We need something for Indiana basketball. Is there any thoughts off the top of your head?
Maybe, I can't think of anything.
Maybe we have like a competition where we decide what it is.
Okay, but here's the thing. No Hoosiers drops.
No. I thought like the thing that came straight to my head off the top was Lil Bow Wow in his song, "Basketball is my favorite sport." Like just have that line is because Indiana's basketball is clearly their favorite sport.
Also, new rule I just made up, no Bow Wow drops either.
Okay, all right, well.
We'll workshop it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Indiana basketball. Bing Bong community. How you feeling about tonight? I happen to think that even though this game does not propel them to the next round, there's a lot more the Pacers can take from this as a squad than the Knicks, who are basically fighting for dear life and can't figure out how to play a basketball game so they're down 20 in any given one. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. John Halliburton being back in the fold is the best news I've heard in a long time. Shouts to my man, my gambling partner Slim, who texted me and said he needs to invite LeVar Ball into the booth with him to have a great basketball dads moment. To which somebody in the other room said, didn't that guy lose a foot? Kind of hurts his never lost mantra.
His name rhymes with Ames.
Ames Schmiel might have said that. I don't know who that guy is.
It's a mystery.
But it certainly made me laugh. John Halliburton back in the building. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Indiana, how we feeling about tonight? How you feeling about that last game over the weekend? Where's the confidence level? Bing Bong community. I heard a lot of chatter about how this was the emotional turnaround the team needed. Kap put the team on his back. The Timberlands and the Ava Rexes are back, and don't let it get back to New York. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll take your phone calls coming up next. It's ESPN Radio, Clinton and Friends.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Knicks get a critical win. Down 2-1. Can New York make it 2 straight? Or will the Pacers bounce back? Coverage of Game 4 begins tonight at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8 Eastern on
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
My husband and I were ready to sell our home of 25 years, so we got it appraised. We thought we knew what to expect, but when our home appraisal came back, we felt robbed. Compared to a similar home right around the corner, our appraisal was $80,000 less. That's a big difference. It was the same type of home in the same neighborhood in the same condition and age.
A recent study found that Latino and Black homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original, after removing family photos, Black art, and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Is this a lot? Possibly. Go do this.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Durkio told me he been on some positive shit. Yeah. Lately, I just want to show up and body some shit. Yeah.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You want to know how long I've liked basketball? That's pretty much. Oh, I missed it. Dang it. Forget the podcast. There it is. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. That was embarrassing as a former radio DJ. It happens, though. Talking NBA basketball, Bing Bong Community, Indiana basketball. Where you at? Game 4 tonight. John Halliburton in the building. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Marcus in Virginia, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Clinton? As you can hear me?
Yep, I got you. You sound great.
Yeah, as your fellow brethren, I just wanted to explain macaroni salad to you for a second. So you got elbow noodles, you got mayonnaise, you got diced green peppers, you got onions, and then you can add like hot sauce and seasoning salt to it, and it's good. You gotta try it. So I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Devin on that one.
Okay,
as far as the Knicks,
go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the Knicks, I got the Knicks in 6, and I just wanted to say that New York basketball is the best in the States. So, Indy, don't call Clinton and ask why you got 8. All rise, New York about to judge all you slumber rats. Tell Shea the Knicks are lying all. Things get messy for them Thundercats. What's up, kiddos? Indy, welcome to the Clinton Hive. Y'all know the vibes all the time. Knicks in 5.
Thanks for the phone call. Sorry. Non-sanctioned Freestyle Fridays where you're laughing at your own jokes does not work. I like that caller. That was a spirited effort. But we're not here for that right now.
We're coming up on the next Freestyle Friday.
We're coming up on the next Freestyle Friday. If you have a bunch of unsanctioned flows, that is a demerit to your opportunity to make the real competition. When is the next Freestyle Friday, technically? Let's look at the calendar.
We're doing it the first of the month, all right?
First Friday of the month.
So that's next week.
No, that's the 6th.
Yeah.
Opa.
Next Friday.
Next Friday.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, I understand what macaroni salad is, but I don't understand where they're in the world that's overrated. Who in the world is losing their minds over macaroni salad? Not a soul.
Zaslow.
Say ESPN, 888-729-3776. Andy in Indiana, what's up?
Clinton, how are you today, you and all the fellas?
Thank you. We're well.
You know, I'm not going to go off on a riff about rapping. I'm not going to say, macaroni salad, it's definitely not what I'm going for at the potluck. I'm going with potato salad, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Indiana basketball, let me just say this. First of all, you're the only national show on in Indianapolis right now. The rest of the day, we have local guys that I much prefer to listen to them. But because I drive for both of my jobs 7 days a week, I listen to sports talk radio all day long.
Okay.
So I'd like to say your voice is a little scratchy. Sometimes it's hard to listen to. And I also... I can't figure out sometimes when you're being sincere about something or when you're being like snarky and condescending.
That's the fun part. Thanks for the phone call. No, I'm sorry. That's the fun part. Now you get it. Don't call my show telling me you don't want to listen to me and then insult me 3 times. Why are you calling? My God, Devin.
He said he was going to talk about a Sonder suggestion.
And then he just rips me.
We got the bamboozle there.
We just wanted a suggestion.
We're just trying to figure out sound clips that indicate what good passing, big time high school gym capacities are, and cornfields.
Listen, if you think that there's another national radio show, sports radio show, that doesn't respect Indiana basketball more than we do, you're wrong.
Got something else coming. 888 ESPN, 888-729-3776. Christian in St. Louis. Let's hope we don't get bamboozled again.
What up, though, man? First time calling, everyday listener.
Appreciate you.
I was thinking, so you guys, you do the bing bong for the Knicks, right?
Bing bong.
So Sexy Red got this little ad lib on his Hellcat song. And it goes like zoom. And I think it was just a hit right really hard with the Pacers. If that's what you're looking for. I got the Pacers in 7, though.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. That'll be your task, James. You have to listen to all of Sexy Red's catalog with your children.
That's in the playlist already, James, for you, isn't it?
I don't know if I should. I don't know.
I
don't know a whole lot about Sexy Red. I do. She's been on wrestling, so I know who she is. But I don't know a whole lot about her song catalog.
He said, I don't know if you're sincere or if you're making fun of Indiana basketball. Sir, this is what we like to call show business. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chris in Indiana, what's up?
Hey, Clinton and friends, returning caller. This is Chris, the security guard at Jefferson Middle School, South Bend, Indiana.
Okay,
always
what's up?
love the show. Thank you for the time. But Indiana basketball, the way it's looked for the Pacers, I want to see it happen again tonight in Game 4. I'm confident, but this time I have a feeling. Pacers in 5. That's all.
Okay. Chris, hold on. Stay on the line. Next time you call, I want you to put your most erudite middle schooler that you know on the air with you to talk about sports, please.
All right, no problem. Actually, school ends next week, but sometime this week I'll grab one of the 8th graders that I coached during basketball season. I'll get them.
My man, appreciate that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. This is what we're all about here, passing things down through the generations, through the educational system. And you see how he thought ahead. He said, no, I'll get an 8th grader on the actual basketball team to discuss it. Let that kid have his debut. I like the fact that he calls Ducks in the Closet and says, I'm literally calling from a middle school.
I love how at the beginning of the call you could hear the kids around him. It sounds like lunchtime right now. Yeah. And instead of watching the kids, like he's ducking into a supply closet.
Listen, priorities, okay? Indiana basketball takes care of itself. They'll be fine. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony, where in SoCal are you?
Hey, what's up, Clinton? I'm in Fountain Valley. I've called you a few times. How you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. What's going on?
Hey, so I'm a black man married into a Japanese-American family.
Sure.
I'm calling to defend the name of macaroni salad, dude.
Okay.
So you're in SoCal now, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you got to go to a good Hawaiian spot.
Right.
And the way they do it is they put imitation and real crab meat in the macaroni salad. So it's actually super. It's a hit in all of our cookouts.
Sure.
Goes great with a burger. Goes great with a hot dog. Macaroni salad, Japanese Hawaiian style, is a different thing. And I don't think your boy. I listened to that take live on Sunday, and it was ridiculous.
All right, thanks for the phone call. The macaroni salad army is out. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're going to add the Hawaiian/Japanese influence to it, I mean, pretty much any dish at that point is an upgrade situation from what I'm sure whatever Zaslow was talking about. I sincerely doubt that the mac salad, as I've come to understand it's known as, has the influence on it in Zaslow's situation that this young man was referring to. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Oh, my God, my screen is saying things that I love. On the phone right now, the notorious MGB. Mardi Gras Bob, how was your weekend and what's up?
fantastic weekend. Cooked out all weekend outside because it's too damn hot to heat up the inside of the house. We had load shedding on the hottest part of the day the other day. Welcome to the new America. Off for an hour and a half because the rest of the country needed us to bite the bullet for them. But that's not why I called. I have a prison OPP breakout update.
Let's go.
So initially, the breakout obviously had some inside help, but the best part was the news story said that they cleanly cut rebar behind several of the sinks, accomplished with toiletry items. Never knew that a hacksaw was part of a DOP kit, but there you go. So 12 are on the loose. Now it's down to 2, and I attributed this to as $5,000 reward for per person. Nobody was talking. But for $10,000 raised in reward money, now everyone's singing like a canary.
Okay. Some financial incentive. Now, Bob, let me ask you, of the last guys, not to get too deep into this, of the last people there, do you think, as I think, that as it turns out, this was a one-man plan that simply had other decoys, and that one man will actually get away while everybody else gets caught?
As old President Bush used to say, there was certainly strategery and trickeration involved. I think that's exactly what's happening. One man will remain free, and he is the mastermind.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob, by the way, climbing up the power rankings of callers on this show with fastidiousness, updating your own bits as necessary in your neck of the woods will get you on this show every single time. Having clear and concise information and thoughts will also do the same. Great call out of Mardi Gras Bob. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. All right, Mitch, what's up? You're in New Jersey.
Hey, what's cracking, guys? I hope you guys, Devin, you, had a good weekend.
Good, pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm sure my voice is probably more, falls on a guy from, I think it was Indiana. A couple of calls, because it was kind of fun to hear. I love your show. I'm glad you're on. Let's see, I have some more free time here. I'm liking these ladies. I'm hoping Kate can do it because they need a second superstar. Just like Jay Williams helped out SGA, who still had a great game too. I mean, can you believe SGA was a throw-in with 5 number 1 picks for Paul George? That has to be one of the most lopsided trades in the history of basketball, even though Paul George is a Hall of Fame. You go by the numbers.
Thanks for the phone call. He's right. Paul George is intimately involved in these series, which is weird, but it's true. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Did you notice that Mitch dropped a "What's cracking" coming out of the gate on that?
Sure did.
That was incredible.
It's not even midweek either.
Not even. Well, it technically is midweek. Don't forget, it's not Monday.
That's true.
So we are midweek.
Wow. Yeah, Mitch, if you come every day with a nice little catchphrase to start the day.
What's cracking?
What's cracking? I like it, Mitch.
I was not ready. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Gordon in Indiana. What's up?
What's cracking lacking, fellas?
Nothing much, dude.
I had to throw that in there. But no, I wanted to call about Indiana high school basketball gyms, but also corn is definitely not overrated.
Right.
If you're from Indiana, you eat corn every day. And macaroni salad, absolutely. If it's cooked, if it's prepared properly, it's the best.
Okay. All right. What do you think about the game tonight?
Yeah, Indiana high school gyms are the best. They're the biggest. My girls went to the Southport High School gym, which is like the, 9th biggest in the nation. And I was there for a Connorsville Southport game, and there was over 9,000 people in the gym. It was packed.
Wow. How about that?
But tonight's game, oh, man. If the Pacers don't win, I think they're done. I think them being up by 20, losing that game was devastated, at least it was for me. But, yeah, if they don't win tonight, I agree with you. If they don't win tonight, man, it's I think they can win the whole series if they win tonight. But if they don't, man, I think they're I think they're done. Anyway, thanks, fellas.
No problem. I think he misinterpreted what I was saying. Devin says that if they lose tonight, they're done. I'm saying the value of winning tonight, even though it's not an elimination game, gives you that confidence in the bank for when you eventually need to win the NBA Finals, is what I'm saying. These are two separate matters that are slightly nuanced, but thank you for the phone call, and we love a good high school gym capacity drop from Indiana. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bill in Indianapolis, welcome back.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
We are fired up and ready for the game tonight. No word on whether or not Neesmith is going to play. I think the Pacers have confidence that there's somebody that can step up and fill that void and give him an extra day's rest. I think that's what they should do. Whether or not I'm not privy to any of the medical reports or anything, but I sprained my ankle at the grocery store once, so I know what having a bad ankle is all about. But it's going to come down to tonight. It's the same script. Try to get a lead early and then get Brunson in foul trouble, and then see if these reserves that Thibodeau hadn't been playing are going to come through like they did the other day. I don't think they will. I think the Pacers are going to win tonight, and they're going to win in 6.
Bill, did you go to a cookout yesterday, or a barbecue, whatever you call them, or a potluck, as one guy called it too?
I did, and the host of the event turned me on to something that was really good for ribs that I'd heard about but never really got a chance to experience. But what this guy did is he took a slab of ribs and he spread mayonnaise all over it, just Hellman's mayonnaise, and he put it in the refrigerator and let it marinate overnight. Took it out for a half hour, let what was the mayonnaise kind of sink into the meat, and then do your seasoning and your barbecue sauce on top of that, and it was fantastic. So,
all right,
Pacers are going to be spreading the mayonnaise tonight.
Whoa!
Hold on, is that our drop for the Pacers?
Dump that? That's it. We did it. We did it.
The Pacers are spreading the mayonnaise, baby.
We did it.
That perfectly encapsulates Pacers basketball.
Indiana is not beating the allegations, as the kids say.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I've never put mayonnaise on a slab of ribs, but it sounds good to me. Clinton?
Listen, if you bring that to the cookout, do not tell anybody that that's how you prepared the meats. If I taste it and I ask, and you say, you'll never guess. These are Indiana baby back ribs. Then I'll know. That was incredible. Also, one of my favorite things of all time, I call this the Woody Page rationale, which is when a professional athlete gets an injury and you relate it to what you do as a NARP, non-athletic regular person, not that some of us didn't play ball back in the day, and that's how you're analyzing what the injury situation is. I love that. I sprained my ankle in the grocery store once, and it was a real pain. Perfect line. Because that's true. That is a complete disaster. Maintaining an injury in an everyday walk of life, oh, I hate it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Derek in Indiana, you're on the show.
Clinton, how you doing, man? Clinton and friends, it's a pleasure to be on.
No problem.
I just wanted to give a little insight on the Pacers game tonight. First of all, we're not concerned. We're not worried at all. The previous 2 games that we lost prior to that, one we just dropped at home, are the only games that we've lost as far as game 3s are concerned. You know, so we kind of was expecting that. And, going forward, I feel like we still are going to win this series in 5, man. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the phone call. 7 or 8 wees?
I think we were 7, but the 8 was creeping in right before we got out.
It was creeping in. Indiana's in full we mode. And you know what they do when they're together? Spread mayonnaise all over the ribs. The Knicks and Pacers are both open for the Performance of the Week tonight. The Performance of the Week is brought to you by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins. No bending down, no touching your shoes. Just step in and go with Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins. Coming up, we're going to the watering hole. Please don't bring any mayonnaise. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Who the f*** is this?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Clinton and Friends.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Communities in Southern California urgently need our help. The Los Angeles wildfires have been some of the most destructive in state history. Thousands of homes destroyed, schools, classrooms, libraries, museums, places of worship, all lost, and livelihoods ruined. With so much devastation, students, families, businesses, and communities are now left struggling to recover. And that road to recovery will be a very long and a very difficult one. But there is hope. The SoCal Fire Fund provides immediate, free, and long-term support for countless community-centered recovery programs. You can be a part of providing those most impacted with the resources they need to move forward. So please, visit SoCalFireFund.org
to learn more about how you can join in this tremendous effort.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I'd like to thank Justin Tinsley, who joined the program today to talk about the NBA. You can find him on the internet at Justin Tinsley. Are we going to do this, Devin?
Yes.
We're going to go to the kennel. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. K9, what's up? How was your weekend?
Yo, what's up, OG?
How you doing?
I haven't gotten the chance to say, man, I'm going to miss Around the Horn, man. I was raised by Woody Page and Bob Bryan, and I used to love watching you on there, man. Reminds me of my childhood, man. I'm going to miss that show.
Thank you, bro. What you got? Appreciate it.
Hey, the game tonight, though, I feel like it's the biggest game of the playoffs, baby. Bing bong community, get up out your seats. We're going to win this game tonight, and we're going to take at least probably the rest of the games, maybe give them one more. But we go into the finals, baby. The Knicks fought. They're fighting hard. They're fighting like Tyson. And I'm excited, man. Bing bong.
Thanks for the phone
Bing
call.
bong.
I'm willing to take off a we for every time you refer to the team as the name. So that went from 3 to 2. He dropped 3 we's and then referred to them as the Knicks. So hold on. Are we going to experiment with this sound? James, can you roll it out? Can we hear it right quick?
Yeah, okay. So I think we have our Indiana basketball sound here, and it is this.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
It is the perfect length of time, too. Here it go one more time.
Bing bong.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
Yes!
Spreading the mayonnaise.
Bing bong.
I love it. All right, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the Circle of Life take us into the watering hole where we reflect on the day. At HT_BK. The guy didn't just miss a turn. Please don't talk about the Indy 500 when you have no knowledge of anything about it. Dude, you gotta stop taking yourself so seriously. Crashed into pit row, lost control, whatever. The point is, didn't make the green flag. That was the point. Self-importance is not going to work on this program at all. Never has, never will. IC_Charlie says, I don't think that last caller was from Indiana. It sounded like Snoop from LBC. Okay. At Pete Jolicoeur, Minnesota, row the boat. Sacramento, light the beam. Pacers, spread the mayo.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
At B Harris 399, mayo is simply a binder. Many championship barbecuers will use it or mustard. The mayo taste will not be noticeable. We know.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
We were looking for a sounder for Indiana basketball, and we found it. Again, please, while we talk about serious subjects on this program, we are not here to just plain outsmart each other. I understand what a binder is. I always have. It was just plain funny when we're in a discussion about Indiana basketball to discuss putting mayo on ribs.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
Shouts to Naptonius Monk. The Pacers really could use Benedict Mathurin if Neesmith can't go. He's been MIA since he got tossed in Cleveland. And no, people from Indiana do not eat corn every day. Oh, that's upsetting. Apparently we're spreading information, alas. At 805 Raider 1 says, Hawaiian mac salad is fire. Add some sriracha, and you got it going. Fair enough. At Shaner Brown says, in Hawaii, mac salad is a food group. Lunch plate consists of a meat, rice, and mac salad or green salad. We add peas and mustard on the island. Great show, sir. Well, thank you. See, that's a piece of information that we need. Adding to the context without insulting anybody else for not being the aficionado you want him to be. I wonder where I could get some good mac salad right now. No, I don't. But you know what I might try to do tonight when I get some ribs? Well, it's what Indiana basketball does. Thank you. Dang it, I stepped on it. We tried. We tried. One guy says, Old Man Lawrence says, the phrase for Pacers hoops is boom, baby, made famous by the legend Bobby Slick Leonard. Of course. But we're not taking that from him by any stretch of the imagination. Don Jenver says, chicken wings cut into multiple pieces is a crime against humanity. Why can I get a full wing in a gas station but only a flat or drum at B-Dubs? Excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. At Duffner316619 says, you are garbage on the radio. Relax. And he uses our favorite 3 words. And the word higher afterwards. Aw, I miss you too. Show behind the show. Huge today. And with that, the circle of life is now closed. Show behind the show is big today and tomorrow. So, are we doing this tomorrow or are we doing this the next day, Devin?
We're doing it tomorrow because James will be on the show, and I believe Sam will be in the building as well. So we're going diving tomorrow.
We're going diving tomorrow. If you thought today's show was ridiculous and you were overly self-serious to handle conversations, one-off comments about IndyCar drivers crashing before the green lap, binders on barbecue, or what I happen to think about Indiana basketball, even when the WNBA is involved, well, can't wait for tomorrow. The squad will be outfitted. We will be kitted and committed to investigating the shoreline, using proper safety so that when we descend all the way to the bottom, looking for buried treasure, also known as booty, we'll be prepared. Tomorrow's the day, kiddos. Get ready.
Coming up, it's Carmen and Jurko back from the holiday weekend. Welcome to your summer. And the Cubs are good vibing things here for their fans right now. And they're taking advantage of some bad teams, which is what you should do.
Well, they had the toughest schedule in the Major League Baseball through like the first 30, 40 games. And guess what? Eventually you're going to play some of those bad teams. And that's when you can't fall asleep. That's when you got to be on point. And you still got to find a way to win games, and that's what they're doing.
Great basketball game last night in the Western Conference. Back in the East and into tonight, which could be like the most important pivotal game of the playoffs to this point, I think. A huge Game 4 between the Pacers and the Knicks tonight here.
Yeah, the Pacers let one slip away.
They absolutely
did. They let one slip away, Carmen.
Are the Knicks going to get right back in it with another road win tonight? We got a lot to talk about. Jesse Rogers will join us, plus OTAs happening for the Bears. Carmen and Jurko coming up at noon.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's nice when you start the weekend. It's Tuesday already, huh? Welcome back from the holiday weekend.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Summer has arrived, kind of. Hope
We're still
everyone had a
waiting.
nice weekend.
We're still waiting. It'll be fine. We'll make it there. We'll make it there.
10 degrees cooler
I'm not-
downtown
when-
than it is in the suburbs.
Yeah, I got you. I got out of the car. I walked out of the garage, and I'm like,
Me too.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, I was like, there's a
I mean,
nip
you're
in the
closer
air.
to the lake.
Yes.
You're closer to the lake. That's going to
Yes.
happen. It's the natural air conditioner here in the city of Chicago. It's the lake.
That's right.
If you live by the lake, you get the benefit of not always being sweltering by you because of some cool breezes that might be coming off that lake because of the temperature of the lake. And in the winter, because it doesn't freeze anymore, you get it. It's a little bit warmer. A little bit warmer by the lake. So you've got that going out for you. Outlying areas, Ottawa,
Lake dynamics.
DeKalb, Kankakee, all the way down in Kankakee. They end up looking, their temperatures are always about 10 degrees worse than they are here. So, yeah, welcome to the lake.
Today,
That's what we have, baby.
as you may or may not know, is the start of the World Series. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's in October.
Yeah.
Today is 100 days away from the opening of the NFL season.
September 4th, Carm. We're
September 4th.
100 days away.
We are 100 days away. In no other sport do we celebrate being 100 days away.
And no other show celebrates it the way we do.
That's right.
The way we do.
There are two things.
We commemorate, and we give tremendous effort to count the days down from 100 to 0.
There are two things we do, and only two that are
Two
any
things.
good.
We celebrate 6.5-year anniversaries.
Well, I wasn't
Maybe
even
that's
counting
three
that.
things.
That's three things.
Maybe that's three things.
Yeah,
You go
we
ahead and
do
give them
that.
the other two.
We play Christmas music before anybody every year.
That we do.
We beat. Is it still WLIT? It's still the
I
light,
think it
right?
is.
I
Yeah,
think it is.
I think
They
they're
haven't
lit.
changed.
Yeah, I think they're lit.
We beat light every year, every single fall,
every single season,
and we celebrate the countdown towards the NFL season during the spring and summer.
What a great
with
time.
the list.
Yeah.
And Black and Abdallah have compiled another great list of lists.
The list of lists, Carm.
And
I like to call
randomly
them.
an hour from now, we'll be picking one, and we just off the top of our heads, because we don't know what it's going to be that day, we have to try to compile the 5 things that we think best fit said list. And in the moment, we're always going to forget some things, and we're going to exclude some things.
They could
And
get
the
racy,
caller
guys.
interaction
Right.
last year was great because of it.
And not
How
only
could you
that,
guys
but we
forget
don't know
this?
what's going to happen.
We have no idea.
We don't know what's going to happen. It could be your 5 favorite adult film stars.
It could be.
And that comes down the pipe like that. And now you got to react and you got to be able to go.
Oh, man.
Not for me. Not for me, kid. Janine, Jill Kelly, Jenna Jameson, Kia Kenner, Kobe Ty.
Nobody knew?
Oh,
Those are all
man.
from the
Raquel,
80s and 90s.
Raquel Darian. That was my wheelhouse, kid. That was my wheelhouse.
Every one of those is
Oh,
old
my
at this
heavens.
point.
What about your 5
Tara
favorite
Patrick.
male adult stars?
I don't have 5 favorite male adult porn stars.
Peter North.
No.
Tom Byron.
No.
You come on.
Tom Byron.
I was going to throw this out there. I don't want to.
Herschel Savage.
I don't know.
I don't want to rain on your excitement. No, I was going to call it your excitement parade. I was going to call it something else. Dr. Jurko looking for his pills.
I know.
I don't know if that type of thing is a thing anymore.
No,
What's that?
I don't think young people are really like listing off their
they're not-
favorite adult.
That's interesting to me.
actresses.
Seeing that the
Because they don't watch movies anymore.
seeing that the
That's
genre.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're
Chris is
watching
right.
scenes.
But
They
they're right, but
still
they don't
have an
know-
attachment.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
believe-
think that
I
there are
believe
not.
they
I don't
do.
think there's household names. I think there are people who have gone viral, like who you referenced last week,
Bonnie
Jurko,
Blue,
Bonnie Blue. Like
Bonnie
I
Blue.
think there are people like that, but I don't think. I think it's
Mia
a
Khalifa.
generational thing that like that. It was something to point out and be like, these are the heavy hitters.
That's because it used to have to be on. I know we age ourselves every once in a while.
Right.
We are older. I mean,
Ginger
Jurko's
Lynn,
in his 50s.
Portia Lynn,
I'm
Mercedes Lynn.
I'm almost
all
50.
the Lyns.
You used to have to put in a VHS.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
it was a movie, and it had credits.
At the end,
And-
absolutely.
And so you knew who they were. And, like, it's a lot different.
That's when they broke
today.
out of film, kid.
Yeah.
They went from film
Right,
to
yeah, to
video.
VHS. And
yeah,
then
and video was
DVDs.
much less expensive to make.
Right. And like
Poor Burt Reynolds was out of a job.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Burt Reynolds was out. I think Chris is right. Like now with the internet, I think it's just like they see the thumbnail, and then that's it. Like you're watching a scene.
Yeah, or like someone becomes famous, and then they get out of that
quickly,
industry, and then they go on to do other things.
Yeah, I think that's true. So like the days of the Jenna Jamesons and Ginger Lynns of the world, like
those days are gone. Is right, though, true?
Yeah.
Who was the last one that crossed over into movies and was on Entourage?
Sasha Grey.
That's her. Sasha Grey. Maybe she was the last one.
And to my point, like that
was the last one.
Probably 20 years ago.
Well, that's what I'm guessing. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Like early 2000s.
Well, at least I had a great example for what you were talking about.
You're dead on with that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, I'm not fighting you on this.
What a way to start.
Well, there was I know people are going to know that. I don't. The names off the top of my head. The one, the lady who tried to get into like sports commentary.
Mia Khalifa, isn't that her name?
See, Carmen knows. Carmen's on top of it. There you go. That's probably a more relevant.
A lot of real estate videos.
She's much more
modern.
recent. Yeah. Chris is right. Like, and you only know of her because
she tried to cross
transitioned over for a little while to doing.
Right.
She got out of that and she was like doing sports commentary, and she got kind of a following for a little while doing it. I don't know, 8 years ago, 6-8 years ago.
But you're right. That would be a hell of a list.
Yeah, I think it's a great
list. Let's see if that comes up at one.
I still get stuff like on Instagram that tells me the top 10 of this category.
Really?
And they run down. They're all new girls, all trying to make a name for themselves.
What accounts are you following?
It's not anything I follow.
I don't know.
It just throws it up there.
Well, I think the algorithm is onto you. I think that's the key.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, there's always something interesting if you go to your. If you go to like what
there's a lot of poker
For You page.
I get a lot of poker stuff.
So like
guys playing that Ultimate Texas Hold'em. A lot of guys selling Rolex watches in New York.
Here, you want it
for some reason.
You want to see?
Not looking up Rolex watches.
You want to see what my search page contains right now?
Let's see.
There is one sort of picture to be like, oh, Carmen, what were you looking? I mean, I don't know what that is, Jurko. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know.
Well, that's the small of a woman's back.
It is, but otherwise, what's on here, Jurko? Cooking videos, killer whales. Cooking videos, killer whales, and Archie Bunker.
Archie Bunker. And then some baseball, dogs, a leopard looking into a mirror.
Yeah,
oh, boy, there's one for you.
Which one?
That one right there.
Yeah, every once in a while, then there's
well.
Like, what is that?
Yeah. Looks like you were looking something up there.
Like this girl's holding up a thong for some reason. I don't know.
There's one in there that looks like she's getting a physical.
Yeah. But most of it is
turn your head and cough.
Most of it's cooking videos, killer whales, like sports commentary, animals, cooking, baseball. That's what it is. That's my search. And there's a couple of risque ones.
I don't even know how to get to the search.
Just hit the magnifying glass, and it'll give an idea. Like your algorithm is tracking what you're looking for and what you like in the videos.
She's holding up a thong.
She's holding up a thong, Chris. I don't know what she's doing. She's holding it in front of the camera. I don't know.
I've got a roulette table. I got Ken Griffey Jr. How to hit a draw.
Awesome.
And Carm, the same picture you had.
That's the same one?
That's the same one. It must just be flooding it. And then I don't know what's up top.
Oh, boy, there's a lot. Yeah, like Jurko's been looking at a lot of ladies.
What?
A lot of boobies.
What are you talking about?
There's a lot on there.
Maybe they just know they can sense the testosterone coming into the phone.
The best is like Black and Jurko
I said
probably.
That very poorly.
You did.
That was very poorly.
Black and Jurko probably both have the how to hit a draw on their Instagram. They have a bunch of golf tutorials on the, like.
It's a lot of golf. It's a lot of pizza.
Oh yeah,
a lot of pizza and smash burgers. I was looking at it earlier. There's a lot of smash burgers on my page.
There you go.
And how to find gold.
And how to find gold.
A lot of how to find gold.
What a way to start.
Yeah.
I love it. Back from the holiday weekend. We're all feeling frisky. We will start the list later today. We're going to talk Cubs. Jesse will join us at 2, OTAs for the Bears. We count down 100 days to the start of the NFL season. I was just looking. Jurko usually is always all over the info that I need, but I was looking it up just to be just so I had it in front of me.
What do you got?
I wanted to see what the box office was like for Final Reckoning.
I already know, but Lilo and Stitch did better.
So Lilo and Stitch did better?
Yeah, they did like $140 million. And then $61 million for Mission Impossible. But that's the biggest first day opening for Mission Impossible ever.
Is that right?
Yeah, so they did the best they've ever done with their first day opening.
Yeah.
But Lilo and Stitch, all the kids want to go see it.
From 145 mil, and then Mission Impossible 63.
Okay.
Boom, there you
go. Pretty
go.
good. I was part of the count me in the 63. Me and my son went and saw Mission Impossible Final
I'm going to
Reckoning.
see it tonight.
You're going to see it tonight?
I'm going to go see it tonight, yeah.
I think you'll like it. I think, surprisingly, I thought it started a little slow, but man, when it gets into
When it gets going?
holy cow! Like it reminded me a little bit of like some of the great action movies we've always talked about, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, where basically the last 50 minutes of the movie is one continuous action scene. You know, like it's this flood, this fury of activity. It's like it just doesn't slow down. It's relentless. And it's awesome. Like the last hour of this movie is basically like, this is it. It's just, we're going, and it's one unbelievable stunt after another.
And it's hold on.
And hold on tight. And so even though I was like, it started a little slow, the last hour of it is fantastic.
Good.
And I don't know how he does these stunts. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, he's 60-something years old, but...
Well, these are professionals, Carm.
I know. You're right. In the end... is so good. The last sort of action sequence, which you guys have probably seen some of the trailers, and I won't give anything away. My son even said to me, he's like, that's not CGI? And I'm like, I don't think that's CGI, man. I'm like, they're doing these stunts on airplanes. Like, I mean, like, these guys are nuts. Like,
better
they're
hold
doing
on.
it.
Yeah.
And he was amazed. And the stuff on the sub, again, I'm not giving anything away.
Well,
you
it
guys
sounds
pretty
like
much
you
know
might
the
be.
plot.
I mean, we got submarines involved now.
Well, you know the plot. You saw Dead Reckoning, right?
Is it? No.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I don't see every single one of them. Michael,
I
what do
thought
you
you
think?
did. I'm surprised. You're such a movie guy with these.
I was a Jason Bourne guy.
I'm surprised.
You know, you can only have so many guys. I was a John Wick guy.
Okay.
I've seen of the 10 that have been made. Is this the 11th?
I think this was the 10th.
Yeah, okay. Of the 9 that they've made previously, I probably saw 4 of them.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, you know.
the last one is the first part of this movie, so you know the sub's involved. But like, the action is great, and it really, after a little bit maybe of a slow start, I mean, when it gets going, it's awesome. You'll love it. You don't have to see Dead Reckoning to see this one. You don't. I mean, you'd maybe understand a few other things. It kind of pays tribute to the entire, 30-year run that they've been doing here, making these Mission Impossible movies. There's some cool stuff they bring back from the first one. That's all I'll say. You guys will like it. It was very good, and I figured it was a big box office weekend for it. That's pretty damn good by Lilo and Stitch, too. Holy cow. Good for them.
Yeah, good for them.
I might
Nice
take
job.
my daughter to see that
Good
this
work.
weekend.
That's
so
what you said.
I think I'm going to take her this
You got any
weekend to
baseball
see that.
coming up, kid?
Not this weekend.
Any tournaments?
No, we had one
You're
this
not
weekend.
crisscrossing. You're not curry-combing the countryside trying to find baseball fields for your boy?
We are not.
Okay.
We are not. Not
Wonderful.
this weekend, anyway. A little bit of a
little chance
little
for
bit of a
relax.
chill.
Maybe hit the golf course, huh?
I doubt
What do you
it,
think?
but I doubt it.
Hit the little golf ball around there?
I'm hitting the golf ball when we get out to Seven Bridges on June 11th. That'll be the first time I play golf.
First time? All
when
right.
we go for the Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Can't wait.
Yes, that's in like 2 weeks,
I'll
right?
be out. I'll be out
from
June 1st, Sunday, 1 to 3, out in Oak Lawn. Don't have the exact place, but I'll
Sunday?
be in Oak Lawn this Sunday, June 1st, 1 to 3 p.m., giving away a twosome to play in the ESPN Radio 1000 golf outing that we have. So
cool.
I'll be there. I'll give you a little idea where we're going to be when eventually I figure it out.
Oak Lawn, Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill.
Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill
Good
in
job,
Oak
Chris.
Lawn.
Is that it, Yerk?
I believe that is it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank goodness
See,
for
nice
Chris.
job for you guys. Birdie's Sports Bar. I'll be out there. Somebody's going to win a twosome. That's how it's going to work. Sunday, 1 to 3. Sunday.
I was thinking, Abdal and I last week hosted one of these events.
Yes.
A lot of people came out to try and win the twosome.
Beautiful.
People are very eager to try and get into the golf outing.
It
so.
sells fast.
Yeah.
People are loving a final chance to get a twosome.
4036 West 111th Street in Oak Lawn, Illinois. Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill. That's where we're going to be, guys.
You know, this Friday, and it'll be on us quickly because of the holiday weekend. Today's already Tuesday. This Friday, we're wrapping the week with Yingling. We're doing a little summer tour with Yingling, Yerk.
Sure we are.
First stop is a home game for me, Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. It's right on the tracks. It's Wolf and Burlington, right on the tracks. So come by and see us this coming Friday from noon until 3. I guess it would be, forgive me, I said Burlington. It's Hillgrove. It's Hillgrove, and it's on the north side of the tracks and Wolf Road. So that's where we're going to be, Hillgrove Tap. It is right there on the corner. So look forward to that on Friday. Live show.
I'll be in the shadows of Marist High School. That's in essence
That's
where
where
we're
you are on
We're
Sunday.
just a little bit north, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So a couple chances to catch us this weekend.
Yeah,
Friday
we'll be
with the
out and
live
about.
show with Yingling at Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And then Jurko's giving away that twosome, like he said, for Grip It and Sip It,
That's
which
your
is
Twin
2
Peaks,
weeks
Carm.
away.
That's your Twin Peaks.
That's my Twin Peaks.
That's your Twin Peaks.
I could walk there.
Or I wake up and I just roll out of bed and get over there in about 3 minutes. This is yours. See, we all get them.
I can walk there.
We all get them, guys. That's a good thing.
So that's this Friday with Yingling. That's going to be fun. Coming up, we'll talk some Cubs from the past weekend and the win against the Rockies yesterday. Got some Bears OTA stuff we want to talk about. Quarterback tier rankings for you. The countdown to the start of the NFL season is officially underway. We are 100 days and counting. That means we have a list at 1 to talk about. That'll be fun as we start that again this spring and summer as we did last year. Jesse Rogers at 2. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly. Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a one-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 9th. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including craft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna beef hot dogs or Polish sausages, Beggar's pizza slices, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
It's time to make your yard the best on the block with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Start by keeping the weeds at bay with Earthgrow Mulch, now 4 for $10. Then keep your garden thriving with Miracle-Gro Garden Soil, now on special buy, 4 for $10. Give your neighbors yard envy all summer long with Memorial Day savings going on now at the Home Depot.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We are officially a third of the way through the baseball season. There are 54 games in for the Cubs. They are on pace for 99 victories. 99.
It's a lot of victories,
Carm. A lot of victories.
It's a lot of victories.
They're a plus 93 on the season. That is second best in baseball, behind only the Yankees, who I think are like a plus 110 or something like that. The Yankees have been incredible. Their offense, I mean, Judge, Goldschmidt, I mean, just that team right now. And they're getting pitching. They're getting pitching from Max Fried. They lost Garrett Cole. Let's remember that. They're getting a Cy Young season here so far in the early going from their big free agent signing after they lost out on Juan Soto. Max Fried's been brilliant. Carlos Rodon, former White Sox, has been fantastic. They lost the Cy Young Award winner, and they've pitched beautifully. They're just fantastic. They're out on the coast playing the Angels and the Dodgers this weekend. The Cubs get to feast on the Rockies a little bit, who have 9 wins. They are like 6 games worse than the White Sox were, if you can believe it, through 54 games last year. And the Sox were awful. 6 games worse, and they lost 3-1 to the Cubs yesterday, and the Cubs are taking advantage.
And the Cubs are number 1 in runs scored in Major League Baseball, Carm.
Numero uno?
They're number 1. They're number 17 in runs against. So that's something you might want to just keep your eye on to see if that gets a little bit closer, like 1-11, 1-10. We'll see if some of that pitching, they're winning games, giving up 8 runs, still winning games.
Like on Friday night, right, or Saturday, whenever that was, a PCA game. I think that was Friday.
And as long as you do that, that's great. But we know what happens in the playoffs. Best pitchers going up. You're pitching. You're facing the 2 guys, maybe the 3rd guy in the rotation. The best of the best is coming in to face you almost every single night. I think it bodes well, the fact that they're hitting the ball the way they're doing it. And they're doing this without healthy pitching, too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So maybe when the healthy pitching comes back, when the starters end up coming back for you, maybe things get a little bit better and they make that little bit of a climb. But if they can't find somebody to close out games for them on a consistent basis at a very high level, they're going to have problems come playoff time.
So they've turned to Palencia here a couple times, even after he blew a game last week, and he's gotten the job done. So far during this stretch against the Marlins, White Sox, Reds, and Rockies, the Cubs have gone 10-3. That's what you want to do.
That's what you
That's exactly what you want to do.
Right. That affords you the opportunity then, when you're playing tough teams, to go ahead and go 7-6 or 6-7.
That's exactly right.
In the same stretch. Yeah.
So Fangraphs, now that we're a third of the way through, we're starting to get a better idea. Jurko always says give them to June 1st, too.
June 1,
right there.
guys. June 1.
We're knocking on the door. That's this Sunday. Fangraphs is giving the Cubs an 82% chance to make the playoffs, a 73% chance of winning the division, and a 4.7% chance of winning the World Series. I don't know how they do their projections exactly, the little nuance that goes into them, but there's always a difference. Baseball Reference is much more bullish on the Cubs' chances of winning the World Series. Fangraphs not as much. So for what that's worth, they give the Cubs, like I said, about a 5% chance of winning the World Series, but an 82% chance of making the playoffs at this point. And again, the plus 93 is best in the league, best in the National League, and second best in baseball behind the Yankees. Pete Crow Armstrong continues to be not only a story here locally, but one of the stories of baseball. You've seen his odds to win the MVP award plummet all the way down to about 10-1. The only players right now with shorter odds in the National League to win the MVP are, of course, Shohei, who now leads baseball with home runs again, 19. If he does that, it'd be a third straight season that Shohei Ohtani leads the league at home runs. Wow. So, he led the National League last year. So, you've got Shohei, you've got Tatis, and you've got Corbin Carroll, who's cooled off a little bit here in the last week or so. And then PCA. Shorter odds than his teammate Kyle Tucker, Yerk. A month ago, that would have seemed impossible.
Well, everybody's waiting for him to cool off, but he's not cooling off.
No.
He's still playing at a very high level.
He's second in the league in RBIs,
but
on top of everything else
like
he's doing.
anything, you almost have to post that kind of year. Then the next year, if you can come and repeat that year, that's the better chance of going ahead and winning an MVP. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've got to post that first year to make sure that, okay, we can believe who this kid is. And then going into the next year, you become one of the top 4 guys in it.
Yeah.
But going into the season, nobody had PCA anywhere near.
No, those guys.
The MVP.
No.
Nowhere.
No.
So,
leads the NL in wins above replacement at nearly 3 right now. Take a guess how many players, now that we're a third of the way through, so through 54 team games, okay, most teams are there. How many players do you think in the league have 10 or more doubles, 10 or more home runs, and 10 or more stolen bases? 10, 10, and 10.
And the stolen bases being the difficult aspect of it, right?
A little bit, yeah.
I'd say that one would be the difficult aspect. I'd say 4.
There's 1, and it's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Okay, so he's the only one.
He's the only guy. Shohei is a double away. He's at 9 doubles. He doesn't have 10 yet. Shohei's a double away. But through his team's first 54 games, PCA is the only guy. And, in fact, if you go back to I went to the start of the divisional era, Yerk, so this is all the way back to 1969. And if you look at those requirements, team's first 54 team games, 10, 10, and 10, it's only happened 89 times. I thought this was interesting, though. Shohei did it last year. Acuna did it in 23. Those players in those seasons won the MVP awards. So the last 2 guys to do it have each won the MVP. And if you add in PCA's gaudy RBI total right now, and like I said, he's second behind his teammate.
46
he's at 48.
or something? 48?
He's at 48. If you add in his gaudy RBI total and you use all those other marks, the 10 or more doubles, the 10 or more home runs, the 10 or more stolen bases, and then you say 40 or more RBIs, he's the first player to reach those marks since Jose Ramirez and Tatis Jr. did it in the COVID year, that weird COVID year of 2020. So he's the first player in 5 seasons to do it. Only 24 players since 1969 have hit those marks. Only 24. Barry Bonds did it a few times.
I'm not going to name
did
all
it 1
24.
year. No, I'm not going to ask you to. Only 24 players have hit those marks in a team's first 54 games since the start of divisional play in 1969. So PCA continues to occupy like this rare air in terms of players doing a lot of spectacular things on the diamond. All the extra base hits, the slug, the stolen bases. The one knock or weakness right now would be the abnormally high, or I guess I should say sort of low walk rate. And then when you compare that to just how many strikeouts he has to walks, if we want to look at that ratio. He has 6 times as many strikeouts as walks. That's a big number. Like Kyle Tucker has more walks than strikeouts.
Right.
He has 6 times more strikeouts than walks. If you're going to knock or criticize anything in this young kid's game right now, it would be that. Will that get better? It can. I mean, the profile doesn't always change. A lot of times guys kind of are who they are. He makes a lot of contact anyway, which is a good thing. I mean, he puts the ball in play a lot. There's not a lot of patient work the count and get on base via. Well, there's just not a lot of that in his game. That's not to say that it can't come.
He's not Ian Happ.
Maybe it will. He's not Ian Happ.
Ian Happ looks at a lot of pitches.
Yes.
Ian Happ takes a lot of walks. Ian Happ also strikes out.
Yes, but he takes a lot of
But
walks.
his ratio is more like a 1.1 to 1, something like that. He'll strike out 150 times and maybe get 90 walks, something like that.
He's at 27 walks and 46 strikeouts right now. To your point, that's not even 2 to 1.
Yeah, it's not 2 to 1.
You know,
6 to 1 is it's a gaudy number.
Yeah, 6 to 1
in probably the wrong direction.
In the wrong direction.
As long as you're hitting the way he's hitting and driving in people the way you're driving in people, and driving the ball out of the park with 14 home runs,
right?
Who would think a wispy little fellow like him could make that happen? But he does.
He's stronger than you think, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what he's listed at. He's listed at 6 feet, $185.
Yeah,
he's
it's
got
a good
some
size.
power in there.
It's
though,
good
man.
size.
It is good size. Yeah.
Where do you generate power from? The legs, the hips,
and the quick bat.
Right,
He's got
the derriere,
hits the
the
ball
derriere.
hard. Very
That's where it
quick
comes
bat.
from, Carm.
But he is. I mean, he's.
Well, they're going to be a good
He's the
story.
man. You got to love it.
Most of the
if you're
times,
a Cub
we
fan.
just want baseball in this town to take us to when the Bears report for camp.
Right.
This is going to stick around a little bit longer this year, which is nice.
And especially if he's in an MVP race.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
he is the Cubs' most exciting all-around player since
Bill Buckner.
No, since
No?
Bryant. I was going to say.
Since Bill Madlock.
I was going to say Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant won an MVP award.
Yeah, Chris Bryant. Well, I'll go with Chris.
Yeah,
Bryant.
right. Like
Yeah.
he is their most dynamic, recognizable,
I don't know.
nationally known player.
I got a retro thing going today. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Ginger Lynn and Bill.
Oh, the old days, guys.
Bill Madlock.
The old days. Yeah. That's what Campbell
Who
Soup
would've
says.
thought he'd be,
Good.
The race in the NL for MVP is going to be fantastic.
Yes,
if
it is.
none of these guys take themselves out of it, if nobody gets hurt, anything like that.
The Midsummer Classic should be a beauty.
Yeah, I don't even know where it is this year.
An All-Star game may be worth watching.
I don't know, really.
Well, I'm trying to build it up, Carm. Here I am with fake enthusiasm for baseball.
You don't need to fake it.
No, it's here. I'm giving you some fake enthusiasm for baseball. I'm telling you, the Midsummer Classic might be one to watch, and you just poo-pooed it.
I don't know if any of them.
Poo-pooed it. Let me roll. Use the momentum that I'm trying to build and let it roll into positivity for baseball.
It's definitely the best of all the All-Star games. It's the only one that is somewhat watchable.
I concur.
Is baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, there's nothing else going on.
I like the way you said it. Somewhat watchable. I think that's a very positive way of saying it.
The home run derby still has its moments. I think it's a little bit too long and drawn out now, but at least you might put it on in the background for a little bit. It's the only one that's somewhat tolerable. But Shohei, you do always wonder about voter fatigue, and at some point are people going to be like, enough with Shohei? I don't know. He's so special. Maybe they won't get tired of voting for him, but if Tatis cools off at all, or if Corbin Carroll has here a little bit, or if one of those teams don't make the playoffs, I think San Diego will. Arizona maybe not. They're a 500 team right now. That PCA is going to potentially be pushing Shohei for an MVP award. Just nobody could have envisioned when the season started. Jesse will talk more baseball with us at 2 if you want to talk Cubs or Sox. Boy, Sox have played better, but still not finding themselves on the right side of the column all that often. They did win the series against the Rangers, but they blew a game late in the 8th and 9th in the last couple of days. They're only a couple of games better than they were through 54 games last year, but for some reason it just kind of feels and seems a little bit better. You can join us at 312-332-ESPN. Crosstalk in a couple hours. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Live coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Well, just to finish that thought on PCA, Jurko, I was reading ESPN.com's Bradford Doolittle, who did a post Memorial Day weekend, now that we're a third of the way through the season, like awards watch. We were talking about the awards. And he has the front runner in the NL. Again, this is based off of like his ranking system.
Yeah.
He's got the front runner in the NL as PCA. And then the next 9, he's got Shohei, Tatis, we talked about, Perdomo, Geraldo Perdomo of the Diamondbacks, who's been great, Kyle Tucker, Freddie Freeman, Corbin Carroll, who's got slightly shorter odds than PCA, Will Smith of the Dodgers, James Wood, the young kid in Washington, and Kyle Schwarber, who's got like 18 bombs again.
He does.
But he writes, leader trend, Pete Crow Armstrong's emergence has made him one of baseball's best stories. Entering the season, we knew that PCA, as he's affectionately called, could post elite defense and base running metrics. If only he could hit. Would a leap from an 88 to a 145 OPS plus work? He's asking that rhetorically.
Yes, he is.
How about a pace that could see Crow Armstrong post a 40-40 season? The strike zone numbers suggest a coming regression, more than 5 whiffs for every walk. We just updated that. But so far, so great. That is his assessment of PCA. And, yeah, he's looking at potentially a 40-40 stolen base season.
Great.
And at some point, he's going to do a Shohei, too. He's going to get to, like, August. And he's going to be like, wait, I've got this how many home runs? And then he's just going to start stealing bases like crazy. Like, Shohei realized at some point last year, he's like, wait, I'm going to do 50-50? Yeah, I'm going to start stealing bases every day, and that's going to be PCA at some point. I know some people that bet his over stolen base total at like 28.5 or something, and I think he's got 14.
Barring injury.
Barring injury, he's going to get that.
Yeah,
and I told him
good about it.
I said, listen, he's going to get to August. He's going to have 30 home run season, like, oh, I could do 30-30 in my sleep. I could maybe do 40-40. I'm going to start to run. And if you go and look at Shohei's trends and paces last year, you will see that he absolutely did that. What did he finish with last year, too? Yeah, he finished with 59 stolen bases. But you can, like, literally see when he realized, I'm going to have a 50 home run season. I may as well tag it with 50 stolen bases. And he just went nuts late in the season, and PCA is going to do that. And, yeah, barring any sort of injury, it's going to be special. And Cub fans have to be absolutely loving this again because you got him for basically nothing.
For 49 games of Javi Baez.
Yeah, you were coming out of that great era they had. You were getting rid of all those players. You tried to keep some of them. It never really worked. Had it not been for COVID, I think Jesse said the story was Javi probably would have been a Cub long term. COVID hit. They pulled the offer from the table. And little by little, that team is sold off. And it's like, okay, let's reset. Let's rebuild this a little bit. And they did that. And for 47 games of Javi Baez in New York, you got Pete Armstrong, who not only has just been great, but has truly been one of the biggest, most talked about players in baseball so far this season. So with 100 days to go to the start of the NFL season, Yerk, and again, I know of no other sport where we start counting down like 100 days, but we're hooked on the NFL.
That we are.
We don't really do it for baseball. You don't see
no,
right? You don't see 100 days.
We haven't done it.
Does anybody do that? Maybe
you're in the midst of the football season.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
dumb thought, though.
Go ahead.
The other leagues are those regular seasons and playoffs are much longer. So
yeah, that's true.
When does that even start? Like for the NBA, are we almost 100 days out from the next season, even though the season's still going on?
I bet it's not that
Football
far
is the
off.
longest off season.
I think by the time they get done with the NBA championship series,
you probably
when
have
that final game is, you'd probably be knocking on 100.
You probably would be 125 days.
Like
maybe?
with baseball, like how long is the off season in baseball?
They don't give you time to miss
long.
it. Yeah, they don't give you time to miss it.
No, that's a good point. That's true. We love this so much. So the countdown's on, and Ben Solak was writing about like 100 big ideas with 100 days to go. You're just thinking about different topics and storylines that we're going to follow in the NFL. And one little section he included, Yerk, was 3 most improved teams. Do you want to take a guess at who he wrote were the 3 most improved teams from 2024 going into 2025?
What are we talking about? NFL?
Yeah.
3 most improved teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers.
No, Niners actually not one of them.
Shocking.
Not one of them. I think people just assume they actually lost a lot, but I think people assume they'll be healthier, maybe some addition by subtraction with the Debo trade, and they can't possibly be as bad as they were last year with all the bad injury luck. So, no, that's not one of them.
All right, I'm looking through here right now. Is Chicago one of those
the Bears
teams?
are one
Thank
of the
you.
3.
You asked, it was Chicago. There you go.
And I'll read to you in a minute what he said, but can you guess the other 2? He does have the Bears in his 3 teams under the wow, they got better, the 3 most improved teams
Tennessee
category.
Titans.
Not the Titans. Not a bad.
The common theme would be new head coaches.
All right, the Raiders.
Raiders, correct.
And New England Patriots.
And the New England Patriots. You got it. That's a good clue.
Well, now that I knew the common theme,
it's a very good clue.
Yeah.
So he writes Vegas, Bears, and Pats. Raiders. No team made bigger strides at the 2 most important positions than the Raiders. Geno Smith is multiple tiers better than Minshew and O'Connell, which should provide weekly above-average quarterback play. And Pete Carroll is multiple tiers better at head coach than Antonio Pierce, who struggled with in-game and locker room management. Everybody thought he'd be good at one of those things. He sucked at both, unfortunately. Those changes alone should massively raise the Raiders' floor, and the presence of potential offensive stars such as Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty elevate the ceiling. I expect the Raiders to be around 500 this season, so as long as they endure the defensive departures. 2, the Bears, 5-12 a year ago. It's been 5 months since the 2024 regular season ended, and we're still uncovering more layers of the coaching ineptitude in Chicago. Caleb Williams' rookie season was rife with concerning film, but it's quite easy to attribute his spiraling to poor coaching. With Ben Johnson on hand and Dennis Allen running the defense, the Bears should be far more functional in 25. Their substantial offensive additions their substantial offseason additions on offense could define a very high ceiling if they hit it. And then finally on the Patriots, he writes, I'm thrilled with Drake May's rookie performance and long-term potential. I'm equally stoked about the Pats' offense. They're banking on a young offense, which may reap more rewards in 26 than this season, but defensively, they're poised for a big leap following plenty of free agent acquisitions. Accusations? Acquisitions. So the Bears fit his mold as one of the three. And yes, all three have new head coaches. One team upgraded the quarterback tremendously, and the other two have quarterbacks entering year 2. People feel better about Drake May than they do about Caleb Williams. I hope Caleb goes out and changes that narrative this offseason.
He's the only one that can.
And he is the only one
He is the only one that can.
It's a good point.
So I hope it happens.
Because I think nationally, people feel much better about Drake May than they do about Caleb Williams right now. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app, presented by Woodford Reserve.
Well, if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. They've got something for everyone there, all types of great restaurants and fast food places that are outstanding. But don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano is going to tell you himself that Elmwood Park is something special. It's much more than just the incredible restaurants. It's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal, the next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me. And Mayor Skip, Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Debut our first list coming up just after 1. It's back. We had some fun with it last spring and summer. We're doing it again. The countdown is on. It officially starts today, 100 days until September 4th. That is the opening of the 2025 NFL season. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35 today. And then we have White Sox and Mets with a 5:30 pregame. First pitch a little bit after 6 Chicago time from Queens at Citi Field. Meller's got your pregame show at 5:30 after Waddle and Silvy get you home on this Tuesday, and then Len and DJ have the first pitch just after 6 o'clock. Let's say hi to William in Winfield. What's up, William?
I need to talk to Carmen.
Hello? Hello? All right, William?
William?
Willie.
Hello,
Yes.
William.
Going once.
Willie dog.
Going twice. All right, William was there.
He did say he was going to talk to Carm. He was telling someone that he was going to talk to you.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
William, call back. What? I didn't hear that. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened.
He wanted
either.
to say something. I think he was going to make a joke like, oh, yeah, you guys don't think the NBA offseason's long? When you're the Bulls and you miss the playoffs every year, it's long.
So that's like April 10th was their last game?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so you got May,
5
June,
months.
July, August, September. Yeah, that's at least 5 months.
That's pretty good.
5.5 months till the start of the regular season.
We don't get to enjoy that anymore. Playoffs in hockey and basketball like we used to. There was a time we got to enjoy it.
That's correct.
Not anymore.
Not
now
anymore.
Season's over in April, and that's it.
Not anymore.
Did you notice that over the week, I think it's maybe changed, but on Friday, that the Mitch Marner next team odds, the Chicago Blackhawks were number 1 in the odds. I think that's changed. I never know what's AI or what's not anymore either. Yeah, I'm so careful on saying things that I see scrolling on Instagram. So I don't know if it's real or not. It might be fake news, Yerk.
Sure.
Marner, the Blackhawks said they will not be going after Mitch Marner. Was that real news or fake news? It might be real news. I mean,
I'm looking for it right now.
I didn't know if it was just I got on Instagram. It's some weird account. Who knows? That the Hawks wouldn't even kick the tires on him. I don't think the Blackhawks are going to sign Mitch Marner. I'm not sure that he wants to come here for a rebuild. He's probably going to make $12 or $14 million a year, and it's probably not money well spent anyway on a player who's accomplished nothing in the playoffs, as great as he is.
All right.
In the regular season. That team is a prime example of what you don't want your players to be like in the postseason. So
why would he be leaving? Is he not happy in Toronto?
I think they're moving on.
They can't pay him.
I think they're moving on and they
All
can't pay him.
Detroit, Carolina, Chicago, Utah, Mammoth. Those are the 4 teams that they've got as the top ones that can sign him.
All right.
Detroit, Chicago, Carolina, and Utah, Mammoth.
Detroit makes a little sense. You squeeze out a few more of Patrick Kane seasons, DeBrincat. They're a little bit closer to the playoffs, right? They just missed. Would they miss the playoffs by a couple of games? I think Detroit by probably just 4 points or something. They missed the playoffs. They're closer.
Right, I get you.
Than the Hawks.
They're on the cusp.
They're kind of on the cusp. Maybe that makes some sense.
You got Blackhawks at plus 300, Flyers plus 400, Penguins plus 500, Mammoth plus 600, Hurricanes plus 800, Red Wings they've got here at plus 1,000.
Okay.
So the implied probability is 25% that the Blackhawks would get him. So
yeah, and I don't know that it even makes the most sense. As skilled as he is, I love watching him, but they have a nickname for him in Toronto, and it's not a very...
What is it?
Decorum prevents me from saying it here.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you off the air.
Well, what don't they like about him as a player?
They don't like the fact that they keep getting bounced in the playoffs and that he and Austin Matthews are accomplishing nothing.
Okay.
That's what they don't like. I got to say, like, we got, as Hawks fans, as Chicago sports fans, we got the best of the best. Like, these young kids came in with all this hype, and then it almost immediately started paying dividends.
Yes.
In 2009, they made a run to the conference finals. By the next year, they won a cup. And in every big playoff game, Jonathan Taves, Patrick Kane, Duncan Keith, like
Marion Hossa,
and Hossa was already such a great, well-established player.
Sure.
I just mean like the young guys that they were building around, right?
Yeah.
They always showed up and played, always. Always.
They were your best players on the ice.
They were your best players on the ice, Jurko.
That's what they were.
Jonathan Taves was the best two-way player on the ice. Kane scored every big goal he had to score. Sharpie scored. Like, they always did it. They always came through. And you look around these other places. Look what's happening in Carolina. I know what they won last night, but they're so thoroughly outclassed by Florida. If you just watch those first handful of games, it's not even funny. You look at how disappointing it's been in Toronto with all this high-end talent, this elite talent in Nylander, in Matthews, in Marner. They can't get out of the second round of the playoffs. The Blackhawks not only got out of the second round a lot, they won 3 times. They always showed up, and they were always great. And, man, did we get to reap the benefits of that as fans and enjoy it. And every time I watch Florida, I think of the Hawks. They're deep, and they're tough, and, like, they get in these big games, and the moment is never too big for them, York, ever. They're just like, we're going to come, and we're going to hit you, and we've got 3 lines that can score, and somehow Seth Jones is great at hockey again. I don't know. Maybe they just need to be away from the Hawks.
Maybe when you're surrounded with talent, things are a little bit easier. But when you're the highest paid player on the team, guess what? You need to be the superstar.
Yeah.
Sorry, Seth Jones.
Seth Jones has been great for them. All right, let's try William in Winfield again. William, what's up?
William.
So I called back, and I'm like, yeah.
William.
Now he's having a conversation again.
Hello.
What are you doing?
What are you doing,
Willie
William?
What's going on, gentlemen?
William, talk to us.
Willie.
I'm here. How are you guys?
What's up, buddy?
I just want to let you know you get 5 months off if you're the Chicago Bulls.
You're right about that. We saw your point, and we were laughing about it. That's a very good point, William. The Bulls and the Hawks right now, it's a long offseason.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. No 2-month run for them.
Plenty of time.
Into the spring and summer. Thanks, William. We appreciate it.
Hold on. I mean, he needs to offer something better than that. That's it? He called back just to say that one line?
He was all excited about it, too. Like,
I know. He's telling his friend. I'm going to talk to Carm.
Hey, I got a line for Carmen York. Wait till you hear what I'm going to say.
Come on, Will. You got to call back with something more.
It's still a pretty funny
I like it.
Jeez.
It is a funny thought. He's right about that. We have a long, long way to go. All right, sit tight, guys, if you're on the phones. Hey, we got a couple of mics on the board. Sit tight. We'll grab some calls. We're going to do the list. This will be fun. If you were with us last year, you're going to like that it's back because you're going to make your own list in your mind as we make ours. If you're new to the program, we think you'll get a kick out of it. We got a lot of good run out of it last year. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Plus some Bears OTA stuff I want to talk about during the 1 o'clock hour, including something Adam Schefter said about one of those big-name not free agents, but disgruntled players on another team that has been connected to the Bears a lot this offseason. He was on Unsportsmanlike this morning talking about it. We'll play that at about 1:15. It's Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-5252 0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone had a nice Memorial Day weekend. It's Carmen and Jurko.
I did too, yeah. What'd you cook? Something special, or did you nothing?
Basic grill stuff. Pork chops one night. Stopped at Country Meats, which I love, right by Grand Geneva on Route 50.
Yeah, I know where you're at.
Great place. They got killer brats.
I know they do.
Wisconsin 3 cheese and the cherry brats, and oh my God, I love it.
Love a good
grilled
cherry
some brats yesterday. I got a few left over for later this week, maybe tonight. Grill those up. So I didn't do like anything crazy, but yeah, grilled a little bit. It was nice. No golf, but that's okay. Still had fun. Some baseball. Saw a fun movie, as we talked about, Mission Impossible. It was like the biggest Memorial Day weekend ever because of the Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible movies. They said it was like the biggest box office ever for Memorial Day.
Good to see people get back to the theater.
It's great.
Yep.
Amen.
I'm glad I kept it alive. Yeah, I kept it alive. I'm glad I did.
Tom Cruise starts the movie with a special message about, being at the theater and thank you for coming, and the movie experience is important, and he's right. I saw that the ratings for the Indy 500 were up, like the highest they've been in 17 years.
Did you watch?
I did not. Full disclosure, I didn't. But
I caught the last 50 laps.
I was also I was at the ballpark. I was at my son. We had 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock games.
Yeah, it's weird.
I was there all day, so no, I didn't watch any of it. Some of the guys were following along on their phones that
45-minute delay because of weather, and then some knucklehead couldn't make the start because he crashed before they ever took the green flag.
Yeah.
So that delayed that even a little bit more. But I watched the last 50 laps.
It's a big audience.
Watched Alex Palou make the pass with 14 laps left, and he couldn't be headed after that. So it was over. They were going to the white flag, and somebody smashed into the wall. And the race was over. Kind of anticlimactic. I would have loved to see the last lap. I don't think the guy behind him was going to do anything. I think it was Erickson was his name. I don't think he can do anything anyway. Didn't matter, dude. Palou's car was phenomenal.
Too good?
And he's won 5 of 6 races this year. First Spaniard to ever win.
Is that right?
Yeah, first Spaniard to ever win the Indianapolis 500.
Nice little tidbit. I didn't know that. Yeah, the 8 million, I think it peaked, and that was the biggest audience they've had in nearly 20 years. And so people enjoying live sports and movies. That's good.
Good.
Like the good old days.
That's what you want.
I like it too. Even though I'm
people not afraid of their own shadows.
Yes.
It's a nice thing.
Get out, have fun. All right, let's get into our list. You want to take a couple calls or do the list? Let's do the
whatever
list.
you want.
Let's do the list.
Today's day one, and we got to celebrate here.
Let's do it. It's 100 days. Chris and Adam have compiled the list.
Remember, Adam compiled the list. He cut me out of this process last week. Remember?
He cut Black out.
Just
saying.
What
is he thinking?
I know he's listening right now, but he was very agitated that I didn't contribute, even though apparently I was asked, and then I was too busy watching soccer. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I do. Trust me. Chelsea, you got Chelsea against Real Betis tomorrow. Now, big soccer match.
The challenging part of this is Chris is going to spin the wheel. It's going to pull out a list list, my God.
A wrist?
A wrist. A list at random.
Kind of wrist.
A list at random. And it puts us all on the spot. Like, you got,
I'm
thinking of a million things.
There are 100 lists for the next 100 days until we get to the football season. Here we go. Day number one.
Day one.
Charting down. Well, this is day 100. Counting down to day number 1.
Yes.
Here we go. Here's the spin. Ready, Potsy? Here we go.
I hear the wheel going. The random.
What do we have? It's going to quit spinning.
Spinning.
It's going to quit spinning.
How about this? Number 50. Number 50. Here we go. Number 50 on the list. Today's list of lists as we count down 100 days to the NFL season. Cars from TV or movies. Your favorite cars from TV shows or movies.
It's already a great start.
Number 50.
It's already a great start.
All right, well, the first one.
I know my first one.
Is right there. I love it.
Oh, my God.
Number 5.
I mean, my first one's like an easy, I know it. No
Number 2
problem.
I have.
You do?
Number 2 has come right down the pipeline.
Number 2 I have.
Yeah. Number 1 and number 2 are kind of easy for me.
5 favorite cars.
Yeah, from a TV show or a movie.
Just remember it. You know, just remember your favorite shows and what they drove.
I got my top 2.
I've got number 4 on my list. Now I'm searching for number 3. I got 1, 2, 4, and 5. Now I'm searching for number 3.
These guys know we're going to miss stuff, too, so you might as well start calling now. You guys forgot so-and-so.
I'm ready.
You're already ready?
I'm ready. Yurko's ready. Are you ready?
Fire away, Yerk.
All right, number 5 on my list, Herbie the Love Bug.
I knew you were going to have
Herbie
that.
the Love Bug.
I knew it.
Number 4, Thomas Magnum's Ferrari.
Yeah, that's a
the red
good call,
Ferrari
dude.
that Thomas Magnum used to drive around. Kit.
That's really good. Kit's on my list.
K-I-T, Kit.
Do you
from
think
Knight Rider, right?
Yes, from Knight Rider. Do you think Justin Pottinger, who's in for a ballot today, Justin's like 24.
Yeah, 25.
25. Do you think he knows what Kit from Knight Rider is? Or is
Well, if he's a Hasselhoff fan.
No.
You know
if
what
he's
it
a
is?
David Hasselhoff
I do
fan.
not.
You've never heard of Knight Rider or Kit?
That's great.
It sounds familiar, but no, I couldn't put it in my mind. No.
Do you know who David Hasselhoff is?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
That was the show he did in the 80s.
Okay.
All right. Eleanor from Gone in 60 Seconds. Eleanor, the GT Shelby, 67 GT
That's
Shelby.
incredible, Yurko.
Eleanor, and the number
That's
1 on my
incredible.
list from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, of course.
The General Lee.
That's a great one.
Yes, the General Lee.
Oh, my
That's
God.
the way Yurko rolls. Don't you play games with me.
That's an excellent.
love
That's
it.
a pretty damn good list.
Boy, there are some good ones out there that I missed, too. I'm a little bit upset with
guarantee
myself.
there's a bunch that you missed.
Yeah, I'm upset with myself. But that's okay.
You're already upset
It's
with
my
yourself?
list. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of great ones that are out there.
I'm going to say this is somewhat difficult.
It's very.
Yeah, this one's a little difficult.
But
But not because there's a lack of great.
There's cars everywhere.
Cars to choose from.
I mean, I don't want to tell you the Batmobile is a vehicle, but you know
Well, of
that's
course.
one that's out
That's
there.
That was on my list.
Geez, come on, Yerk.
I'm not saying anything.
I got
hell
a
you
few
doing then?
superhero cars on.
My mouth is shut. I will not say anything.
I'm a little surprised it wasn't on your list.
It was not. There is one that I missed, and I'm upset.
Are you really? Don't say it.
I'm not.
See if one of
All
us
right,
gets
I'm ready.
All right,
Chris
I'm
is
ready.
ready.
Here
Let's
we go.
Okay, Chris.
Here are my 5. Give me the car from Speed Racer.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
the
good
Mach
call.
5.
Yeah, the Mach 5.
The Mach 5.
There you go. Yerk
Are you
knows the
kidding
name
me?
off the top.
Absolutely.
I will
Very good.
select the car that Ryan Gosling drives in
Great
Drive.
call. Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic car. He can do anything with that vehicle.
I
like
wish
it.
I knew what it was. I wish I knew. I'd tell you what
I think it's a
name is.
Mustang, isn't it?
I don't know, Chris, but he's a wizard with that car, man.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Give me, since Yurko spoiled this one, the Batmobile.
Yeah, it's a
I
good one.
apologize
Number
for
3.
that. I apologize.
I will go number 2, the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
On my list.
And number 1, I will select Optimus Prime from Transformers.
That's really good.
Optimus Prime. He's a truck, but it still counts.
That
Yeah,
counts.
truck car.
Still counts.
Truck cars, TV movies,
Because there is a van that
Really
one
good.
can talk about
Yeah.
Sure.
that's out there that might be on somebody's list.
Okay.
A van. Oh, from. Can I say it?
Do whatever you
The
want.
van from the A-Team.
That is a van.
Yeah.
I was going to say
It's not what I have.
from a cartoon, perhaps.
Yes.
Yeah, we're on the
okay.
same page.
We're on the same thing.
That was a
yes.
good list by Chris. All right, here's my list. You ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Number 5, the Batmobile, is on my list. Number 4, Cole Trickle's car in Days of Days
that's
of
great.
Thunder.
Yeah, I love that.
Great car.
Yeah.
Number 3, I won't go just in generalities. I'll pick one specifically, and I'll just go with the most modern one. But Bond cars were always cool, and I'll go with the one from the last one. Remember at the
he
beginning?
always drove an Aston Martin.
It was always an Aston Martin.
I always thought it was an Aston Martin.
I think it
I don't
might
know
have
if they
been.
changed up as they got more, more popular or past the days when the Aston Martin might have been the cat's meow.
Do you remember the scene where he's trapped at the beginning of the last one where he's in Italy and he's surrounded by those guys and he gets that car and the guns come out and he goes
and
he's
spin.
360
and
he's 360 and I mean it's awesome. So give me like a good Bond car. I'll go with the last one just because it was the most high tech. Number 2, Kid from Knight Rider is one of my favorite shows. When I was a little kid, I thought that show was the coolest. And number 1, I think it was 2 on Chris's list. This was easy for me. The DeLorean from Back to the Future, 100%.
How many gigawatts did it need?
1.21 gigawatts.
1.21 gigawatts.
So that is my list of my favorite cars. All right, Potsy, you got a list?
Let's go, Potsy. So I got the Back to the Future vehicle as well at number 5. And then number 4, I got Iron Man's Audi R8. I thought, awesome car. Number 3 for me was the Batmobile. Number 2 was the Fantastic Four, the Tascar. I think that's what it was from Fantastic Four.
All right.
Yep. And then my number 1 was actually, it was White Man Can't Jump. I can't remember what the car was, but it was a Chevy. Do you remember the Chevy I'm talking about?
I remember his convertible that he drove.
So growing up, dude, I thought that was like the coolest car. I wanted my dad to really get that car just off of the movie. Like, I know it's kind of an old, kind of rundown car, but growing up, I thought that car was awesome.
I'm shocked at that. I never would have picked that out in a million years.
It was a Chevy. I'm trying to find which car it was.
I don't remember.
It was some sort of
I remember
convertible Chevy.
The convertible.
Mm-hmm.
That I remember. I love that movie. I don't remember the type of car. What's the van you thought?
The van is the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo.
Oh, from Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine,
That's a good one.
Or the Dumb and Dumber van that's got the ears on it.
Yeah.
Remember that
the
one?
Shaggin' Wagon?
Yeah, the Shaggin' Wagon.
That's bad.
The A-Team car was 83 GMC G15.
There you go. I thought of that one for a second, and then there's like Steve McQueen's car from Bullitt, but that's kind of an old, antiquated
That
reference.
is an
not
old
that it's
reference.
not cool. I mean, it was cool, but
The one I'm upset about is the Trans Am in Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah. That's a good
Smoking
one.
that black Trans Am with the gold eagle on top.
Some of the ones people are suggesting, the Ferrari from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, that's another great one. See?
The RV from Breaking Bad.
That's very good. I'm now very mad at myself that I forgot the Ferrari.
I wish I had the RV from Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
That's a great one.
The 1959 Cadillac Miller Meteor Hearse in Ghostbusters that they converted into their Ghostbuster car.
That's a good one. I'm really ashamed of myself that I forgot the Ferrari.
Carm's broken after that.
I can't believe it.
You just totally, on day one, you broke me. How could I forget the 1963 California... The 1963 250 Ferrari GT California. Only less than 100 were made. How could I forget that? Oh, my God. I'm broken.
The Griswold's Family Truckster.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Griswold Family Truckster.
This is a tough one, but there's some good ones out there.
Want to grab a few?
Do we have anybody out there?
All right, go ahead. We got a bunch of people. All right, Durwood, go ahead.
Yeah, you got most of mine, but my wild card is John Voight's LeBaron.
That's that's another excellent call, Durwood. That's from Seinfeld. John Voight's LeBaron from Seinfeld.
Okay.
Amazing. John Voight, the endodontist, not the actor.
Okay.
John Voight's LeBaron is great. Jason in Denver. Go ahead, Jason.
All right. Well, my top 5 taps. I'm a little old school, so of course I got to go with the Cadillac from Ghostbusters. That's iconic.
Yeah.
I liked the Lincoln and Entourage. It's one of my favorite cars ever.
That's a good one.
And then I didn't have 3, but my top one of all time is the Merc in Cobra.
Ooh, that's very good. Cobra. Jason's phone was a little breaking up there.
All right.
The car in Cobra, so Sly Stallone's car in Cobra. Excellent call.
Adam Abdallah has chimed in.
Oh, boy.
Abdallah's got his list.
He's not here. Do you get to
Number
have a
5. We always send him in whenever we weren't
we
here.
kinda do.
You're not going to get him from me when I'm in Scotland, boys.
No.
The Jeep from Jurassic Park.
Of course. That's his
4
favorite movie.
is the Ecto 1.
That's
Ghostbusters.
Yeah. 3 is the van from A-Team. 2 is the Batmobile with Michael Keaton. And 1 is the DeLorean B2F. honorable mention, Dom's Charger from Fast and the Furious.
That's a good call. Yeah, like no Fast and the Furious stuff.
Somebody had sent me something from some John Wick's car.
Oh, yeah.
John Wick's car,
Right,
the
that's
original.
good.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
think
one
about
that
how
started problems when he stole John Wick's car.
Central to the movie it was, too,
Yeah.
you know?
Mustang Mach 1, a 69 Mustang Mach 1. John Wick 1 is 429 Boss.
There you go. Nice.
For all you car guys out
You
there.
had a good one with the Eleanor from
Eleanor.
Gone in
Oh,
60
yeah.
Seconds.
GT show.
Downtown Dean. Go ahead, Dean.
Oh, my God. The LeBaron Seinfeld call are amazing. Sometimes I spell Jerry with a G
Amazing.
and an I. I was calling because I watched it the other night, and I love it's one of the greatest car chase scenes of all time. When they asked the driver and Ronan what kind of car he wants, and he's like, something like, with some body and some speed, like an Audi S8. And I'm in an AMG right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I've never driven an Audi S8, but pretty sick car scene. See you guys.
It's a great Robert De Niro, Jean Reno, Ronan.
Yeah.
Very good chase scene. Very good car scene in that movie. Good call. Let's see. How about Jesse in Evanston? Jesse, go ahead. What's on your list?
What's up, fellas? How you doing? Hope you enjoyed the holidays.
Yes, you too, buddy.
You can call me Uncle Jess. Uncle Jesse. Does that ring a bell?
Uncle Jesse.
You're forgetting the best car of them all.
Oh, from Uncle Jesse from
Full House.
From Full House.
No.
Uncle
From the Dukes of Hazzard, the General Lee.
Oh, Joe Yurko said the General Lee.
He said it.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Who's
Oh,
Uncle
my
Jesse?
bad.
Uncle
I
Jesse.
just got in the car. My bad,
It's
Jurko.
all good.
No, not a problem. He was the old guy with the beard. Uncle
Oh,
Jesse.
yeah, that's right.
Barbara
that's right.
Bach used to call him Uncle Jesse all
There
the
you go.
time. Yeah.
Jesse, there you go. Uncle Jesse. But yeah, Yurko did have the General Lee.
Daisy Dukes on.
with those
man.
Daisy Dukes.
Ooh, she had legs all the way from the floor up to her boob.
Mod on. Jim, go ahead, Jim.
Gran Torino.
Gran Torino. That's a good one. From the movie.
Yeah, I used to have one. Yeah, I had one. It's a Gran Torino Sport, actually.
Nice.
Because it had the air scoop on the front.
That's not bad. That's a pretty good one, Jim. How about Dave in Bolingbrook? What's up, David?
Hey, this is one that everybody's forgetting about. Yellow Silverado owned by a certain guy named Buck in Kill Bill.
That's pretty good. I'm
Was
not
that
going to
David
lie.
Carradine?
Yeah.
Is that who it was? His character?
No, Buck was the brother.
Was the hospital guy.
Oh, okay. You guys got to help me.
I can't say the name on the air, so
Yeah.
I figured I'd give you a couple of easy clues.
Yeah, Buck.
Yeah, it's got a name.
Yeah, it does. You can't say it,
it's a
though.
name that, you
It's
cannot
a certain
say.
wagon.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
wagon.
Yes.
Yes. Well,
David,
I'm sure you can deduce.
That's a pretty good call. The car from, Travolta's car. I don't remember what kind of car it was. Forgive me. But that car that he has when he comes back to the States in Pulp Fiction. Remember then that somebody keys it. He talks about it when he's buying the smack from Eric Stoltz.
Yeah,
He
from
says,
the one guy.
He says, you still got your Malibu? He's like, you know what? Somebody keyed it. And he goes on his whole thing about, can you imagine how cowardly it is to key another man's car? That's a pretty. Look at the phones. Like, we can't take everybody here.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, why not?
Well, because
We don't have a Ben Johnson press conference coming up.
That's a good point.
We got time.
Are we going to have one of those this week? Maybe, Chris? We might, because they're back at OTAs. All right, let's grab a couple more. Hold on. Let's do. Who's been waiting here? Let's do Justin in Dallas. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, Carm, Yurko, I hope everything is good. I didn't hear anybody name any one of the cars from Need for Speed. Any one of them. That was the perfect movie. Any one of those cars.
Wait, the Need
for Speed.
Movie, yeah. Remember, it was a video game, but then they turned it into a movie.
I don't know if I even know that movie.
Yeah.
Wait, the movie's called The Need for Speed.
Flex should know.
I don't know.
I don't think I've seen Need for Speed.
I haven't either.
Oh, wow.
Damn,
Okay.
Justin, you
Well, yeah,
got
do
us.
the research. It was a really good movie, and it was a bunch of like the German cars, the Ferraris, and everything. It was really good.
All right, Justin. Yeah.
Somebody up here's got the Blues Brothers mobile. That was 74 Dodge Monaco.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so just let you know, that
Blues
was old
Brothers
Joe.
is
Joe out of Sugar Grove.
Aaron Paul was the lead for the movie Need for Speed.
Aaron Paul?
Came out in 2014.
I do not know that movie. All right, real quick. How
I
about
didn't see it.
John? John, go ahead.
John, the Rain Man, the Buick convertible.
Great call.
I'm an
Dude.
excellent driver.
Excellent. Yeah, that old Buick that he had. What kind of Buick was that? Was another great convertible. What kind of Buick was that? Do you remember?
I think it was an early 40s coupe. It's
something like that.
Steering wheel, the color.
Dude, the color on it. Yes.
Was the best.
That's John. That's an excellent call. You know this car? Yeah, I used to drive slow in the driveway. Yeah. Great call.
Oh, John Wick's car is a 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1, not a Boss 429, as is often believed.
Okay.
All right, so we've got that going
It's
for
a pretty
us.
badass car, whatever it is.
He uses a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS 396 as the loaner vehicle when his ends up getting smashed.
Got it. Let's go here. How about Brock on the south side?
Got to be accurate, guys.
Brock, go ahead.
All right. The Lincoln and the Green Hornet that Cato drove.
Not bad.
I didn't hear anybody say that.
Nobody said it, but it's up there.
That's a deep cut there, Brock. That's pretty good. Cato was just an awesome character to begin with. That's not bad. Here's another Jesse. Jesse, go ahead.
This is Jeff.
Jeff. I'm sorry, Jeff.
How you doing? How you doing? Okay, I got two of them here on the same note as Bonnie and Clyde's car and Sonny's car in The Godfather. But what I really call is, say, the Beverly Hillbillies truck.
Ah, that's pretty good.
That's a beauty.
Yeah, the Beverly Hillbillies truck is good.
It's like Sanford and Son's truck.
Yeah.
You know? The little
Dude,
junk wagon that he had.
A lot of these, man.
Yeah.
And you know what the amazing thing is? Nobody's really repeated anything.
No.
That's incredible.
All right, kid.
All right. Want to grab one more? I'll do one
last
more.
one.
Let's go. Last one's going to be Chris in Naperville is going to be the last one. Make it a good one. Go ahead, Chris.
We got an iconic one here. The Magnum PI
Jurko
Ferrari 308 GTS.
Jurko did say that.
That's a beauty.
In
Yeah.
fairness,
Oh, I missed that one.
It's all
That's
good.
all right.
I know.
On my list.
It was on Yurko's list. Now I got to grab one more to get one that we haven't had a repeat. Himbo in the south suburbs. Himbo, go ahead.
Himbo.
Bubba, Nuno.
Hey, guys, just say one quick thing. The DeLorean from the Back to the Future, make sure you get the Mr. Fusion upgrade, though.
We
You
had
can't be looking for plutonium. Get that Fusion upgrade.
That one.
But
Go ahead.
The one I wanted to say was the Starsky and Hutch car,
but
especially the one from the Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson movie, the fully loaded one. That'd be a piece of work.
That's a
Thanks
Gran
a lot, guys.
Torino.
Himbo, good one.
Hey, that's a Gran Torino right there.
That is a Gran
Yes,
Torino.
it is. Yes, it is.
That's good. Hey, that's the way to start off the list. I'm not going to lie.
I tell you, that was smoking. The phone calls lit up like there's no tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Day 99.
Day 99. I'm
TV
excited about that.
TV and movie cars. Fabulous topic. And I'm still mad that I forgot the Ferrari from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah.
Excellent job, everybody.
That's
And
the way to kick it off, guys.
We'll do it again tomorrow, and we'll forget plenty in the moment, and you will have to call and say, guys, you forgot X, Y, and Z. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
$2.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Veroliak Law Group, experience you can trust.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Great way to start the list. All right, this Friday, we start a little summer tour we're going to be doing, a few stops throughout the course of the summer on Fridays, out and about with Yingling. And we're going to start it. It's a home game for me down the street, Hillgrove Tap, just north of the tracks, right downtown, corner of Wolf Road and Hillgrove. So come hang with us there in Western Springs at Hillgrove with Yingling this Friday from noon until 3. And then the good kid told you he's giving away a spot. One of the last spots, one of the last twosomes, part of our group, right, for Grip It and Sip It at Birdie's. Where are you going to be? What's the place called?
Birdie's.
Birdie's.
It's going to be at Birdie's.
Yeah.
111th.
There you go.
111th and close to Western Avenue right there.
Very
111th
good.
Western Avenue.
And that's on Sunday in the afternoon.
That is.
With the good kid from 1 until 3. So a couple of chances to see Yerk this weekend. See the show with me and Yerk on Friday at Hillgrove with Yingling, and then he's out at Birdie's on the southwest side on Sunday. And Grip It and Sip It is 2 weeks from tomorrow already.
I'm sure I have a couple of buddies out from the Beverly neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure you
it's
will.
Very close to that to come on out and try to win a twosome, if you will.
I was going to play some Adam Schefter sound, but let's save it till we have a little bit more time. Maybe we'll do it after the lunch rush.
Sure.
Or after Jesse, before crosstalk in a little bit, because he was talking this morning on Unsportsmanlike about the Trey Hendrickson situation and how that might get resolved. A lot of teams, including the Bears, into their offseason program now with OTAs this week. The Bears have a mandatory minicamp coming up next week. Chase is on the south side. What's up, Chase?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're great, man. How are you?
I'm fine. Hey, before I get started, I got Jurko, Cleo, set it off.
Cleo, say it again?
Set it off. Cleo set it off car.
Set it off.
Oh,
from Set It Off.
I don't know if I know that one. Okay.
I do not, but I'm going to look it up and we'll find out.
Set It Off.
Yeah,
1996 film.
Yeah, have y'all ever seen the movie Set It Off when she was robbing the bank, when they was robbing the bank?
I don't know it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Is Queen Latifah in that?
Yeah, Jada and Vivica. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good cast.
Yeah, so I always got a Cubs question, Cubs concern, though.
Okay.
As happy as I am, as excited as I am about this team and the direction they're going, because they're the only team in this town so far that's given us some playoff hope.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still a little skeptical about their closer situation and their bullpen, because they're scoring a lot of runs, but this is not sustainable. You know, you can't win games like this. It's almost like it's like someone having a great offense, but on football, offense that's scoring 30, 40 points, but you got a defense that's getting up 30 points. It's the same thing. You know, I just don't trust their bullpen. I don't trust their closer situation. Until they get that rectified, I'm still weary about this team making a deep playoff run.
All right. Fair enough, Chase. I think they will try to rectify it. It's easier said than done at the deadline. Jurko gave you the stat that they're just outside the top half of the league in runs against, but they're number 1 in runs scored. They have slugged their way to a lot of victories. They're still a plus 93. That's an impressive differential. There's nothing really fluky in their record based upon what they've scored and what they've allowed. In fact, we told you this last week, I think, one day, and it's remained pretty much unchanged. Their Pythagorean record, or their expected Pythagorean record based off of the runs scored and the runs allowed, has them as 2 games unlucky. It actually has the Cubs as a 35-19 team, not 33-21. So that's how good that plus-minus is. If you want to voice your opinion and thoughts on the Cubs, how good this team might continue to be over the course of the summer. They're playing some bad teams right now, and they're winning. That's what you should do. They're 10-3 during the stretch against the Marlins. That covered 2 series. The White Sox, the Reds, and the Rockies, with another game against Colorado coming up tonight. They're a plus 93, and they're on pace for 99 victories. I don't think they'll get to 99, but it sure looks like this team's going to win somewhere in the 90s, and I think win this division when it's all said and done. 312-332-3776. We'll crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy in an hour. The Lunch Rush is next.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Live coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped a 1-run heartbreaker to the Mets on Memorial Day after Adrian Hauser worked 6 scoreless innings for the second time since joining the club. The Mets got to the bullpen for a couple runs late. The game-ending tally coming on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 9th. Shane Smith will pitch for the Sox tonight in Game 2. Join us for $5 Tuesdays. All fans will enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett Popcorn, Stadium Buttery, Vienna Beef Hot Dogs or Polish Sausages, Beggar's Pizza Slices, Nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Tuesdays. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text DIG to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text DIG to 42424. That's DIG to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Jesse Rogers will talk baseball with us at 2. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy an hour from now. They're going to get you home until 5:30. Then Miller's pregame for Game 2 between the White Sox and the Mets from Citi Field in Queens. White Sox have played decent baseball here over this last week. They won a series from the Rangers, but they blew a couple games late each of the last 2. Adrian Hauser, who they just picked up, has been fantastic in a couple of starts for the White Sox so far. They're only 2 games better through 1/3 of the season than they were a year ago. 17 wins this year through 54, 15 last year. Feels like it's trending in a better direction, though, but they're still pretty lousy. And then the Rockies on the north side. Ay. 6 fewer wins, if you can believe it, than the White Sox had at this time a year ago. You did the math real quick. What, they're
27 victories.
27, Yerk? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, they're 1/3 of the way, too.
Yeah.
Multiplied by 3.
Yeah. We're exactly 1/3. I said that. Yeah, they're 27 victories. Ay. 27 victories. Holy sweet Jesus. And they've got a couple of talented guys on that roster. Like, their shortstop's good. They probably hung on to Ryan McMahon too long, but, like, Ryan McMahon's a good player. I mean, it's terrible.
Yep, they're terrible.
9-45. Sweet Jesus. All right, let's do the lunch rush. Potts, are you doing this with Abdallah being gone?
Yes, sir.
All right,
we got the
go.
lunch rush today from me. So I don't know if you guys heard what happened to Aaron Rodgers this past weekend. He was attending a whole event kind of hosted by Mike Stud, and a little girl asked him a question, whether or not he considered playing for the Chicago Bears or not. This was his response.
Will Aaron Rodgers ever go to the Bears?
Oh, boy. Security, can we get her out of here? I need some security. Security,
can you take it easy on her on this one?
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year. On a road trip. I don't know. Not sure. Gotta check it out.
Are you speaking in code?
I love Chicago, though. Way more than they love me. It's been a great relationship, all one way.
What is he doing? I mean, so
you know exactly what he's doing. He's doubling down on everything he's ever done in his whole life.
It's just I don't know why the Steelers would even want to deal with these shenanigans. I mean, he's not gonna. He's probably if he signs with the Steelers, he's not gonna show up to camp probably till 4 weeks before football starts. I mean, I just don't know the plan here.
He basically just told you though. There he is being a kind of a little bit of a smartass, but telling you, oh, there's a team that plays. Isn't there a road trip to Chicago this year? Come on already, man. Just.
I mean, is this surprising that a narcissist is only concerned with the one-way relationship?
Good point. They should know what they're getting themselves into. But when it comes to quarterback play in this league, and when you keep swinging and missing the way they have, and you got a good team, you're like, we'll deal with the narcissist. We'll deal with the narcissist girlfriend. It's fine. We'll deal with it. Or boyfriend, whatever. But I mean, it works both ways.
I would just think at this point Pittsburgh would just move on.
No, I don't think so, you guys. I think they're like, we'll deal with it.
Or they should at least. They should move on. I don't know if they'll do it.
They've trotted out the likes of...
Oh, we know.
The likes of Kenny Pickett and Justin and Russell Wilson and who else?
Well, we've seen it.
Mason, who's the kid?
Rudolph,
thank you, Jurko. Mason, Rudolph.
Kenny Pickett,
who else?
All of them.
I bet you there's a couple other in there that we'd be like, oof, not on.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for the Aaron Rodgers.
I think they've moved on. That's what I think
so,
is. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it goes.
Aaron also kind of sparked the idea that, hey, if the Packers were to reach out to me, I'd retire there. But it kind of sounds like it would be only if the Packers were to reach out to him on this whole topic. But.
I mean, Mitch Trubisky, they tried all the old Bears
they tried everything back
there. They tried Trubisky.
Yeah.
They've tried, they tried Mason Rudolph. We said him. They've tried, who else? Let me see. Who am I forgetting?
The guy they had last year from Denver.
Kenny Pickett.
The guy from Denver last year, right?
I said Russell Wilson. Yeah. Justin Fields. That might be all of them. We might have nailed all of them, but it has not been pretty. All right, what else?
All right, so NBA playoffs. First of all, Wolves Thunder, pretty good series so far.
That game was great last night.
Yeah, for the first one, I think out of all the games played, that was definitely the best one.
Yeah,
fantastic. But Pacers Knicks tonight, and guess who's welcome back into the stadium? John Halliburton. He'll be back. He's going to be allowed to attend in the building after missing the last 8 games after that altercation with Giannis on April 29th. So he'll be back in the building. Pacers are 2.5 favorites here, trying to go up 3-1.
So they didn't. They just said this is an indefinite suspension. They didn't say like you're done for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's why he's back.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he's learned his lesson. I wouldn't anticipate any run-ins with people on the floor. Don't run on the floor.
Not. Yeah.
Don't run on the floor.
Well, here's an idea. You're up in a box.
How about that?
Go sit up in a box.
How about sit in a box? How about sit in row 5 even? I mean, and you can't.
You don't get to patrol the baseline,
I don't
sir.
think so. I mean, yeah, maybe you go sit in the suite and just chill and enjoy the game. This is an enormous game tonight, right?
This series has been unbelievable, man. Like one of the best series I've seen in a pretty long time, I would think.
I didn't get to see a ton of Sunday. We saw the fourth quarter. We saw the best part. And this series has been great. I don't anticipate the Pacers shooting 5 of 20 from 3. It's been a real weakness of the Knicks in these playoffs. They have not guarded the three-point line well, and the Pacers shot the lights out in the first couple of games. They had the huge rally in Game 1. They held on. They won Game 2 in the Garden Friday night. They shot it very, very poorly from distance and took like 16 less threes than they've been taking on a per-game basis here. So they didn't even attempt a lot. I don't anticipate them struggling that way again from distance, and if they don't, I think they pull out this game tonight. They know how important it is. They can't lose this game. If you're Indy, you can't lose this game, right? You've got to be thinking, we cannot give them.
It's a must-win.
No, they've got to go 3-1.
You cannot give them home court back.
Yes.
After what you did in the first 2, you can't give them home court back. So I have no real rooting interest, and I'm not playing the game. I'm not betting it. My lean would be the Pacers win this game tonight. But this series has been fabulous, and this is the biggest game of the playoffs.
That is my lean also.
Is that your
I
lean?
think the Pacers
tonight?
do. They respond.
It has been.
I think they'll respond.
Just awesome.
Do you think either of these teams can compete with Oklahoma City? Because they've looked fantastic. They're taking that series.
I mean, I would never rule anything out.
They're up 3-1, right?
3-1,
yeah.
They're up 3-1.
I would never rule anything out in the NBA, but I can't see anybody other than OKC.
I think Denver taxed them harder than they're getting taxed right now by Minnesota.
Yes.
I think Denver did. Denver taxed them. 7 games, right?
7 games.
They taxed them.
Last night in the fourth quarter, it was just a crazy offensive output by both teams.
Both teams.
Like you would expect a team, what did the Timberwolves score in the fourth? Like 40 points, 41 points?
And they both shot the lights out last night, Chris. I mean,
the Thunder
it was
shot 65%.
Crazy.
So, like,
they scored 41 last night, Chris, in the fourth.
Yeah, right.
They
so,
scored 41.
Like, usually you score 41 in the fourth quarter of a close game, you're going to win that game. And I think I saw something also last night that, like, every single team category in last night's game, the Timberwolves had the better stats. Rebounding, turnovers, 3 points made. Every stat, free throws taken. Every stat. Like, usually when you sweep the stats as a team, you beat the other team, and that's just how well the Thunder played last night.
That's amazing. You're right. They had more assists. They had more rebounds.
Points off turnovers, points in the paint,
they got 60,
field goal, 3-point shooting.
They got 64 points from their bench, you guys.
Yeah.
Like they got 64 from their bench,
like
and they
that's
lost.
How you win playoff games, and they lost.
I mean,
that's how good this Thunder team is.
They're very, very good. You almost wish if the
you want to guess their average age of that team
of the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, SGA's their oldest player, right? Or no, actually Caruso probably.
20,
probably 26, 27.
I'll say 25.
24.1.
Crazy.
Yeah, and their 3 best players are young.
Chet's young. SGA's older, but not like 30 yet, obviously. Jalen's young. Kayson Wallace is young, right? Kayson Wallace is only in his 3rd year, I think.
Both Williams. Yeah, they're all young. And they got picks the last of them till 32, something like that.
They've got a million picks. It's sick. They got an embarrassment of riches, man.
What have you guys made of the flop Gilgeous-Alexander there
I don't think
throughout the playoffs here.
The free throw merchant?
Yeah, in the did you hear the crowd chanting that?
Were they?
Yeah.
Free throw merchant.
Yeah, like you could clearly hear them saying that.
Merchant.
Like, what do you think of the style of play? Like, clearly, leading scorer in the NBA, wins the MVP. Their team is on path to win a title this year.
And he's being mocked by the opposing team fans?
Of course, yeah.
He's being mocked, but also, like, basketball viewers had a problem with the way that James Harden was leading his team almost the same way. I don't know. Is it an appealing way to watch basketball, the way he plays? Like, I don't feel like he's hitting the same way as, like, young Iverson hit.
No.
Or Derrick Rose hit. Or Steph.
No,
or
because
some of the other guards who have been in the MVP conversation.
He doesn't, like, play above the rim like Derrick Rose or Iverson did. So you're right. He doesn't really have that. And I don't think James Harden ever really had it either. So maybe there is something, like, a little less aesthetically pleasing about watching it. I also don't really think I would categorize him as a flopper. I think LeBron flops a lot.
He just draws contact. He draws contact. That's what he does.
No, mystery contact. He used to work when it comes to no contact, and he just flails himself all over the place.
But see, I don't think he does
That's what
that.
LeBron James is guilty of.
Yeah, but I'm saying SGA. I don't think SGA does that.
Well, I'm saying LeBron does the phantom crap, yes.
I think SGA does what a lot of great scorers in the history of the league have done, from Bernard King to Michael to Kobe to SGA now. Jalen Brunson, quite frankly, has gotten very good at it. They understand how to use their body and how to draw contact, how to create space, how to get themselves to the line. I just think good scorers, great scorers.
SGA,
I think great scorers are just very good at it.
Crossed over in the one game where he tripped over his own feet.
That was bad.
They called the cup, and then they turned it over.
They turned it over.
They went and looked at it and said, geez, nobody touched him anywhere.
But that's not his fault. I mean, that's not his fault. That's an official's fault. But
was he unathletic on that particular play? What happened?
Go ahead and call a guy who's the MVP in the NBA unathletic.
Was he unathletic on that play?
I don't know.
A singular play. I didn't call him unathletic.
But it's not
on
his
that
fault.
Play.
Like that the refs make a bad call is not his fault, right? I mean,
well, unless that's what you're in the business of doing.
But he tripped on himself.
Falling every time that somebody touches you.
But I don't think he does that. I would push back against that. You go and
I said falling.
Show me the cut-ups
when people touch him.
He falls every time he's touched.
Okay.
I do think he lacks effort of staying on his feet sometimes.
But I think that's a skill that a lot of guys have used to their advantage in the history of the NBA. I think a lot of great scorers have always sort of understood.
Reggie Miller used an illegal tactic to cause contact. He'd kick his feet out like a little baby.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. And then they created a rule to stop that from happening.
Right. They started legislating that out.
Yes.
Because a lot of guys started doing that.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't view him like as a flopper per se. I just think he fits the mold of what a lot of great
the point is, don't
scorers
cross
have
the
done.
line. Don't cross the line. If you're heading toward that line and you start to step over that line once or twice, then please get away from the line. You're on the precipice of your game being sullied. That's all.
Yeah.
Not to totally hijack the lunch rush.
That way, but
What did you guys make of the end of the game last night and the complaints from people on social media of the strategy? Down,
the fouling,
up three, and just not letting the game take place, just turning it into a back and forth free throw contest.
That's the strategy these days
The
for most.
30-minute final 30 seconds.
That's the strategy for most teams these days. And sometimes it can come back to bite you when there's a lot of time on the clock. Ask Denver.
Yeah.
There is a scenario in which that it can come back to bite you a little bit. So when there's a lot of time, that's unappealing, quite frankly. Now, what are you going to do? These are meaningful, think about what's at stake in these games, and if a team's going to take that tactic and say this is our best path forward to victory, I think you just have to we almost have to kind of accept it, and this is the way it's going to be. It is unappealing. That, more than SGA, to me, is a little bit arduous and unappealing. It's like, okay, I mean, when the last 12 seconds takes 20 minutes, it's kind of ridiculous. But I'm not sure.
I don't mind the amount of time it takes. The thought-provoking strategy is eliminated because, they go to timeout. All right, Minnesota uses their timeout. Here's the inbounds play. What are they going to do? Oh, it doesn't matter because there's just a foul. They're just going to the foul line.
Yes.
There's no there's nothing to think about. There's nothing to look forward to.
No.
Like, I don't mind the breaks at the end and figuring out the strategy, but if they're not actually playing basketball,
That's not as right.
That's obnoxious.
Your strategy there is nothing is going to be allowed to happen.
Right.
We're choking the game away.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we're choking any excitement or any creativity out of it because that's a good debate about like I don't know what the fix is for that though.
I don't think there really is one because how could you determine a foul that was done intentionally and then like a hard play? Because if you said you can't do that more than twice, well, then that third possession, the defense can go balls to the wall and just hack away because you could claim, well, we were playing defense. That wasn't intentional type of thing.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. It did take longer than it should have though last night for that last 12 seconds or so to come off the clock. Games have been really good, man, in these playoffs for the NBA. I can't wait for tonight, too. Tonight's such a pivotal game. It should be fun in Indiana. All right, that's the Lunch Rush. We'll be right back. Plays of the weekend.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here in Chicago. That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois. We're not just talking about one beer. We're talking about the whole lineup. Let's start with the legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager. There's also the Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and their latest, Flight, perfect for summer. So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough. DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Easy to apply in app only.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, let's talk about our players of the weekend, brought to you by the Land Rover Defender and the great folks over at Howard Orloff Imports. Discover the Land Rover 110, the Defender 110, the 130 with the third row. It's great. Over at my friends at Howard Orloff. See the showroom on Armitage just off the Kennedy or at orloff.com. The Defender designed to conquer any terrain with confidence and style. I was walking downtown in Lake Geneva yesterday, and somebody asked me about the Defender. They're like, do you like it? I said, like it.
Like it. I love it.
That's right what I told him, Jurko. I said, I love it.
Yeah?
He goes, yeah, I was thinking about it.
Did he run out and buy one for you, Carm? What happened?
I hope so. He said, do you like it? I said, yes. I love the Defender. Drives like a dream. All the bells and whistles, third row in the 130, or whatever you need, they've got you. Go see my friends at Howard Orloff today. All right, let's do it. Players of the weekend. Who you like, Jurko?
The
you
guy
can
that
include
won,
yesterday, too.
The guy that won the Indianapolis 500 is the guy that I'm going to go with. First Spaniard to ever do it, Alex Pillow.
The
Spaniard. He's won 5 of 6 races so far this year.
Wow.
And it's his first Indy 500 victory. So congratulations go out there to Alex Pillow.
All right, sounds good. Chris, who you going with?
I'm going to go with SGA. We were just talking about him. The Thunder win last night. He had 40. 10 assists. I got to the foul line a bunch. So SGA, that's my pick player.
SGA, good one. All right, what do you got over there, Potsy?
Yeah, I was about to ask how many free throws did he make out of those 40 points?
He missed a big one late that could have cost him.
Yeah, I think he had like 14 or something like that.
That's for sure.
12 of 14.
12 of 14. Yeah.
My player's got to be Karl Anthony Towns. After going down 2-0 in the series, losing both at home, he had 24 and 15 in the win. Let's see if they can do it again tonight.
And he had 20 in the fourth. So when Cat had to be good on the road in a game that they absolutely had to win, you got to give it to him. I thought he still committed one of like a typical Cat knucklehead foul late. Reggie Miller said it was a good foul. I wasn't sure how that was the case. Picking up his 5th foul against a 80% free throw shooter. But okay, Reggie's in the Hall of Fame. I'm not. But Cat will always be good for a couple of knucklehead plays every game, Yerk. But boy, when he's good, he's good. And 20 in the fourth in a game they had to have. So I was going to go with Cat. That's a good call, Justin. Why don't we throw out a PCA, too? I know we went 0 for yesterday. Cubs won, didn't matter. But, 5 hits, including a slam and 9 RBIs in Cincinnati over the weekend?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, geez. He just keeps doing it, man. So I'll go PCA just to throw out one more, just to highlight another guy from the weekend.
Just kind of I think everybody was out celebrating this weekend, having a good time.
I think everybody was.
Golfing.
A lot of golf.
Getting things in.
A little cool, but at least the weather, I felt like the weather was nice. Maybe not as warm as you'd expect for Memorial Day weekend, but pretty cool, but nice. The pools couldn't even open yet, which is weird. Usually I always open Memorial Day weekend. We wait.
Played Olympia.
You played Olympia?
Yeah. Played Olympia. I did not do well.
No?
No.
That's a tough course.
No. Balls were flying everywhere. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing.
Was it a fun experience?
Lincolnshire, it was good people.
Hanging with the folks.
And not a good day. I went par, bogey, par. I was looking at some makeable birdie putts.
That's how you started?
Yeah. And then
it's a good start. Then wheels came off?
Yeah, it went 7-4, 7-4, 7-7.
Yeah, that's rough.
I started just stringing them 7-4, 7-4, 7-7.
Yeah, because
once you get in that loop, it's tough to break it.
I couldn't get out of it, man. Just into trees. I hit more trees yesterday than anybody wants to.
1 over after 4 is
square in the trunk, 100% trunk. When you're there, it's 100% tree when you hit the trunk.
It sure is, Jurko.
No gray area.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk some baseball from the weekend and look ahead at this week with the one and only Jesse Rogers. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Carmen and Jurko back in 2.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Pete, out to right field. Connor Joe at the wall. It is gone. Pete Crow Armstrong, home run number 13. The pitch. Pete skies it, right field. Benson at the track, the wall. If it's fair, it's gone. It is! Grand slam, Pete Crow Armstrong. And PCA playing like MVP. What a beast. Second of the game. He's driven in 6. It is 8-6 Cubs. Pete, line drive. It's off the glove of Matt McClain and into center field. 2-run score. Pete Crow Armstrong, 2-run single. It is 2-0 Cubs here with the first.
Yeah, that's PCA from the weekend in Cincinnati. Cubs take 2 of 3. They won yesterday, 10-3 in this stretch against the Marlins, White Sox, Reds, and Rockies. It's Carmen and York. Great to be back with everyone. Hope everyone had a nice Memorial Day weekend. Jesse here in a second. 2.9 baseball wins above replacement right now through 1/3 of the season. So that's impressive, York. And we're exactly at the 1/3 mark. The Cubs have played 54 games. A lot of teams have. So you're talking about like a potential 9-win campaign here. He's going to maybe, if this stays on this trajectory, just going off the projection from his first 54 games, you're talking about closing in on 9 wins above replacement. That is Shohei, Mike Trout territory, prime Mookie Betts. That's how good he has been in just about every facet of the game. He doesn't walk a lot, and at some point you wonder how much of a problem that's going to be. He doesn't even have 10 walks yet, York, which is kind of insane considering how good he's been. But we told you earlier, in a team's first 54 games, going back to the start of the divisional era, which is 1969, it's a lot of seasons. In a team's first 54 games, only 24 players ever have hit 10 doubles, 10 home runs, 10 stolen bases, and 40 or more RBIs. 10, 10, 10, and 40. Only 24 guys have ever done it. Pete Crow Armstrong is one of them, and he's the first guy since Jose Ramirez and Fernando Tatis Jr. both did it to start that weird COVID season in the bubbles back in 2020. So with that said, let's bring in the one and only Jesse Rogers. He joins us on the Yingling Guest Hotline to kind of recap the weekend and look ahead at the week a little bit. And depending where you look, you're talking about the second, third, maybe fourth choice in MVP odds right now, Jess, for PCA in the betting markets. And I just don't know. Nobody could have predicted this. Nobody. Maybe not even Pete Crow Armstrong if he said you'd be chasing down Shohei Ohtani for MVP through a third of the season in 2025.
No chance. No way. Nobody. Not the Cubs, not PCA, not anybody. And that's what's so glorious about it. It's come out of nowhere. I agree with you. I don't know if it can continue with that walk-to-strikeout rate. Now, look, it's not a fait accompli. Just because you don't walk, you're going to go in a tailspin. But usually you stop getting challenged when you're not willing to take a walk. The problem is in this lineup, like I think he's absolutely a beneficiary of so many accomplished hitters around him. And the other thing is he's hitting a lot of bad balls for hits. He hasn't walked in 12 games. Now, normally, that leads to a slump, but let's run with it. Let's run with it. Maybe he's going to be a bad ball hitter and the good balls. Like he's hitting pitchers' pitches and he's hitting hitters' pitchers. I've mentioned this before. 2 weeks ago I mentioned that, and he's continued to do it. He chases a lot, but he's getting damage on it. So we'll see. Usually that walk-to-strikeout thing does catch up with you. Like you said, 9 walks on the season, not one in the last 12. But whatever, let's run with it as long as we can. He's hitting balls out of the park.
Jesse wanted us to play this Justin Turner bite, too. Just speaking about this offense, I mean, Jesse just kind of touched on it there. Like, normally you're going to stop getting challenged. That really hasn't been the case, even though he's batted in a few different spots of the order, and he's back down in the middle now that Ian Happ is back. But let's listen to Justin Turner talk about this Cubs team being maybe the best well-rounded offense he's played on. Here's Justin Turner.
It's the most well-rounded offense I've ever been a part of, and I've been on some really good teams that did things good, did some things great, but to do everything as good as this team does when you're talking about slug, walk, situational hit, drive-in runs, steal bases, take extra bases, run the bases. It's the most rounded, way above average team I've ever been on.
Let's note that Justin Turner did leave L.A. after 2022, but he was on, as he talked about, some pretty good teams and some pretty good offenses, and those 3 of those Dodger teams, I believe, that he was on went to the World Series. He won one of them. Now, he wasn't there last year when it's Freddie Freeman and it's Shohei arrives and it's all the other superfluous things that they have with that offense. But for a guy that's played in as many big games and has been around as long as he has, Jess, that's pretty high praise. And listen, he's not wrong in the way he explains this offense and all the different dynamic things they can do.
No, just go to ESPN.com stat page. You don't have to dig deep. You don't have to go to the expanded analytical sabermetric page. Just go to home runs, top 5. Stolen bases, top 3, or top 3 in home runs too. OPS, top 3. Walks, top 5. Batting average, top 5. I mean, every single thing you can think of, they're in the top of the pile there for the league, and that includes the American League. I mean, they're right there with the Yankees for a lot of these numbers. I mentioned today with Kap that no team has averaged 6 runs a game since 2007. The Jeter A-Rod Yankees did back then. The Cubs are right there, 6 per game. The 2016 championship team averaged 5 per game, exactly 1 more run per game for this year's offense through the first 2 months. Long way to go, but just an amazing, amazing run, and again, at the top of almost every category.
Despite PCA's lack of walks, and maybe that profile means like he'll never really be a true top of the order guy unless in a pinch if Ian Happ were to miss games or something like that. Despite that, and we kind of had this conversation last Monday when you were in for Jurko. I mean, there's some nuance to it, and how important is it in the ultimate strategy or success of your team, and like how you stack your lineup. I still want one of my best hitters somewhere in the top 4 because I just want those spots coming up a lot. I don't. You tell me. I mean, do you want late in the game when you're chasing a run or 2 right now? Do you want Seiya Suzuki, Dansby Swanson, or PCA to come up in the order?
PCA, of course.
Me too. Yeah. But he still is sort of been in that, he's going to bat behind Seiya for a little bit, or he'll bat behind Swanson 5th. And I know he's been in the cleanup spot a couple of times, but what ultimately are they going to land on? Do they not have to? Maybe Counsell doesn't have to, but do you think ultimately he'd like to kind of land on a spot in the top 4 where PCA could slot in?
Yeah, I think eventually. I think on this year's team, pick a name out of a hat, you could put him up near the top at this point. Ian Happ has struggled since coming off the IL. If they started losing games and were struggling on offense, maybe they would make a dramatic change because maybe you don't want, in this moment, Ian Happ getting the extra at-bats. But I think over the course of the season, having Happ, Suzuki, Tucker, PCA up there is fine in whatever order you want. Swanson's on a huge streak right
Yeah,
now.
he is.
I don't mind him up there. That's what I'm saying. It's like, pick your poison. If you're the opposition, Craig Counsell's not spending a lot of time on the batting order. Let's put it that way. Just things are going too well to worry about it. But if they don't, then you start picking and choosing. This guy gets the extra bat in the ninth inning, or that guy does. But until that happens, I think he's just trying to set it up, lefty, righty, whatever the case may be. Yeah, there's not a lot of walk in PCA's game, so maybe not one or two. By the way, that can come. I mean, Kyle Tucker got walk in his game.
Yeah.
He's more walks than strikeouts. He never used to have that. So it's not something you improve on dramatically all the time, but the elite guys do. And so we'll see with PCA. He's bound to get better in the walk to strikeout ratio if he continues to be a great hitter. So I think it's all going to continue to get better for him over time.
If Counsell's not worrying too much about the batting order, and rightfully so right now, what is occupying or preoccupying most of his time when he thinks about his team?
Yeah, I think it's Ben Brown. I think is there regression in Colin Ray and Matthew Boyd coming. Hidden in the great offensive weekend against the Reds was their starting pitching wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
Boyd, Ray, Brown, all showing a few cracks here and there, especially Brown, obviously. So, yeah, I think that's occupying his mind. Making sure Daniel Palencia has the right formula to be the closer at this point. I still think he's earned the right to continue to try out for that position. I don't think he's won the position, but I think he continues to earn the right to keep getting chances there in the ninth inning. So those are a couple legitimate things I think Craig Counsell's wondering about. Cade Horton's looked good. He'll get the start tonight. But there are other guys in the back end that have shown some cracks. So let's see how it looks moving forward. My guess is they don't continue to score 6 runs a game. Of course, I said that about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. But if they don't, they're going to need their starters to step up. And I would guarantee you now that we're in the second third of the season, this is also preoccupying Jed Hoyer's time. What does the market look like? It looks to be a seller's market. Probably not a ton of good starters or a ton of good relievers that will be available. But the ones that are, I think the Cubs are going to be interested in.
What's the answer for Brown and how they might try to fix him or just at least straighten him out at this point?
Take a little bit of a page from Jamison Tyon's book. Start filling up the strike zone a little bit more. Don't nibble as much. In Tyon's case, he actually needs to nibble more, and he did that yesterday, and he looked really good. Ben Brown needs to attack. Now, he's got these 2 pitches, that's it, to attack with. So maybe that's also preventing him from getting through the lineup 3 times. A lot of people think a switch should be in order. Maybe Chris Flexen gets a start and Ben Brown goes to the bullpen. I mean, long term, if you're only going to have 2 pitches, the bullpen's where Ben Brown should be.
Yep.
But right now, it's funny. He'll have that bad inning, and then he'll lock it down for 3 or 4 innings. Then he'll have another bad one as he gets to 3 times through the order. So I would not be surprised if there is a switch at some point. Flexen gets some starts. At least give him a shot. I mean, I'm not saying Flexen's the answer, but at least give him a shot, and then we'll see what Ben Brown does in sort of a long man role. But right now, Counsell said no change, and as long as you're scoring 6 a game, I guess you don't have to make those changes.
No matter what they do, no matter what button they push for this offense, it works. I mean, Reese McGuire, for crying out loud, are you kidding me? But what's the prognosis long-term on Amaya, and are they going to be able to still kind of piece that together the way they have? Their catchers have hit a boatload of home runs. I'm not sure, other than maybe the Mariners because of Cal Raleigh. I don't know how many teams have more home runs out of their catchers than the Cubs.
They're either second or third right behind the Mariners. No, the Reese McGuire story is a great one. Gets called up, not supposed to start, and Carson Kelly gets ill. And so Reese McGuire hits the 2 home runs, starts Sunday and Monday. We'll see if Kelly's in there tonight. But I don't think it's great news when it comes to Miguel Amaya, meaning it's not a 2-week injury.
Right.
It's a 4 to 6 to 7 week injury, especially for a catcher. I'm hearing some rumblings that it's a grade 2 oblique strain. Grade 1 is the mildest, grade 3 is the worst. So he's somewhere in the middle there. For a non-catcher, that could be 4 to 5. This is probably a little bit longer. Could be as long as 8. I mean, I could see the All-Star game being kind of the thing. Like, do we keep him out until after the All-Star break or bring him back right before? So I think you got to be prepared for Reese McGuire, and if he struggles, then maybe Moises Ballesteros comes back up. But Another injury. I mean, they've had a few and they've survived, but this is a significant one because you can't run Carson Kelly into the ground.
Right.
But Reese McGuire's off to a good start, so we'll see.
This is one of the more challenging ones, even in a deep offense. I think you're 100% right. And oblique injuries are tricky. Losing Justin Steele is the worst of the worst because you lost him for the year. But any other injury updates on, like, the guys on the men kind of coming back?
Imanaga back on the mound Wednesday. Javier Saad starting to throw. So slowly but surely. I mean, Imanaga is the big one. Still a ways away, though. I mean, we're talking mid-June at least, maybe even a little bit longer as he just slowly gets back into it. Probably a rehab stint of a couple starts. So, you're looking at 10 to 14 days just with rehab starts type of thing, and he's not even at that point. So could be a lot of June without Imanaga as well, and that's why, let's watch Boyd, let's watch Ray, let's watch Brown. There could be some issues there, and, I think the trade deadline is going to be very interesting for Jed Hoyer, even with Imanaga back.
Okay, anything else we need to know?
I got one thing for you, Yerk. Look, here's a guy in Carmen. Here's a guy in Carmen that calls the fouling at the end of an NBA game unappealing, but he's all for the tush-push. No problem with the tush-push. That's not unappealing, but fouling at the end of the game is? Come on, Carmen.
No, fouling in the situation like last night when you're up 3. I don't know that there's any way around that. I don't think it's very aesthetically pleasing. What I don't like about banning the tush push, while I might agree with you guys that it doesn't look great, I don't think a team should be penalized for doing something better than everybody else.
And that's where I ultimately agree. I just can't believe we're not seeing 15 to 20 teams perfect it. Maybe it is more difficult than I think to perfect. But now that they've kind of put a rubber stamp on it, I do think other teams have got to try it. I mean, it's a guaranteed first down.
I think
almost always.
I think this thing's going to go to another round of voting. It's like the Hall of Fame, Jess. They got so close. They're going to go next year. This is going to come up again, and it's going to pass, right? Like the band's going to pass. Don't you think?
Only if other teams start to dominate.
Maybe.
Because you're right. If one team is dominating, that's not enough to make a rule change. I sort of agree with that.
They still
but
came
I do
close.
think it's unappealing.
But
I do think it's unappealing.
Yeah, and they still missed it by just a couple of votes. Do the Sox have, if Adrian Hauser continues, do the Sox have a guy that teams might be knocking on the door come the trade deadline? Everybody looks for pitching, right?
Yeah, everybody does. And the Sox aren't going to trade their young pitchers, but Adrian Hauser's come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And, I mean, hell, Craig Counsell knows Adrian Hauser from his Brewer days. So, you know how it is, though. It really doesn't matter what you're doing in May. It matters what you're doing closer to the deadline. So another month of Adrian Hauser could look different. I do think somebody's going to jump the market at some point, whether it be Miami trading Alcantara and a team willing to give up some assets early on. But for the most part, I think it's going to be a seller's market. It's going to develop late because everyone's going to try to figure out what their needs are in July.
Yeah.
But Hauser absolutely could open some eyes and be a trade candidate for sure.
You're going to have a lot of teams in it, too. So, all right, it'll be interesting. Jess, thank you, and we'll talk to you next week, okay?
You got it, boys.
All right.
Take care, Yerk.
See you, Jess.
All right, buddy.
This is Jesse Rogers with an update on the Cubs. We'll grab some calls, and I want to play a few things football-related for you, including Adam Schefter on what ultimately is going to happen here as the sort of, what would you call it? Would you call it a little bit of like I don't want to call it a stalemate. What's happening between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals, Yerk?
Standstill.
It's a little standstill. Thank you, Yerk. You're at a little bit of a standstill here.
Yeah.
Like, what ultimately is going to happen, and will he be on the move? I mean, it was one of those names that we've kind of connected to the Bears a lot. Like, hey, would you take a chance if it was the right price? Most of that's going to come in a trade package, of course, when we talk right price. Schefter was on Unsportsmanlike earlier today talking about it. We'll play that coming up. We'll grab a few more calls before crosstalk as well. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Crosstalk coming up with Waddle and Silvy. They're going to get you home, and then at 5:30, Miller's got pregame for Game 2 from Queens, White Sox and Mets Interleague Series in New York this week, kicking off the week. Hope everyone had a great Memorial Day. I keep going back to this soundbite, Yerk. We played it a couple times since it happened way back in February. This is at the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Okay.
This is Joe Burrow. You crack me up. You're like, okay, what's he playing now? This is Joe Burrow at the Super Bowl. Remember this, Yerk? On First Take, he was sitting down with Stephen A. and the crew on set. in New Orleans. This is Joe Burrow talking about sort of their offseason and what had to happen, and it was paying people. It was getting a deal done with Higgins, right? It was not just a franchise tag. It was getting a deal done with Jamar Chase. It was getting a deal done with Trey Hendrickson, who had 17.5 sacks last year. This is Joe Burrow the week of the Super Bowl earlier this offseason.
Like you said, we need Trey back. We need to give him what he's worth and what he deserves. He's earned that. And we need our young guys to come on. We need to draft well. We need guys to come in and produce immediately.
Yes.
We don't have time to wait around.
Right.
And I think we have the young guys that are capable of going into an off-season, training the way that they need to, taking advantage of all the opportunities that they can, and come out and play well early.
I have to confess, I'm very worried about you with what you're saying. We got to keep Jamar Chase. We got to keep T. Higgins. We got to keep
Trey Hendrickson.
You got to keep a whole bunch. This is Cincinnati now. I mean, this is that ownership. You confident that they're going to be willing to keep all of those guys?
The cap is going up each year. We just got new TV deals, so the cap's going to continue to go up.
TV money, yep.
And, you know, we all want to stay together, so we're all going to do what it takes to do that. And, you know, we have great players that have done great things and deserve to be paid. They're going to be paid what they're worth, whether we do it or somebody else. I hope we do it. I think, you know, we've had the discussions that the guys are going to get paid that need to get paid. And so it's a big offseason for the Bengals.
That's a good exchange, right? That's your franchise quarterback saying this is what has to happen.
Yep.
Two-thirds of it has happened, Jurko. And the one guy who, according to reports, was told, hey, do what you do, we'll take care of it, went out and had 17.5 of their 36 sacks, Jurko. They only had 36 sacks. Is the guy like wondering, okay, am I going to get mine?
Almost 50% of it.
Right.
Yeah.
They were 27th in the NFL in EPA per play on defense last year. And we know that that was their Achilles heel with that offense if they would just be slightly better. Now, does that mean they have to reward Trey Hendrickson? I guess not. He's under contract for another year. They might say, hey, you were with us last year when we sucked on defense. Maybe in their minds, like, we got Al Golden now as our DC, and we're just going to be better, and we don't have to pay Trey. But we'll see how this ends.
The only thing they can say is that you're under contract and we're not going to pay you. And if you go ahead and you have the year you do, we're going to put the franchise tag on you.
Oh, man.
And we don't have to pay you.
Yeah. That's why he wants that deal.
But, he's getting paid, and then he'll get paid to average the top 5 at his position.
Which isn't terrible.
So he'll get paid. Excuse me. He'll get paid again.
Yeah.
So he'll get 2 years where he's paid, but he's not going to get that bonus and that guaranteed money. And that's what he's looking for, is that guaranteed money, that big payday.
The $33 million guaranteed,
that
right?
5 years, the 5 years, $165 million with $87 million guaranteed.
Holy cow.
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
And he knows if he can become a free agent or if he can get traded away, some other team's going to be willing to give him that.
So as you said, they've got like this little bit of a like this stalemate going on right now, and or the standoff.
By the way, general managers and teams lying to players. Do you think this is the first time that's ever happened?
I know, right?
I mean, you know what Cincinnati's like, don't you?
I know. That's why Stephen A. brought it up. Here's Adam Schefter this morning on Sportsmanlike on our national morning show. This is Schefter talking with the crew about what's happening with Trey Hendrickson, because he has been a no-show so far as the Bengals continue OTAs.
That's been an ongoing drama. I mean, this has been going on for a long time, and they have not been able to make a whole lot of progress. Now, at some point, I would think that there's going to be a breakthrough, that the two sides will figure out a common ground and reach agreement on a deal. But as is the case in a lot of these situations, a deal gets tougher as time goes on sometimes, because the Bengals told him last year, hey, come in, do what you're supposed to, play well, we'll get this done. Well, he led the league in sacks last year. And rather than address it right away, what happens? Max Crosby becomes the highest paid defensive player in football, only to be beat out by Myles Garrett, who becomes the highest paid defensive player in football. Trey Hendrickson had more sacks than both of those players last year. So certainly Trey Hendrickson has got a lot of leverage and a lot of arguments. Yes, he's older, but Trey Hendrickson is the kind of guy you want in your locker room. He takes care of himself. He is widely respected amongst his teammates. And again, most teams have allocated their salary cap space, so it's hard for a team right now to make a trade like that Not that it can't be done. It certainly could. But I would think that the most logical solution is somehow, some way, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson continue to try to bridge their differences and get a deal done that enables them to stay in Cincinnati.
Any team hoping to maybe swoop in, make a trade that's reasonable, and then pay Trey Hendrickson might be running out of time, as Adam Schefter explained. But it sounds like early in the offseason, and the Bears might have been one of those teams kicking the tires, the asking price was just way too high. And teams were like, yeah, we're not doing that. Does that change now as this drags out deeper and deeper into the spring and summer for the Bengals? We'll see. David is in Evanston on ESPN 1000 with Carmen, New York. What's up, David?
Hi, Carm. I'm calling about Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah?
I'm genuinely, perplexed at the way the station, in particular Jesse Rogers, who just did a 15-minute hit about the Cubs, and the only time Seiya Suzuki came up, who's been the hottest hitter, was to say that you should be moved down in the lineup potentially for PCA. That doesn't make any sense. He's this year. So this year, if you look at his runners in scoring position, he has a 1,200 OPS. He's got a 1050 OPS in late and close on MLB.com. I'm not sure what that's.
That's like 7 innings, 7th or later. I think 3 runs or less, something like that.
And it's been going on for a while. For example, the last time Jesse had a hit, he said that he's got a feeling that late in games he just doesn't want Seiya Suzuki up. Now, earlier in the year, before the start of the year, him and Silvy were sitting. Well, is Seiya gonna? They were saying, is Seiya gonna finally start living up to his contract? Which his contract is 5 years, $85 million. And going into this year, the last 2 seasons, he's had a wins above replacement 3.2 and 3.5, and an OPS 840 both of those years. OPS plus in the 130s. That's exactly what you want from a $17 million a year player.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
I don't know. I think that's all fair, David. I mean, he's a fine hitter. I'd want PCA up in a big spot before I want Say up. That's just me. I could be wrong. You
This
have
year,
to agree with it.
he's got a 1.5 WAR to his, to where he's at 14 home runs.
Yeah.
He's got 49 ribbies.
He leads the league. And some of that, look, you get the benefit of being up at the plate when a lot of guys are on base.
He's got 33 runs. His OPS is 910.
Yeah, look at
his OPS plus is 155 this year.
He's been very good. Everybody in that lineup, for the most part, has been pretty damn good. There really have been no holes or weaknesses. I think that was the bigger point of what Jesse and I were talking about, too. And Jesse said, Council's not worried about this lineup right now. He's got other fish to fry. He's worried about other things with this team, and if they're going to be what's sustainable, how they're going to piece the back end of the bullpen together, what's the rotation look like without Steele coming back, and with the Minaga still out, and with Ben Brown struggles. Like, those are the other things. This is like you make the lineup now, and the Cubs are going to be fine, and they're going to score a lot of runs. But I think David's ultimate point is, Seiya's been good. Yes, he has been. And I don't think he makes an exorbitant amount of money where you'd be like, oh, he's been so disappointing, or he's not worth what they've paid him.
I mean, what was the value for one WAR? Remember when we were talking about what eventually the guy with the Angels was going to get paid, Mike Trout?
Yeah.
And he'd be the first so much $1 million contract.
Yeah.
And each one WAR was worth like $8 million or something like that.
These teams do have like a figure, like a and forgive me, I don't know it off the top of my head.
And I forget it myself, but I mean,
they
even
have
that,
a number.
Say it was $8 million, this would equate to him being a $24 million player.
Right.
So obviously he's playing above what they're paying him.
Yeah.
I think that's what the caller's basically getting at.
All right, we got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back and crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy, see what they got cooking to get you home until White Sox baseball at 5:30. I've got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
You had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Jurko.
This girl's holding up a thong.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
This girl's holding up a thong.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying it, inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Summer's here and seasonal businesses are hiring. Everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find qualified candidates fast. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/sports to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
This girl's holding up a thong.
That's a good final word. That one was good. Thanks to Chris Black and Justin Pottinger for producing today. Thanks to Jesse Rogers. Thanks for listening and calling. The lists are back now that we are 100 days away, and we had a great one to start today. A lot of good caller interaction, and that'll be the case every day because the lists are always fun. So, fun thing for the spring and summer. It is time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy, brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Hello, boys. Welcome back.
What's up?
How was your weekend? Great. Everybody have a nice weekend?
Yes.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. I like you.
He looks like he played a morning round of golf.
No, I didn't.
He's
Or
so
didn't get his coffee.
I played 3 and I had coffee today.
He's so excited about
You
Scotland.
dress like
though.
you just came from
Thank
the
you. I
golf
appreciate
course.
that.
Yeah,
This
you
is
look
my
good.
U.S. Open shirt
Yeah.
from last year.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful color on you.
It is a good
When
color
are
on
you
it.
traveling to Scotland?
June 23rd.
He's got like 3 weeks, just over 3 weeks, and he's every day
27 days.
something new. You know, you go, well, this is where we're going here.
If you
and
don't
look at
mind me
this
asking,
here.
how do you fly over there? Like, do you sit in the big chair?
On a plane.
I get
What
it.
do you mean?
But
Like first class?
yeah,
No.
because that's like 10
Flying
grand,
first
isn't it?
class up in the sky.
Isn't it
drinking
like
champagne.
ridiculously?
I don't know about 10,
Oh,
but
it's
probably...
not. It's not that ridiculous. We're currently thinking about upgrades. I think right now we're sitting in the old first class.
Gotcha.
seats,
Business, like
but they've got that nice seat. That's where we're sitting right now. Those are the tickets that.
Yeah,
got
okay.
like if you went on a first class flight domestic, that share
Yes,
is the one we're
right.
sitting in right now.
That's
I don't know what it's called.
It's called premium economy. That's what we fly to
Yeah.
Italy.
Those
so
who
like
know-
there's a class between economy and business that's now called premium economy.
Premium.
Where you have like Jurko was saying, a domestic first class seat. It doesn't lay down. But
Right.
it's
Does
2 by
not lay
2.
down. Doesn't lay down.
And it's
I
and you have
got
more
you.
room.
I got
and it's
you.
a smaller cabin.
I got you.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes.
Very
And I think that's
nice.
worth it. Like, and then you have a higher food, but it doesn't cost $6,000 both
right.
round
No,
trip.
it does not.
You know
Okay.
that
It's
you
not.
can't. That's what business is these days.
It's crazy what they
It's
get for
$6,000.
first class overseas flights.
Yeah.
Insane.
Can't
Not for
afford
me.
that.
Not for me.
Insane.
Yeah, they're smoking cigars in this international first class flights nowadays.
Well, yeah, overseas is different. Like domestic upgrades aren't
yeah.
terrible
No.
for first class.
I'm talking about like going
overseas.
Yeah, going overseas.
Yeah, it is. It gets out of control.
Yeah, so I think we fly into London, London to Glasgow.
That
That's
sounds
what
right.
We do. Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds good.
The
Well,
weather
we
like
land
this,
from
what's the
Glasgow.
weather like?
I
this
keep
time of
getting
year?
well. When we're going to go there, it's 20 Celsius, which equates to about 68 degrees.
Okay, that's fine.
You know how that's done. Right?
Windy?
You know how that's done, right? The
No, I
conversion?
don't. I don't care either.
9/5 of 20,
Well, my head's already exploded.
which is 180.
Just give me
36,
Fahrenheit.
right? So it's 36 divided by 5. It'd be 36.
Waste of
And then
energy.
you add 32, and you get 68 degrees. That's
Okay.
how you do it. And the other way, you come
It's about
back.
65.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop you.
I have an idea for something.
It's
in
5/9 of Fahrenheit minus 32.
It's 5/9 of Fahrenheit minus 32.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good trick to remember it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to
yeah,
remember it,
yeah,
but it's 5/9
5/9
of Fahrenheit
Yeah.
minus 32. Okay.
Yeah. The other way is 9/5 of Celsius.
Well, yes, thank you.
Plus
and
32.
plus 32.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So remember it.
I like doing
I
5/9
just told it
more
to
than
you.
9/5.
Remember it.
I have an idea for something now. Just this conversation is going to make me follow
I know you're in the
through with it.
accountant. You love doing
It's
that.
going to make me follow through with it. No, it's something that I'm going to hook you into, by the way. You don't know it yet. You're going to be part of it.
Good. I like that.
I got something.
Just don't make me work harder.
No, isn't that? It'll be like something dumb and fun. It'll
Just
be.
tell him that he's going to Barstool. Then it'll work.
Shot my first, yeah. Then I gotta study. Shot my first sub 90 round.
Nice.
Oh, congrats.
Getting ready
on
for the old
Saturday.
course.
Yeah, 88. You know, the weather was a little bit nicer. There was no
Yeah,
wind.
Not as much wind.
You weren't piercing the ball through the wind. So
The wind has been so disappointing.
88 with an 8 and a 7 on
Yeah.
the cards.
Wow,
That's good.
88 with an 8. That's
Had a
impressive.
chance to do something special and
Yeah.
piddled it down my pant.
It's okay.
What is your low score?
Ever?
Yeah.
6 over par twice.
Oh, wow.
Shot a 76 on a par 70 course and a 78 on a par 72.
Me too. It's
And
my
that was
lowest.
when I was young.
6 over.
That was when I was still playing. So, it's young, strong, flexible, virile. Yeah. The best
Flexible and
round
virile.
that I've shot in the last 5 years, I shot 83 with Carmen
Yes.
at Olympia North, and I shot at
Nice.
80 at Glen Woody. And they all happened within a month and a half.
You were on a roll.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was on a roll. The swing was where it needed
Yeah.
to be. Yeah.
Didn't overthink it, did you?
Well,
Didn't spend much
overthink
time
it.
on the range.
Just sat
Just got
there.
out of the car, put
Just
the peg in the
spanked it.
ground, and
Just
did it.
spanked it, baby.
Like they call that the John Daly.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
you get to the tee,
Think long, think wrong.
Yeah.
grab a
But I
club
had
and
a
go.
nice tight fade that I was playing.
Light up a cigarette, grab yourself a vodka, and just
That's
go.
Take it down the left side and just
Let
drift
it-
to the right a little bit. Take it down the left side. It straight ball and stayed there.
Yeah.
I didn't have any snap hookage issues
No.
that I have now. Now I've got an ugly snap hook that has come from somewhere.
Don't you hate it?
Oh,
You
look
like
at
it?
that.
The worst.
Well, you snap
Just
hook
all of a
one, you
sudden,
push one
you're
next.
slicing,
now
then
you
you're
don't know what
hooking.
the hell
Yeah,
you're
no,
doing.
it sucks. It just sucks. It's like, it's such a hard.
But my irons.
You watch Scotty Scheffler and you're like, this is easy. I could do that,
Please.
right?
No irons, QI10s. Man,
Yeah.
I'm spanking them.
Did you guys
Spanking
hear
them.
Eddie on the north side last week called one day and was complaining about the clubs after the Scheffler thing with the driver? And he's like, I've told you guys it's all in these clubs.
Did he say, I've
Yes.
told you?
Yeah, and he called them Schefflers. And I'm like, that's why I love you, Eddie. Like, he's Chicagoing a golfer.
Yeah.
He's calling Scotty Scheffler Schefflers. And I said, are you insinuating to us right now that if you had his driver, you'd go play with Scotty Scheffler?
Scotty
Like,
had
Scotty
to use
Scheffler
somebody
would
else's
beat you
driver.
left-handed.
Yeah, because Scotty had to use a different driver because it wasn't in specs.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, it's all the clubs. It's
Yeah.
all the equipment. I could go out and shoot
Yeah.
70. No, you can't.
No.
Scotty
Have you ever
Scheffler
met
beat
Eddie?
you one eye. Of
That's
course.
special.
Yeah, Eddie's
He's
great.
great.
Yeah.
He'd beat you with one hand tied behind his back. He'd beat us in golf.
Yes.
And then we got the topic was good. Like, what? Like, if Scotty Scheffler went out there with a 7-iron and a putter, he'd beat you.
Of course he
Yeah, we used to do a one-club challenge when we were kids.
Like, what would it be like for you to hang with one of those guys? Would they have to only have their putter?
Oh, yeah, you could beat him if they only had their
You think
putter.
so?
Yes.
Tommy, I don't know.
Yes, you could.
Eddie,
Yeah.
Eddie on the north side might
Their
still
putter
go.
would break.
What if?
Yeah.
It'd break.
What
Yeah,
if?
you're
What
right.
if he's allowed to throw it?
If he's allowed to throw
No
it.
clubs, but he has
No,
to.
you
has
said
to-
Slingshot it. He's got to slingshot it.
But on a 500-yard hole, how far are you being?
No,
That's
you
what I'm
beat him.
saying.
You'd beat him.
You
You'd
can
beat
beat him if he would throw.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Think about throwing a golf ball the length of a football field.
Right.
No, I
You
know.
couldn't
That's
do
what.
it.
That's why I'm saying.
No,
but-
you'd beat
you
him.
couldn't.
You'd beat him if he didn't have a club.
Yeah.
If he just had his pitching wedge, would he beat you? That's it. Not even a putter. If he just had his wedge,
It'd be close, probably.
I bet you'd be
These
close.
guys' clubs too, though, Carm. Like his putter or his pitching wedge is probably like an 8-iron, like us.
Probably.
They set their clubs up
Strong.
all-
Yeah, they set
like
them
your
strong.
4-iron's like really a 2-iron, and your 7-iron's a 4-iron.
He'd probably beat us.
Probably.
And if you're a scratch golfer, that's different. If you're a 5 handicap, that's different. But like, I don't know. For most of us, the pro'd probably win. I don't know. It was funny. I don't want to maybe go down that rabbit hole. Sorry.
You think you could hit a major league pitcher?
No chance.
No.
Couldn't
if he lobs it.
Oh, sure. If he threw it 60
I
miles
mean,
an
if he
hour.
was throwing his
If he
junk.
threw an ephus pitch.
Oh, if he was throwing his stuff.
Don't even want to stand in the batter's
Yeah,
box.
you wouldn't
either.
No, no way. You wouldn't
Oh,
even.
Not
it's
interested.
scary.
Yeah.
Not interested.
Some of these high schoolers, the way
Oh,
they
yeah,
throw.
I mean, please. Most of them, I'd say, at this point.
Yeah.
13 the kids are 13 that throw mid-70s. It wouldn't be easy to hit mid-70s at this point for any of us. You're not hitting 70 miles an hour, probably. 60, yeah, not 70, 70. Maybe. God bless you if you can. I'm too old for that. No chance.
If I was to pitch to one of us, I'd throw fastball first, and then I'd start throwing off speed stuff because you'd be out in front trying to
Probably.
get it.
But
Three
your
pitches and you're down.
fastball is.
But what's
you
your
throw-
fastball,
You
though?
throw 45.
Oh, I can't throw. I can't throw
That's
anything.
the thing. I mean, you know.
So
like,
what's the difference on the changeup? Like, what do you
No,
throw?
I'm saying for a high school kid. If a high school kid was
Yeah.
pitching to you.
yeah.
I'm not saying if I was
Oh, that's
pitching
what I
to-
thought you were saying.
If I was a 17-year-old senior pitching to you, throwing,
He'd show
80,
you 180.
and you'd be like,
yes.
and then he'd have you over your feet.
No, you wouldn't even get close to making contact off a big leaguer.
No.
You wouldn't even get close. Speaking of which, you feel good about the Cubs?
Yeah.
I mean, boy, oh
Yeah.
boy, this
Yeah.
PCA thing is something, you guys. What a story.
He amazes you when every time you turn it on. And he almost had a couple more home runs over the weekend, but the
know.
wind was blowing in.
When Bryant came up, he was so accomplished and so sort of touted. And
Yes.
look, PCA was a first-round pick, too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're a first-round pick out of high school. Obviously, that world sees your talent, right?
Did he go to? He didn't go to college.
No, he was out of Harvard
High
Westlake.
school, yeah.
He's out of that
Yeah.
factory
No, I
in
know.
California, and so he was a first-round pick. But I don't know. It seems different.
Do you
than
know what
did
it
when
reminds me of,
Brian-
Carm? And this is similar to what you're saying with Bryant, too, because Bryant you knew Bryant had the hype. D-Rose had the hype, too.
Of
He was
course.
the number 1 overall pick. This sort of, and it's got to continue for the next 3 or 4 months on this level for it to keep going. But I remember in that third year when Derek was in his MVP year in the 2010-11 season, we knew he was good. We knew the previous year he was an all-star. The first year he was Rookie of the Year.
Right.
But when he started putting together an MVP campaign, Every day you would turn on the TV, you would say, oh, my God, he did it again.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, it's another 31 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and the Bulls have the best record in the league. What PCA is doing now is surprising. Like, I don't know anybody who wouldn't be surprised that he's doing it at this level.
Yes.
Where every day, like, he had the 6 RBI game on Friday, and you're like, he has 12 RBIs, 6 RBI games in the last week.
In the last week.
Crazy. It's crazy.
In the last week
The
alone.
power, and so we all knew that Derek was good. We all thought that PCA could be good, but to do what he's doing now, and I will say it, it's got to happen for the next 3 months.
That's true.
Because
it's only a third of the season.
This pace is crazy, but, oh, man, it makes it exciting.
But here's a guy pushing Shohei and Tatis for MVP right now, and just nobody could have had that.
Like, if I would have told you in 2010-11 that Derek would, and some will argue that he didn't beat LeBron, that was given to him because it wasn't LeBron. But, like, you never thought, even in that year, that Derek had any hope of winning the MVP.
At the start of that year?
Yes.
No, probably not.
There was, I remember someone asked him the question. He's like, why can't it be me?
Yeah.
And we were all playing sort of the game. Okay, well, let's see where this goes. But I don't think until the year started, anyone thought that Derek could legitimately win the MVP that year.
You knew he was like going to be awesome, but no, not that early on. You're right. I mean, guys in their third year, like to be that young. That's a pretty rare feat or accomplishment, right? And he was still the youngest.
He was the youngest
I
MVP.
think. Yeah, is he still? He probably is.
I think so.
Right? Youngest MVP ever. Like that's what.
Were
that
you
was
guys
pretty
looking
improbable.
at Doolittle's article from
I
today?
read it. Yeah. And I read the highlight to your.
Where he said, the front. He has PCA as the front runner for.
And I guess like in his modeling, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's still he's fourth in the betting choices right now, behind Shohei and Tatis and Corbin Carroll, who's cooled off a little. Some of it might come down to who makes the playoffs. Look, I think obviously the Dodgers will. I think San Diego will. Arizona might not.
Isn't Carroll kind of the best comp for him? Smaller guys, runs well, great defensive player,
but has pop.
That you could have never really truly expected.
Like Carroll can hit the ball out of the park. PCA can hit it out of the park, and
It's
then
all
they
bat
have
speed,
the defense
right?
and the
Isn't that
run.
what it is?
Well,
It's all
it's a
bat
lot
speed.
of it, yes. And those guys are young, and their hands are still fast, and they generate a whole lot of bat speed. Yeah,
because those guys are not big.
No, PCA is
and not that you expect, and not every, you don't have to be a monster to hit home runs, but
he's strong though. Have you seen him wearing this Mariah Carey
I don't think I did.
Sleeveless shirt?
No, I don't think I
It's
did.
been the thing, Yerk. Yerk woke up. He looked at me.
Well, you said Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where are you going with
For
this?
batting practice, he
I gotta
wears
look this
a
up. Hold
Mariah
on.
Carey sleeveless shirt.
I love that.
And it's pretty even surprising to see
How strong
cut
is.
he is.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's 6 foot, 185. He's a put together kid.
He's got some weight on him.
Yeah.
He's got a little weight.
I bet you he weighs more than 185.
You think so? Maybe you're right. I want to look.
Oh, that's what they got him listed at. Some guys have problems keeping weight on. If he's
It's a long season.
If he's a high
metabolism.
Let me say it. Metabolism. Metabolic.
Today, Junior.
See, what I was trying to
yeah,
get
he
was
is cut.
metabolic.
And
He's a high
Machiavelli,
metabolic. But for one reason or another, my brain didn't quite process this.
I know it.
That's where you
I
got
know
the. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a strong kid. You can tell.
Did you see the
Sylvie's
picture?
right. I mean, I'm looking at
Show
it now.
Waddle the picture.
He's a put together kid.
Merck would have a field day with this picture.
You're gonna. I mean, you get to the bigs.
Of
I mean,
course.
yeah. I mean, you don't have many.
Of course.
You don't have many guys.
I call him wiry.
Yeah, wiry.
Wiry strength.
He plays. He plays.
Slide that phone over here.
I think he's played every inning. Has he? Or at least he's played every game.
He's played every game.
Yeah. Like, do you worry about
the June swoon,
or at least like getting to, like, do you give him a rest day
I
every
think,
now and then?
I think if it gets hot out there,
or maybe when, like, if he goes through a little bit of a slump.
It's been so mild,
right?
Yeah, it's been so mild and so not
That's
hot.
the fun of it all.
that
You
I
don't
think
know.
That's what you worry about. Not so much in June, but July and August.
Yeah.
But he hasn't missed a game. Yeah. At some point, you give him a little bit of a breather.
Do
Plays
you?
it to me.
You just keep playing. Well, unless he shows signs of fatigue, and you can see it in his performance. I mean, he gives you juice, man.
Oh,
I know.
Man, he's juiced up.
I know.
I don't think he's
I
juiced
like it.
up. He just gives you juice, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You know that someone's going to aggregate that.
No, They can aggregate what they want. They don't know what the hell I was saying, so the hell with them.
What did you guys talk about what Albert Breer wrote? I know he was on with Cap too.
We didn't play it today.
We're going to play it, but he also said that there are two things that the Bears regime and the coaching staff, the new coaching staff, wanted to attack here in the offseason with Caleb Williams. This is what he writes. He says, both related to how he carried himself as a quarterback. One was body language. The other was pre-snap procedure. It says, on the former, while the coaches understood the beating he took, they showed film to emphasize how he'd been slow to pull himself up off the ground. It was a long year. People got fired in season. And in adverse circumstances, the staff explained, having a quarterback who is rolling with the punches would go a long way. So does that surprise you that Ben Johnson has outwardly discussed his body language as the quarterback with him?
I think a little bit, yes. No,
Not
Tommy's
me.
shaking his head.
No.
That's just Ben Johnson?
I think this guy's, I think he's going to make a statement to all of these players. I don't think he cares.
Obviously he doesn't, which is probably a good thing.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't think he's worried about roiling.
I don't think he's worried about like coddling guys or what people think about his coaching tendencies or his style.
Nor
or what
showed
the
you with a
players
team
think.
that's won 5 games last year.
Like Tevin Byard was saying that. Like, because I think he had some quotes similar about we've had he goes, admittedly, I've only been here a year. He goes, but this is a losing culture. And I think he realized that even as last year went on. Now, none of them did anything about it or were able to do anything about it. Okay, so the coaching staff's going to help them, I guess, and they're in here saying, hey, there's no more funny business, and we are going to change all this over. This will be a different mindset. So
I think what's behind door number 2 is more important than what's behind door number 1.
I agree with you.
But why can't we address both?
Okay.
I think is the approach they're taking.
Okay.
Like the procedural stuff is more important at the end of the day.
Yes.
But if we're going to clean this all up, let's clean it all up. It doesn't bother me.
I don't know, and I'm trying to think back to last year. Did I ever think to myself, boy, Caleb's body language?
Oh, yeah, don't you remember? Like, and
I thought DJ Moore's at times was not that great.
I sort of dismissed that, too. But do you remember when he was sitting on the bench and then he leaned over?
Yeah, I guess so,
and he was, so tired. And then there were times, and I think what Breer is insinuating, when he would get sacked, he would lay on the ground an exorbitant amount of time. Not that a lot of offensive linemen were running over there to pick him up, and either.
They're too busy picking themselves off the ground.
Really, do you remember the Indy game where they were
the goal line play?
Remember where they all fell?
And then they had them going down water slides and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they had different, they put them in different.
Jenkins on the ground, the center on the ground.
Remember,
the left guard on the ground.
They all got knocked
Even
out.
Darnell Wright, yeah.
Well, Braxton Jones would have stayed on there if Tevin Jenkins didn't hit him in the back of the leg.
Yeah.
I think the point they're making is look, we're here to clean it all up.
Yeah, I guess.
That
was an 8-yard loss.
I think that's the message.
Line.
So, look, they're not saying either, let's just move on to this year. They're saying, even though we weren't here, these are the things we have to clean up, and I like it.
Absolutely.
I want the coach at first to be the biggest alpha, and then we'll establish alphas underneath him once they start winning.
Look, I hope that the more practices we see, the difference is evident. Like, when we were up there for a short OTA, and I thought that the practice was 2 hours. It moved crisply. A lot of things were positive. He held the ball too long again.
In 11 on 11.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a quite good question for the coach.
So
hey, what benefit is there for you to not blow the whistle or tell your quarterback to dirt it when the play's dead? Running around out there just
I've heard you say that, yeah.
I think it's just promoting a bad habit for a player who has a tendency to do too much of that anyway.
Right. That's an interesting point. I heard you say that last week.
I mean, we saw it a number of times.
It's a great question to ask Ben.
Yes.
The play's dead.
Like to learn information.
Yes.
Like what do coaches
what's
see
the benefit?
that they want him to continue to run the play even though he's held it on to 5 seconds and the play would be dead in a game?
It's a good question. Yeah.
Because there's obviously a rhyme.
Is there?
Or they're just letting him just kind of go. Like,
Maybe,
look, you're
I don't
not.
know. Do they use
maybe
that as
it's more. Maybe it's more evident when you put the pads on. When you don't have the pads on, who knows? But you'll know when a play's dead watching practice.
Sure.
And then to allow the play to continue, and then for a kid that may be one of his, negatives.
Yeah, right.
I would be focused
on it. You're
leaning into the
fostering
bad
this
habit.
environment of why is he going to try to let him extend a play when he can't be touched with 5 seconds? I knew exactly what you were saying when you said it last week. I was like, that is an interesting point. All right, what's up on the show, boys?
All right, so we'll start with some Cubs. We've got, if you want to weigh in on the Caleb situation, we'll also play the Albert Breer sound. It was very, very good. We've got the good, the bad, the dirty earlier today because we're off at 5:30 when it normally runs. We'll do that at 3:30. Aki's A-List. We've got Wilbon at 5. NBA playoffs. There's a lot to get after. And have the Cubs finally found something that they've been looking for years. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Waddle and Silvy are next. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring your ass.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Deep, out to right field. Connor Joe at the wall. It is gone. The pitch. Pete skies it. Right field. Benson at the track. The wall. If it's fair, it's gone. It is. Grand slam. Pete Crow Armstrong. It was up. Benson Benson hits it in the air, deep right center field. PCA back at the warning track. He jumps at the wall and makes the catch. Reese McGuire, deep to right. Benson at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. Pump us up, Reese McGuire. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs. McGuire out to right. Benson back. He did it again. It's the Reese McGuire game. Seiya smokes it. Left field. It's gone. 3-run go-ahead home run. Seiya Suzuki.
My goodness, all the highlights on Marquee Sports Network from the entire weekend. That first one, the Grand Slam from PCA, the 6 RBI game, 2 home runs.
Was the Reese McGuire game more important than the Ryan Sandberg game?
As far as in the standings, no, they
just
were
in general.
The
Which game's
Ryan
more
Sandberg
important
game
to
was
you?
bigger.
Which
Yeah,
one's more important?
The Ryan Sandberg game. Yes. Around, this was earlier. The Ryan Sandberg game was June 23rd.
By the way, guess how many home runs and RBIs your catchers have combined for so far this season?
I looked at the catcher home run thing. It's 14. Isn't it?
I got it as 15.
Is it 15? Because I heard them on the broadcast yesterday say 15. 14, but maybe I misheard it.
You've got Carson Kelly with 9, Miguel Amaya with 4, and of course Reese McGuire with 2.
Okay,
so that would be 15. How many RBIs?
How many RBIs? I'll go 41.
No, sir.
Higher?
Yes.
52.
51.
51.
Give me a catcher in Major League Baseball or a catching crew that has 15 home runs and 51 RBIs.
I don't think you can find it.
I don't think so either.
Like, to put that in perspective, PCA and Seiya are the 2 RBI leaders on the Cubs. PCA's played every game. He is 48, and he's having an MVP season with 14 homers and 48 RBIs. And you're telling me the catcher position has 15 home runs.
And 51 RBIs.
So, it's a great question about what's the bigger surprise for the Cubs. Is it PCA? Is it the catching position, the production from the catching position? There was another good, Carson Kelly with the catchers,
right.
I think has been there too.
Listen, I would have never guessed that PCA would have this kind of power. I mean, the defense was elite, his speed was elite, all the other stuff. But I would say at this point, it's still got to be the catching production.
Not just that, but they've been clutch moments too.
Yes.
Like Amaya, the basket shot against the Dodgers, Reese McGuire doing this. Carson Kelly had some big home runs against the Diamondbacks.
Look at the back end of this lineup too, 6 to 9. I mean, you can't tell me there's another lineup in Major League Baseball that's been that productive. And you're factoring in when PCA was a part of that back end of the lineup for the majority of the first half, first half of the first quarter of the season or whatever it is, first third of the season. Like, their production from the back end of their lineup has to be better than any other team.
Their WAR combined is a 3.2.
Yeah.
Wins above replacement, and PCA leads the Cubs with a 2.9, and that's figuring in all that defense too, stolen bases. But the bottom line is, no matter which one you pick, if you're a Cubs fan, and on May 27th, you got to be having a ball.
Your nuts are hot.
Like, we started the season where, and I still think it's in the back of our mind, wondering about Kyle Tucker. Is Kyle Tucker going to sign the closer role? And I think I'll ask you if they found their solution with Palencia. It's my poll question today. It's what I teased. Do they have enough starting pitching? All those things aside, if you're watching baseball to be entertained and just to have a good time every single day, to have it be sort of your guide to the summer, it's been outstanding.
Listen, it came at the expense of my favorite baseball team, but the fact that the Cubs scored 22 runs in a 3-game series against the Reds bullpen, it just tells you that team is never out of a game. And you talk about having fun watching a team. Your team could be. You were down 8-3, I think.
Yeah, both
still won 11-8.
Was it Friday? My days get confused because of the holiday. Was it Friday and Sunday where they were very similar games where they they looked like they were dead at multiple times? The pitching, one of them was a Ben Brown game where he allowed a lot in the first and a lot in the fourth or fifth.
If you could eliminate the first inning and the fifth inning for Ben Brown, he'd win a Cy Young. You can't do that.
That's why it's also why I worry about Ben Brown when people say he should be a closer. It's not like he's having 3 great innings and then he's falling off. Like, he is prone to the big inning. And even if it's
he's
the
great
first
from
inning.
innings 2 through 4.
Is that
I don't know. First inning's been a struggle. I think it's the 5th, isn't it?
Yeah,
That
it's
he
usually
always-
the 5th.
yeah.
That's usually when you get the 3rd time through the order with him. And
Because
it
he
just
only
all
throws 2
falls
pitches,
apart.
right? He's
Yeah.
trying to throw a
He's trying to
changeup
throw
now,
a third,
too.
yeah. But
I know you've been on that too, Tyler, where you've asked that in Aki's A-list, I think every 5th day. If
well, it's coming today, too.
If
so.
Ben Brown should be put in the bullpen, I'm getting to a place closer to where you are. My only thing with Ben Brown has been, how many games has he truly started in Major League Baseball? Has he even started a full season's worth of games yet?
No.
In his career?
I can tell you that he has, in his career, 18 starts in Major League.
So that's my only thing is when we're all talking about player development and everything, can you really make a determination? And it's not like they're deep right now in the
Very
starting
small
rotation.
sample size.
They're not deep either. It's not like they can just throw somebody to the bullpen. The bullpen's actually done a really good job. It's their starting rotation that you wonder about, but I don't know if Ben Brown's been truly developed yet, or is this just a sign that he'll never develop? 18 games is tough to make a sort of a summary on a pitcher.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, some days in some innings it looks fabulous and unhittable, and then other days in other innings it looks very ordinary to below average. But you're right. I mean, how old is he? He's 25, but, he hasn't spent much time in the major leagues. He's 18 starts and 26 appearances total, so who knows what you have in him.
So the Cubs are, 12 over 500 right now. They are 3 games up in the division.
And that's only because St. Louis has played well above expectation.
Yes. They're the second-place team.
I mean, you've got the Brewers a game below 500, the Reds are a game below 500, and the Pirates need to be demoted. So,
we were talking about this Friday, too, Waddle. They need, and I know they'll never do it because of money, they need to do like a year's worth of regulation. Is that what it's called, regulation? Relegation. I knew it sounded weird.
I'm with you.
Even if it, I know in the European model and soccer and everything that you've got to earn your way back. But if you're not going to go there, there should be a penalty where if the worst team in baseball with less than a certain amount of wins, make it an extreme thing for an extreme record, where last year's White Sox should have been relegated this year. Colorado's team this year should be relegated next year. Maybe this will motivate the owners of the teams who are truly not going for anything. Maybe it will motivate them more because of the income that they're going to miss out on by playing AAA baseball the following year.
There are 5 teams. This is based on a USA Today article from April 2nd of this year. Bob Nightingale. It's about payroll. Do you know how many teams spend less than $100 million on payroll this year? Actually, all of these teams are also under $90 million.
So these are how many teams are under 90?
Yes.
9.
5.
5.
Nine's a little high, but the Pirates spend $87 million, the White Sox $82, the Rays $79, the A's $73, and the Marlins $67. Now, the Nationals are at $107, the Guardians are only at $100, the Brewers are $115, the Reds $115. The point I'm making is that there's 13 teams that are spending $190 million or more, including the Mets and Dodgers, who are both over $320 million. There should never be a discrepancy of $100 or $260 million between, or $50 million between the highest spending team and the lowest spending team. The Mets are spending $323 million. The Marlins are spending $67 million. I know I effed up that math, but you get the point.
Yeah, and I will yell it till the cows come home that I have more of a problem that the teams on the bottom than the Dodgers and the Mets. Way more. You want to play Major League Baseball, where this is a business and this is about competing at the highest level of baseball. If you're not in it to compete, get out.
Yes.
Get out then.
Totally. 100%. And don't tell me you can't win in certain cities for whatever reason. That's nonsense. It's not a geographical issue.
I'm not saying to spend $300, but at least try.
This was from that Nightingale article, too. The Pirates are one of the most profitable teams in baseball based off of some of the information from the Players Union, and they don't spend anything.
So that's what I want Major League Baseball to remember, and they won't, because they'll blame the fact that the ownership groups like Jerry, who's been doing this for years, will yell at the other teams about spending too much. And this is about the teams like that who make money and don't care about, and we're already talking about Paul Skeens being traded. Now, I'm here for it because that's one of the teams that the Cubs compete with. One less team to worry about in the division is good for business for my team. But if you're talking about the sport and when they're talking about locking these players out after 2026, that there's going to be a work stoppage, shame the owners who don't want to play baseball.
I'm with
just
you.
play baseball. Play ball.
100%.
So getting back to the Cubs, couple of questions for Cubs fans, 312-332-3776. I saw some stats. Jesse texted me and Tyler about this over the weekend. He said a good poll question for today would be, is this year's Cubs offense better than the 2016 offense? And then our buddy Patrick Norton, who we just saw at Bears camp, who is working for CHGO, in his newsletter this morning, put it in stats term. And he said this: the 2016 team slashed 263, 352, 444 in the regular season, and they scored 5 runs per game, 4.99. Okay. This year's Cubs team, same average, 263, a little lower on base at 336, higher OPS at higher slug at 455. They have way more home runs, and they're averaging 6 runs per game. So a full run more. That was the 16 stats for the year. This is the 2025 stats through this portion of the season. Can they keep it going? We will see.
I would still put my money on that 2016 team.
Me too.
I mean, I don't know that you're going to continue to get the same level of contributions from your catchers collectively. I'll run with Rizzo and Zobrist and Bryant and Baez,
Dexter, Fowler,
and Dexter,
Schwarber. Did you mention? I mean, like Schwarber was out in the 16 regular season for most of the year, but Addison Russell even had a good year that year. Javi was playing second base that year. Wilson Contreras behind the plate with the 2 other veteran catchers.
Listen, I get it. This Cubs offense is ahead of where that team probably was at that point, but whoa, that thing.
Here's the difference, too, and Patrick Norton wrote this, that Cubs starters combined that year for a 2.96 earned run average. The starters and the bullpen had a 3.56 earned run average. This year, they have an ERA of 4.05 in the starting rotation, a full run higher, and even then some, and a 4.01 earned run average for the bullpen, half run higher. So, to me, as great as the offense was, it was that starting pitching that you can always bank on, that they would never go on a long losing streak. Because, okay, if Arrieta didn't have his best stuff, Lester would. If Lester didn't have his best stuff, Hendricks would. Hendricks and Lester were 2 and 3 in the Cy Young voting, and the previous year's winner was Jake Arrieta. Yeah. You had all those guys. So, but it's been a fantastic story, Cubs fans.
What are the odds that Jake Arrieta will have more home runs in that 2016 season than Nico Horner?
How many did Jake have? 4?
He had 2.
Oh, he had 2.
Yeah.
Nico, though, has been doing more this year, and I've been happier with Nico and Sad, 2 guys who I've been critical of because, Nico didn't hit for average like this. In order for Nico to be a really, really good player, he's going to give you the defense. He's got to hit at this level. He's got to put up a near 300 level.
Well, it's because he's not going to give you any power.
He's not going to slug.
No.
So he's at 293, 336, 374. So I'll take a 700 OPS from Nico Horner with his defense and putting the ball in play as much as he does. I can't handle a 650 and going down. And Sea's been, with the clutch hits, with the driving and runs, with the power. He's got a 910 OPS. So 312-332-3776. And then my poll question is this. And I got a lot of maybes. And obviously, we'll see. We know this. We'll see. But if you had to make a large bet today, and you had to bet Daniel Palencia is yes the solution at closer, or no isn't the solution at closer, which way would you go? Wow. He throws 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He's got really, really good stuff. They've been using it. They put him right back out there after the Miami game.
I would think just based, let's do this analytically, you'd have to, if you're asking me to bet a lot of money, I would have to bet no.
Oh, really?
It's hard to do.
You're playing the odds.
I'm playing the odds. I'm playing the numbers game. You're not playing the feel.
Right, this isn't whether it's him or someone else on the team. This is Palencia. The Cubs closer position has been a year-to-year proposition.
Right. Nobody's been able to really solve the equation, so I'm going to have to go with the trend.
What's his name who got hurt last year? Then they released who was on the DL, former starter, and he closed for them last year and the year before.
I forget his name.
Why can't
then he blew out his elbow.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh,
why can't we?
Alzolay.
Alzolay. Yeah. Adbert Alzolay.
Yes.
He didn't have the stuff.
No.
Right? He had the moxie. He had the attitude. He did not have this, not even close to the stuff that Palencia has.
This dude's got good stuff.
So, they've gone year to year where they've tried to get a veteran who's here for a year, and then he fails. And then all of a sudden, Alzolay, who doesn't develop as a starter, goes to the bullpen and starts saving games. And you had no choice but to keep him in there. But, then he had arm problems, but I don't know if he ever truly had the stuff. Palencia has the stuff. He's 25 years old. He's been developed by this team. Do you know who Daniel Palencia was acquired for? Everyone's talking about the PCA trade. These are the trades, and they had a lot of impact, too, on the last Cubs great team of 2016.
Nicky Two Strikes.
No. He's been in the organization longer than that.
I feel like it's one of those weird pitchers.
You are correct. It is one of the weird pitchers. And when I say weird, I emphasize that in a cool weird.
Is it Kimbrel? Was he from the White Sox?
No, he was not. He was not from the White Sox. I believe it was the Athletics.
Chafin?
You are correct. Andrew Chafin. Is it Chafin or Chafin?
Yeah, I always mix it up. I can't remember.
Is he still in the league?
I believe he is. Yeah, I think he's with the Tigers now.
But that's who they could maybe have a solution at closer. And that was in 2021, too, I believe, the same year that they sold everybody. They sold Javi, they sold Bryant, they sold Rizzo. They disbanded the team, and one of the more important trades are what? They could get more for Andrew Chafin than they got for Chris Bryant. Think about that. We still haven't seen anybody from the Yu Darvish deal come up and do anything. There's only one guy left in the system.
This is the time to give him the ball, too. I mean, give him the ball. Keep giving him the baseball when you're facing Colorado and the Reds and the Marlins. And then who else do you have? The Rockies and everybody. You're going to get the Nationals for 3. So just keep giving him the baseball. As long as his arm is, not fatigued, these are the moments where you should help build his confidence.
All right, so here's the way the voting has gone. I phrased it, do the Cubs have their answer at closer with Daniel Palencia? And a lot of maybes again. And I understand that.
Oh, so maybe was an okay.
No.
Oh, yeah.
People are responding to me. I put yes or no.
Okay.
People are responding to me, where's the maybe bar?
Yeah.
Or we'll wait and see. Can't answer that now. I'm asking you as a fan to answer that now. Which way would you bet? Would you bet that this is a 25-year-old kid with a cannon who finds a way to close games, or will he fall off? And 34.7% of the votes say yes. So only about a third of the people believing he's the answer.
Isn't part of the calculation of this your belief in Craig Counsell? Because I think him blowing that game against Miami and then getting put out there in another high leverage in another save opportunity, I think 2 days later, and then to go to him again over this weekend tells me that Craig Counsell really wants this guy to be his closer, that he thinks he can be. And part of the reason you go get Craig Counsell is because you trust how he handles a bullpen, and you trust that he's going to he can identify the kinds of pitchers that he wants closing his game. So I think part of that has to be, if you believe in Craig Counsell, I think he's telling you he wants Palencia to be the closer.
I also think, too, it's a good point, Charlie, that it's also a vote against Tyler's guy in Presley. Yeah. That even though Presley has pitched better, even though he only had like a game or two where he blew up, the stuff doesn't pass the smell test. The strikeouts aren't there. There's a lot of balls in play, and it's risky on a closer situation. So he still could have a role. I think he's also telling you that he doesn't want to give the ball back to Presley in the closer position either. And now that Porter Hodge is hurt, you may have no other choice than to stick with Palencia.
I would continue to give him the baseball. I just, like, again, if I got to go to Vegas and put a large amount of money down, these closers, the guy you hand the ball to changes all the time. It's hard to find a guy that you consistently ride with. But if he can adapt to the role they're asking him to play, like there's no denying what he's got.
Yeah. Brian in Bourbonnais, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Brian?
Hey, man, we're talking about all these Cubs players that have come and gone. I think the player, I know we're got great hitting right now, and everything's great, but I think Kyle Schwarber is going to be one of those names like Greg Maddux that we're going to come back and talk about for years. How many times that guy could win a game with one swing of the bat? I mean, I know we're doing great now and hitting the ball great and winning games, but last year we sure could have used them. A couple of games could have made the difference in the world. That guy is. I think we're going to be regretting that one for years.
I think Jed does. I think Jed's admitted that too on the record, and it's the one argument I've consistently had with Nick Friedel on. The process of that made no sense. Schwarber had a really bad 2020 season, but let's remember what 2020 was. It was a 60-game season during COVID with no fans in the stands. A lot of guys struggled that year, and a lot of guys had a career year because it was a 60-game season. The year before that, where everyone's like, well, Schwarber's last few years in a Cubs uniform wasn't good. I believe in 2019, Schwarber had 38 home runs or something like that, where he had a good on-base percentage. He still hit for big-time power, and his last full season in a Cubs uniform was good. And yet the Cubs non-tendered him when his salary was only $9 million. And in his place, they signed Jock Peterson. So it wasn't like they had to break up with Schwarber that year. That's why I always had fault with it. You don't teach what he did in 15 and 16 in the postseason to players. You either have that or you don't. And he's shown that
he's got a clutch gene.
He's a postseason player.
Yeah.
And that's why I would always err on the side of waiting longer with a guy like Kyle Schwarber when he's not costing you $25 million per year.
I mean, he's already in the conversation for most postseason home runs, right?
Yes.
He's got 21 in his career. I don't know.
Obviously, he plays more games than some of the players of the, but like in the context of the Aaron Judge, Manny Ramirez, those guys, he's up there with all those players.
Manny's got 29 in his career.
Is he the leader? Is he number one?
Yeah, he's the leader.
Yeah. Altuve's got 27. Bernie Williams is 22. Schwarber's 21.
Yeah, and Schwarber is still in the list. I think, was he in the article that you were just talking about by Bradford Doolittle about MVP candidates?
I did not.
He was part of the list.
Yeah. So, he's having a great year again. 312-332-3776. We've got the good, the bad, the dirty coming up. We're on just till 5:30 today, so catch us when you can. We've got White Sox baseball after that. Usually our wrap-up of the weekend is at 5:30. We'll bring that to your attention now, so if you've never heard it, it's a fun thing where we recap everything, one thing good, one thing bad, one thing we perceive as dirty. We've got Wilbon on in about 90 minutes, and your phone calls, 312-332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Guys, it's the last day of Steinhoffel's Memorial Day mattress sale, so get in this afternoon or tonight. You can save up to $900 on select adjustable base sets, plus get up to $300 in Steinhoffel's cash. You can also take advantage of Steinhoffel's special 60-month financing. Get a Queen Tempur-Pedic mattress for only $48 per month, a Beauty Rest Black mattress for only $36 per month, and an Avocado mattress for only $26 per month. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's mattress leader. You can shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. I shop at the Vernon Hills location. There are 6 around Chicago. The newest one in Orland Park. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices, Chicago.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad that
absolutely brutal. And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
The good, the bad, the dirty, usually at 5:30 on Monday, but today feels like a Monday. And we're off early, so we'll put it at 3:30. It's brought to you by Window Nation. The good, 60% off windows. The bad, you've waited this long. The dirty, no payments till 2027. Window Nation's semi-annual sale is on. Visit them at windownation.com or call them 866-90-NATION. And the Sanctuary Golf Course. The Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox. It's Chicagoland's finest golf course. Book your tee time now at golfsanctuary.com. As I mentioned before the break, one thing good, one thing bad, one thing we perceive as dirty. Waddle, kick us off.
I've got two things good. One, my dog turned 16 today.
Happy birthday, Lola.
Birthday to my dog, Lola. How about that? Woohoo! 16. I'm getting her to 20.
Get her a car.
What's that?
Car. That's the gift.
Yeah, did you buy her a car?
No.
Did she get her license?
She got nothing.
Has she had her permit?
No. She didn't get anything. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to give her tonight for dinner.
On that note, can I ask you a real quick question before? Which age is the weirdest age to be able to do something? Is it 16 we get to drive, 18 that we get to vote, or serve in the military, or we have to wait till 21 to drink?
25 to rent a car is always been weird to me.
That's the weirdest age thing.
Yeah, that's... So, 16, you can drive a car. 18, you can serve in the military. 21, you can have an alcoholic beverage, but you got to wait till 25 to rent a car.
Yes.
That's pretty stupid.
And there's so many loopholes around it, too. Like, you can rent a car before 25. There's a bunch of, ways to do it, but... It's always been odd to me.
It's dumb.
What's up with that?
So my dog turned 16, so that's good. But the other thing I had written down was the collective performance of the Cubs catchers. That, to me, is the biggest surprise in baseball so far. 15 home runs, 51 RBIs. They just keep on keeping on.
And, you wouldn't be overstating it to say it's the biggest or one of the biggest surprises in baseball.
Yeah, I don't know what's a bigger surprise that Miguel Amaya, Carson Kelly, and Reese McGuire have combined for 15 home runs and 51 driven in. Come on now.
What are you guys a believer in as I get into my good here? Are you guys a believer in that culture breeds a winning atmosphere, or that a winning atmosphere breeds a good culture?
I think they're they're mutually exclusive in some ways. I think that Joe Madden created that culture before it was a winning culture. Sometimes, depending on the situation, the culture is defined by winning. I think it's situation by situation.
Yeah. So my point is, Saya sat down with for an interview with Marquis, and this is great. It's translator obviously giving you the English answer, but you could tell how good the vibe is there too. Is it because they're winning? Maybe, but it seems like all these guys like each other a lot. And here they'll talk about his relationship with PCA. I think PCA was the one who started the tap game, where he would hit Saya in the nuts after a win. So take a listen.
I think one way to describe it, it's an adult and a child.
Who's the adult and who's the child?
I'm the adult.
Okay, so we have seen the fun that the two of you have in the lines after the game, the handshake line. How did that start?
I don't remember when it happened, but he started it by touching the air.
Last night, when he hit his grand slam, what was your reaction?
He brings the energy every single day, and in that moment, he hit it. I was happy for him. I got really excited, and that's kind of who he is, and he's really showing off his personality there.
So I think you got a bunch of different people from different countries and different ages that right now are putting together a really good season, and it's fun to watch.
You remember at the start of the year, I don't know that it was a beef at all, but Saya didn't want to be the DH. You remember some of the...
in the offseason, right? Yeah. When they were talking about him DHing. He's been brought the best out of him.
He leads the National League in RBIs.
Yeah, not bad. What do you got, Tyler?
My good is the performance from Tarek Skubal on Sunday. He threw a Maddox, which for those who are unfamiliar, it is a complete game shutout in under 100 pitches, also had 13 strikeouts, only allowed 2 hits. It's considered one of, like, by game score, one of the best non-no-hitter perfect games. It's like close to the Kerry Wood and Clemens 20 strikeout games. That's how good of a performance it was. And for context here, he gained 0.7 WAR off of that. That singular start is better than every single member of the Orioles pitching rotation.
How old is Skubal?
He is, 28.
Who's going to have the better future, him or Skeens? Skubal or Skeens?
Ooh.
Skeens is younger, obviously.
Yeah, Skeens is much younger. Definitely higher pedigree on Skeens.
Skubal's already got the Cy Young.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Skubal looks like he could win another Cy Young this year. I guess he's out to a little bit of a head start. Ultimately, I would probably say Skeens just because he's going to have more years pitching in the bigs. But right now, Skubal is, I think, a significantly better pitcher.
Charlie, what's your good?
My good is Karl Anthony Towns, which is not what I would have expected to say at any point in the playoffs with my understanding of Karl Anthony Towns as a basketball player. 20 points in the fourth quarter for the Knicks basically pulled them from the brink of elimination, or from falling behind 3-0, effectively elimination. They have a chance to get back into it tonight, and they don't have that chance if it's not for Karl Anthony Towns, like completely just putting it all together in the fourth quarter.
And I know that Brunson had 5 fouls, but it sure seemed like Tibbs put him on the bench longer than he needed. I'm like, where's Brunson? But the Knicks were able to finish. What's your bad?
My bad was Reds bullpen. I mentioned that earlier. They gave up 22 runs over a 3-game series with the Cubs. Has a bullpen given up 22 runs or more in a 3-game set this series? That has to be nobody else has done this in the league so far this year stat. 22 runs.
What about the series where Presley gave up all those runs?
It was 9.
But it was 1 inning.
Right.
So what? I wonder what the bullpen
I don't know.
gave
I'd
up
have to check that.
But that's a lot.
Yeah. 9's a lot.
We'll take it.
Who did he give that up to? Who was it?
The Giants.
Okay. I will go back as you guys do this, and I will check how many runs the Cubs bullpen put in.
The other 2 games in that series, I don't think the Giants would have had 14 runs as a whole.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're right.
22 runs from a bullpen in 3
almost
games.
A 13.5 ERA for them.
That's so.
Here's Lennon DJ, my bad. And it was another one of the highlights that we will always watch from this era of White Sox baseball, the record-setting year last year. Put this next to my drop pop-up. It was Lenyn Sosa setting up at first base, but he wasn't really setting up at first base. He was about 1.5 feet, 2 feet off the base, maybe even more.
The 1-0. Hit on the ground to third. Picked by Vargas. He bobbles, and he's going to have to throw to first. Safe. Sosa was not on the bag. Oh, Lenyn was right there at first base, but he didn't have his foot on the bag. The Rangers tie it at 3. Vargas with a great pick, but he couldn't get the handle. And he would have had a play at home plate, but then he had a sure out at first, but they couldn't get Higashioka. Oh, man. Yeah, you're right. I mean, initially, what a grab by the third baseman, Vargas. And the transfer, he just didn't have the handle, so he said, I've got to get an out. And Sosa, for some reason, was a step away from the base. He received the throw and then tried to stride and step on it, but the runner beat him to the bag.
You know, the first baseman always sets up at first base. Remember what the White Sox did, too. They got rid of Vaughn and Elko and sent them down together where you don't have your true first baseman. And then this is what happens. Lenyn Sosa is several steps off of first base. It was crazy.
Oh, Lenyn.
Oh, Lenyn.
Oh, Lenyn.
Oh, Lenyn. All right, what do you guys have for your bad?
My bad is the collective starting pitching from the Cubs this past week. And I know it resulted in a series win, but you were getting short starts out of guys like Boyd and Flexen and Ben Brown. Put your bullpen in a tough situation. They were able to overcome it. But this is going to be an issue if you keep getting 4 or 5 inning starts out of these guys. You're going to really tax this bullpen that's already injured right now. And I think some sort of significant move needs to be made in the next 6 weeks with the starting pitching. You got to get out ahead of this.
You want to make an early trade?
Well, I'm not. Again, I know it's not going to happen in the next probably 3-4 weeks, but something has to be done by like 4th of July.
I never understand why teams wait so long because it's an extra start every 5 days. So get a new guy in.
It's probably more the willingness for another team to part with the
You're
guy.
right. Yeah. Not a lot of sellers, as Jesse keeps saying, either. What do you got, Charlie, for your bet?
I got Anthony Edwards kind of with the no-show last night for the Timberwolves. And look, I think we all love Anthony Edwards. We love the confidence he carries himself with. But if you're going to be that guy, you got to show up in a game like last night where they could have won had he played just even a little bit better. But it's not just that he wasn't playing well. He also had, I think, his lowest career attempts in a game.
You know what it
before,
reminded me
like
of? It reminded me of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
It reminded me of an MVP type of player who's so dynamic, and then all of a sudden didn't show up for one of the biggest games of the year.
Yeah, like we all want you to be this guy. Go be that guy, and he didn't. And now they're down 3-1. They're probably going to get eliminated here soon.
What did he have? 2 shots at the half? It was something. It was something crazy.
He finished 5 for 13 from the field. He took 13 shots.
Listen, I mentioned it about Jimmy and again, we found out he was sick, but when Steph goes out, the Warriors are playing. Like Jimmy wasn't. He took 9 shots in one game. I think he had 15 shots total in the last 2 games.
You're right.
It's crazy.
What's your dirty?
My dirty is kind of a dirty good. I think one of you guys sent it out in a text. As the Knicks were trailing 58-45 at the half, the NBA on TNT crew was breaking down what had been a brutal first 24 minutes. Kenny Smith took aim at Coach Tom Thibodeau's substitution patterns, which had been very different in Game 3 as New York dealt with Indiana's depth. He quipped, Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game.
Such a great line. He had been working on that for a while.
Kind of dirty, but true, and it was great. I think at the end of the night, though, Tibbs had played 9 guys, didn't he?
Yeah.
On Saturday
and then
Sunday,
one played Brunson towards the end.
Yeah.
I'm wet. I'm dirty.
That's good, too.
Very good. When was that again? What
he
day?
spilled something on himself, right? As the play was unfolding or something happening at the scorer's table.
It was that's Kevin
Harlan.
Harlan.
Yeah.
I'm wet. I'm wet. I'm dirty. So good. Aaron Rodgers is always wet and dirty when it comes to trying to troll Bears fans. There were 2 things that happened at an appearance where he was taking questions from the crowd over the weekend. The first one, his hinting about the Steelers.
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year.
So the question was, would you ever play for the Bears? And this was his answer.
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year. On a road trip. I don't know.
Are you speaking in code?
I love Chicago, though. Way more than they love me. It's been a great relationship, all one way.
And he doubled down on that, too. So he's alluding about, playing in Chicago with the Steelers. And then this is Aaron Rodgers on Bears fans.
I'm guessing you're like the normal Bears fan. The best thing about Bears fans is every year, this is our year. This is our year. We added this guy and that guy, and we got a new coach from Detroit. Oh, man. Look out.
This is it.
Right? Packers fans, we know that, right? And what does every coach that signs at the Bears say? We got to beat the Packers, right?
Yeah.
Packers don't give a shit.
There's Aaron Rodgers.
Listen,
beat him finally.
Yeah,
just beat him. If you can't beat him with the Steelers, you're never going to beat him.
Does it ruffle your feathers? Sure, but a lot of what he's saying has a lot of
especially
history behind
part,
it.
The second part about we always rally around the new.
Yeah.
Wrap us up, Tyler and Charlie.
My dirty is the end of the Carolina Hurricanes' 15-game losing streak in the conference finals. Finally broke through yesterday, 3-0, but can you imagine rooting for a team that just perpetually gets swept in the conference finals? You're knocking on the doorstep so many times, and it's just never a series. And even this one is not really a series. They're down 3-0 before they had the win last night, but being on the doorstep that many times and not being able to break through would be so frustrating as a fan.
I'm wet. I'm dirty. Even worse. But yes, I know what you're saying. You definitely want to break through.
God, I'd like to get to a conference final.
I know, like that. But then once you're there, you obviously you want more.
15 straight losses.
I know. I
15.
get it.
What do you got, Charlie?
Yeah, mine was going back to the basketball again. Last night at the end of that game, we got into the fouling up 3 conversation because the ends of these basketball games, it's something that's been happening for forever, really. And I get that it's a strategy that you kind of have to do. It makes sense, but these ends of the games are so brutal to watch sometimes. It's even worse in college basketball sometimes. Like the end of these games perpetuated by the fouling up three principle is just really painful to watch.
It was
just
very,
a free throw shooting contest.
Very, very long, and then they go to a break with the timeouts then with a one commercial. It's what I've always, and I'm an NBA junkie. It's what I've always hated, though, about the NBA, the end of the game, when it should be the most exciting part, and they slow it because of the fouling, because of the obsessive amount of timeouts.
It's nothing new, but
yeah,
it's so hard to watch.
Yeah. All right, there you go. The good, the bad, the dirty. Coming up next, we have Aki's A-List at 4 o'clock, and we got a great tweet from one of the listeners who points out something that the NBA media, at least nationally, misses. And I'll bring that to the table coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Soon it's coming. We're going to get those 70-degree temperatures and above where you can open up the windows and finally enjoy the Chicago spring and into summer. Are your windows working properly, or are they foggy because the seals are broken? Do you lose money on your energy bills because they're not closing correctly? Or when the weather is nice, you don't even open them up because it's such a hassle to open them and then close them? I used to have all of those issues, guys, and then I called my friends over at Window Nation at 866-90-NATION. Keep that number in your phone, 866-90-NATION. At least schedule that free in-home estimate if you've got those issues, because right now through the rest of the month, you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. It's a fantastic deal. No interest, no payments until 2027. And with the 4 windows, get 4 free. You'll also get a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. So many incentives. Get in now. Go to windownation.com to see everything they have to offer. The house is going to look great. You're going to love the way they look, and they're going to save you money on your energy bills. 5-star ratings across the board. A+ rated from the Better Business Bureau. It's Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, or windownation.com. Let them know that Silvy sent you.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
March wasn't the biggest month ever for sports gambling in Illinois, but the madness helped it get close. Illinois bettors wagered $1.49 billion on sports for the month, according to new data from the Illinois Gaming Board. That came up just shy of the single-month record set in November at $1.53 billion, though it was up 35% from the same period last year, and it was the 7th consecutive month that the betting handle reached 10 figures. It was also a better-than-usual month for bettors winning money, thanks to all one seeds advancing to the men's NCAA Final Four. Despite more bets, sportsbooks statewide saw their March revenue decrease year over year by 4.5%. DraftKings remained the top betting site in Illinois, followed by FanDuel in a close second, and a big gap to Fanatics Sportsbook in third. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help.
From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Pat the Designer here. If you're shopping for a car, head to Madison Auto Mall, just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Thousands of vehicles, top dealers, all in one stop. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists, say that 3 times fast, at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you could save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
My first appearance, I think, of the year. We're out after the show. I haven't done one of these in a long time. Going to be up north in at Emo's in Grays Lake. It's the Grays Lake location. Have you been there before?
I've been to the one in
Mundelein.
I think it's Mundelein or Libertyville, one of the two.
Don't screw this one up, because tomorrow I'm going to be at the one in Grays Lake. It's brought to you by Yingling, and this is how you win Grip It and Sip It tickets. Grip It and Sip It sells out in minutes. It's our ESPN golf outing. It's next month. And it's been sold out for a while. I'll give away a twosome. And the way we do it tomorrow at Emo's from 7 to 9, courtesy of Yingling, as they bring a putting green. And I believe you get 2 putts. Your first one's a practice one, but if you make your putt, even on the practice one, it counts. And you're in the hopper. If you don't, you're not in the hopper. And then at the end of the night, we'll draw from all the people who've made their putts. So it's interactive. We'll have some fun. We'll drink Yingling. They've got great pizza at Emo's. We'll have basketball on. We'll have the Cubs on. So there's a lot to do tomorrow night. Emo's Pizza in Grays Lake. It's all brought to you by Yingling. When we come back, right before Aki's A-List, Chris, don't go anywhere. I want to take your call. Someone saw Waddle out. I've got to tell you, too, about the most under-discussed NBA story for some reason. And it was brought to my attention by a listener. Then we'll get into Aki's A-List. All that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
From State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Listener pointed this out to me via Twitter. Not all the Twitter. No, not all. I was just going to say, not all of it is just yelling at me. Twitter.
How
Most
much of it is? Okay.
I mean...
vast majority?
Yeah, I think so. But what are the topics? So if you tune into the TNT show, if you tune into Get Up or whatever the ESPN pregame show is with Stephen A. and Malika and everybody, what are the main topics, guys, that they're talking about? This entire playoffs. What are the big talking points?
SGA kind of being the MVP and the talented Oklahoma City team. Jalen Brunson being the most clutch player in the NBA. Tyrese Halliburton's dad is back in the building for tonight's game. Those are the first three things that come through my mind.
See, like now you're sort of, if that's the case, then what I'm about to tell you is all written off. Because I don't think they talk about Oklahoma City.
Oh, really?
And this is what the listener said to me. I think, like, the talking points are more big picture, are more LeBron stuff, are more, is Ant the superstar? Is Tibbs going to be the long-term coach?
Legacy stuff.
Yeah, more legacy stuff. I don't think anybody, and this is why I agreed with this, how many times or minutes have they spent on the way Sam Presti has built this team?
I would not know because I have to be 100% honest with you. I have not watched more than 2 or 3 minutes of the pregame show at all. I watched the games.
Or like halftime or any of the...
I'm getting something to go in the bathroom, getting something to eat. I don't watch a lot of it.
Maybe I don't watch as much, and maybe... but, guys, am I wrong? Do you not hear a lot about... Like, has there been a better rebuild recently than what the Oklahoma City Thunder has done in a matter of, 5 years?
Are they pandering to the New York audience or the?
Well, yeah, I think that's part of it.
It's not even like they just tanked and they got a bunch of high draft picks and then that happened. Like, it still took some vision for what they were doing in trading Paul George to the Clippers, and that's how you got SGA, and he became an MVP guy, and that's because you developed him. And, yeah, you took the obvious guy with Chet, but you also have Jalen Williams, who was not, like, one of those top 3 or 4 guys. Like, they've actually had to – it isn't just a result of being bad. They've actually – made good on a lot of the bets there.
And right before that, he had a great team as well that he couldn't fit everyone under the cap. And so, and then KD leaves. And then what does he do? He completely rebuilds. And it's why I've always said to Carmen, and I was thinking about this today too with the Chris Bryant stuff. Carmen and I used to have an argument about, would you rather have Theo Epstein or Chris Bryant? And Carmen says, I'd always rather take the player. And to me, there's always a shelf life on the player. But if you truly have the great executive, he can do it again. And there's no one right now in the NBA that I think I'd rather have than Sam Presti.
They have multiple first-round picks every year until 28.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the plan and the process is outstanding. And the way he has landed guys, well, we're like, oh, no one will ever want to come to Chicago. How many players are begging to go to Oklahoma City? But yet he finds a way to accumulate assets and then to draft and develop them.
So your point is they don't even talk about it.
I don't think anyone talks about this. I think the other stuff is more like on a national level.
I don't need another LeBron conversation, although we had one last week on national television. Like, LeBron is meaningless when you get to the conference finals because he's not participating. Like, I don't even know why that would even be on anybody's brain. I actually think this is refreshed for me. I like seeing Indiana, and I like Tibbs and Brunson. I like seeing new faces. Like, it feels fresh. It feels like this is, I'm also a fan. Listen, I was a fan of watching Golden State be a dynastic organization. But this one feels good. This NBA playoff season has been great for me.
It's why I want, again, the Knicks to win tonight, not just because I like the Knicks and Brunson and Tibbs. I want this to be a 7-game series. Send it back to New York for the best of 3.
I will say this. Has there ever been, and maybe it's just recency bias, a playoff period where there were more 20-plus point leads that evaporated?
It's a testament to how the game is these days, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can't just go away up 20 and think that I can go to bed now.
No.
The leads evaporate quicker than anything these days.
You're absolutely right. Chris in Deerfield, and then we'll get to Aki's A-List. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Silvy, Waddle. This isn't an all calls Friday like Black and Abdallah show, but I just wanted to call in and say thank you to Waddle because I met him on Saturday at the Deerfield High School baseball game. And, he could have just shook in my hand and said, hey, what's up, and kind of went along his way. But he really took an interest in me, what my son was doing on the tennis.
Playing tennis, right? I remember we had the tennis conversation.
We were having the tennis conversation. Yeah, he beat Lake Forest to make it to state.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Tom. This coming weekend. So just wanted to give you a shout out, man. You're a mensch, just like Carmen always says, and you just made my day, man. So I was having a rough morning, having a rough day, and I met you, and you put a smile on my face. So just want to say thanks.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
So, that's awesome, Chris. So your son plays tennis for Deerfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the varsity. He's a sophomore, so he plays varsity tennis on the Deerfield High School team. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, they're going down to state on Thursday. So
it was quite an afternoon of athletics because the girls' soccer team was playing. I was there specifically to hang out with Randy Merck and watch his son's team play a team I didn't even know existed. I even forget the name of the team. And I think it was a Fox Valley team. I think Grant High School.
Okay.
I think something like that. I don't even know if that was the name of it. But there was the tennis tournament was going on. The baseball game was going on. It was quite entertaining. But it's great to see Merck. Hadn't seen Merck in quite some time.
I saw him a couple weeks ago.
His son's a grown-ass man now, too.
I know. Yeah, Brett's
a grown man. Last I saw him, he reminded me, and one of the other kids on his team said, "Hey, good to see you again. I'm the guy that broke your nose in the driveway playing basketball after the Super Bowl party." And he's right. He was young and small.
Yeah.
He elbowed me or he headbutted me, and he hit my nose, and my nose was pointed the other way, and I had to kind of it was just the cartilage of it, just pop it back into place.
Was that the throw-up night, too?
Yeah, that was the throw-up.
Oh, wow.
Night.
So you had your nose broken and you threw up?
Yeah, I don't know that I officially had my nose broken, but it was like the end of my nose was kind of dislocated, like the cartilage just popped to the side, and I looked like a boxer.
Dislocated nose. Can you do that? Is that a thing?
I don't know, but I had to pop the cartilage back and straighten out my nose, and went back to playing. And I think it was Carmen and I against Brett Merkin, this kid, and 2 others, and we whipped their ass.
It was also
they were 13 at the time.
And it was also 20 degrees out, and there was ice on your driveway.
There was, you're right.
That's a Captain Ohio story from Waddle right
I'm
there.
just telling you, Charlie, if you're going to play, play. No half-assing it out there.
Whoa, Tom, wow.
That's right, Johnny.
No, that's Jack. That's Jack McGrath. That was Jack when he was a kid. All right, let's get to Aki's A-List.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 P's of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. All right, Tyler, what do you got today?
All right, fellas, how about a little bit of football on this Tuesday after Memorial Day? This was Albert Breer earlier today on Cap and Hood talking about Caleb Williams and the relationship that he has right now with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because Ben has been, I think, very constructively critical of Caleb, and every indication I've gotten is that Caleb has been very receptive to it. Caleb's been a constant presence in the building, so that's a good thing. But I think as much as anything else, and this isn't a giant story, it's a note in my Monday column, which is running Tuesday because of the holiday this week, but it's sort of some of the things that they've been working on, some of the things and to me, the most interesting part about it, Cap, was there's some big picture leadership stuff, like how you carry yourself as a franchise quarterback, that I think will resonate with some people. They watched a lot of Detroit tape, obviously, to get him ready to play in Ben's offense. They watched a lot of Matthew Stafford tape to work on to help him work mechanically. So there's a lot of little details that they've been kind of honing in on, ahead of actually being able to go out there and practice football, which obviously starts with OTAs.
So, and then he also went to...
Good. It sounds like at least they're watching film.
And he mentioned, too, in his mailbag that he alluded to there that body language and pre-snap procedure are the areas of focus that they're putting on Caleb right now in these early portions of OTAs.
It's funny because if we had a caller, let's say Eddie from the North Side called, and he said, one thing I want Ben Johnson this offseason to be working with Caleb Williams on is his body language. I think we would laugh at him.
Probably.
I think we would all laugh at him. We would dismiss it. But that's exactly what Ben Johnson and his staff is doing with Caleb Williams.
It would be a mistake of ours to laugh at that because while, again, what's behind door number 2 in this conversation to me is more important, obviously the new staff believe what's behind door number 1 is also important. And if I have to rank the importance of the 2 things that they're working on, obviously pre-snap would get my attention more than body language, but if this coaching staff felt that this was something that needed to be addressed, then I'm glad they're addressing it. You guys wanted to be held accountable. You wanted to be coached harder. You wanted to be told when things aren't right. How do we fix them? Well, we're going to do all of it. We're going to do the body language. We're going to do, how we're going to get ready to play. We're going to do pre-snap. We're going to do all that stuff.
He wrote, while the coaches understood the beating Caleb took, they showed film to emphasize how he'd been slow to pull himself up off the ground. It was a long year. People got fired in season, and in adverse circumstances, the staff explained having a quarterback who is rolling with the punches would go a long way. So sort of everyone follows the quarterback.
Sure.
And if the quarterback looks like a beaten man, maybe the team's going to play like that as well.
Again, when you put a list together of things that are most important, maybe that's not the top at the top of the list.
Oh, it's definitely not.
But it is something like, if we're going to change things, let's change it all. Let's focus on everything.
It's funny. Mark Trestman was a terrible coach. We could all agree on that, correct?
Yes.
But there was something that Mark Trestman always said that stood with me, and he really dumbed it down to the lowest level. But he said every year at the start of either mini camp or training camp, he would take the football and he would show the quarterback, this is a football. And then he would show them the football. Or it was a better way in which he described it, but he was basically telling, we're going to discuss everything about this, starting with, this is a football. Here's how many laces are on the football. And Trestman was super, super nerdy, but I don't think you can be too detailed.
No, I'm with you, especially when you're coming from the position they're coming from. They won 5 games last year. Look at their offensive numbers. Across the board, in all of the most important statistical categories, they were bottom 5.
They were, Kap and Courtney were talking about if they were surprised that it wasn't Ben Johnson who they were showing the tape of. They were showing Stafford. I mean, that it wasn't Goff. That Ben Johnson wasn't showing Goff, his quarterback. Instead, it's the former Lions quarterback in Matt Stafford.
Maybe they think the skill set's more comparable. I don't know.
I think the way Stafford can throw a ball just with all the crazy arm angles and the creative stuff he can do, that's the kind of stuff that Caleb Williams can do that Jared Goff can't. And that's probably where you want to see.
Well, I don't think, Charlie, to your point, I don't think Ben Johnson wants Caleb Williams to play the position like Jared Goff. I think that this is, to me, this is the rub. He needs to find the balance between getting Caleb to play more disciplined, play on time, play on platform, play within the structure of the offense, while also not completely neutering that ability to be a dynamic playmaker out on the edge. That's where Ben Johnson, if in fact he is going to be a really successful coach with this quarterback, being able to pull those two things together, I think, will be the measure of just how successful they will be.
I think I think the ideal version of Caleb is a lot more like a Matt Stafford, just without the running ability, than it is a Jared Goff, where it's just do what I tell you and then we will be good.
Well, because Jared Goff is going to be purely a guy that is going to play from the pocket and from under center. Like, there are things you're not going to ask Jared Goff to do a lot of boots. You're not going to ask him to do a lot of the athletic stuff.
Don't forget, too, Caleb also said that Stafford's one of his favorite quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You wonder if that's because he's looked up to him, that he wants to share with what he does well, too.
But I think that this will be this will be the dynamic that maybe will be most interesting to me. How do you get him to play more technically sound on time with his feet underneath him and more just basic quarterback stuff more efficiently, while also being able to implement some of the things that he can do that a lot of other guys can't do?
All right, what else, Tyler?
This was from over the weekend, and Jesse tipped us off on this. Justin Turner was asked about this Cubs offense and had some glowing remarks about the unit that he's a part of now.
It's the most well-rounded offense I've ever been a part of, and I've been on some really good teams that did things good, did some things great, but to do everything as good as this team does, when you're talking about slug, walk, situational hit, drive and runs, steal bases, take extra bases, run the bases. It's the most rounded, way above average team I've ever been on.
Now, this is coming from a guy who's played 17 years in the league, and a bulk of that is with the Dodgers.
Including a World Series championship with the Dodgers.
Exactly. Were you guys as shocked as I was to hear that come out of his mouth?
I was trying to think. So, who were the best offensive players on that Dodgers team? Wasn't it Seager who won? Seager won that first time when they won their first title. Was Mookie Betts there that year?
Mookie Betts, he was in a lineup with him. Yep.
And then they had
They had
Bellinger as well.
Bellinger, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, he got some of the good Bellinger years, some of the bad Bellinger years, but he was on a team with Freddie Freeman, too. Max Muncy, looking through some of these other guys. Like, he was on.
It's a great team. I mean,
look, it's a significantly smaller sample size. It's, 54 games, 55 games, however many games it is. To this point, I mean, if they do exactly what they've done the remainder of the season, then I'll buy it hook, line, and sinker. But there's a long way to go. You got 66% of the season that is still left, but they're on track to prove him correct.
And remember, we keep bringing this up. Jed said this. I think it's dangerous because of the back of the baseball card. But he said we need everyone to exceed expectations.
Yes.
Like after a slow start, Dansby Swanson has been a very productive player.
Yeah.
Seiya has been outproducing what he's produced in past years.
Nico Horner
now. And then you've got PCA doing what no one expected for him for his expectations. And Tucker's Tucker. Like, Tucker just makes this team where there's not as much pressure on Nico and Hap.
Tuckers.
To be great. Tucker is tuckering. That's what Tucker does. He tuckers. And he just keeps on tucking.
Tyler's Tyler.
And Tucker's Tucker.
That's fair.
All right, Tyler.
So the Rockies are in town right now, and they are on a pace for futility, 9-45.
When you look at 9-45, it looks fake, doesn't
Are
it?
they Are they 5 or 6 games behind where the White Sox were at this point
They
last
are
year?
well ahead of the White Sox pace at this point.
I thought I heard Shea say something like the Sox had like 14 or 17 wins.
Yeah, he's been tracking a lot of the stats and the win-loss record because I think he's super locked in and
He
fascinated
needs to call
by
it.
this.
Does he call it something like the suckage stats or something like that?
I don't know, but he should brand it somehow.
Yeah.
But I want to know this because the Pittsburgh Pirates...
Through how many games? 54?
54, yeah.
Okay, real quick. Last year, the White Sox were 15-39 through 54 games.
So there's 6 games behind that pace.
Yeah.
And do you happen to have a run differential there?
That I do not.
Okay.
You're asking for too much at that point.
Sorry about that. But the Pittsburgh Pirates have had a super embarrassing season as well when it comes to both on and off the field things. So while the Rockies have been bad, it's at least just been they suck on the field, not a lot of hope for the future. The Pirates have had the fan fall off the ledge in right field. They had an usher versus fan fight.
The belt whip, yeah.
Yep.
The usher took off his belt to the fan.
You've had somehow there being rumors about Paul Skeens being traded. And, oh, by the way, you are also the third worst team in all of baseball.
You fired the manager, too.
Both teams have fired the manager.
And didn't they screw up the Roberto Clemente?
Yes,
honoring
that's another
on
thing.
On the stadium,
they got
on the
rid
outside
of the
wall?
mural off, right?
Yeah, it's they had like a little not a patch, but like something on the outfield
They
wall.
suck.
Who has had the more embarrassing season, the Rockies or the Pirates?
I'm looking at their record right now. They're 19-36. I get what you're saying. You can't out-embarrass 9 wins at this point.
You can't.
I don't think you can out-embarrass 9 wins. The year where a team set the record the previous season, and you are well behind their pace.
Yeah.
The thing about the Rockies, too, is there is nothing on the roster.
No, there's nothing. The Pirates piss me off. The Rockies just suck. You know, there's a difference between the two for me at this point.
Tyler and I are making hay by going to I booked my trip over the weekend for Labor Day. Oh, and Tyler's already made his plans. We're going to see the Cubs in Denver over Labor Day. I'm taking the family because, hey, that's a guarantee couple of wins at least.
I would think so.
And if they don't, then I'll come back pretty red-assed.
You're getting end of August, early September Rockies baseball.
Yeah. It's like in baseball, when can you go to a game and say, you know, I think we got a good chance of winning both games we attend?
You were just looking for a Labor Day trip to take.
We
right?
were, yeah. And it's something that would check all the boxes.
Yeah, okay.
And
I was going to say.
I texted Gene Greco, too. It was great to catch up with Mark, you know, because his kids live in Denver. Yeah. He goes there a lot, and he was telling me all the cool things you can do as a family in Denver.
Go to the Rockies game.
It's a bonus that the Cubs are there.
Maybe you could stop by Peyton Manning's house. He lives there.
Do you have his address?
I'll get it for you.
Maybe stop by Peyton Manning's house.
I'll get it for you.
What about Peyton Manning and Sean Payton's house?
You'd have to talk to Jurko. He could probably get you. There's a contact I have. I could get you Peyton Manning's. But I wouldn't advise you going there without. Yeah,
cold call him.
Be a jerk move.
Yes, it would.
Real quick before we hit the break here, Charlie brought this up in his Good, Bad, Dirty. How do you guys feel about the fouling down 3 late in a basketball game? Is there any sort of rule you would implement, or does it really not make that big of a difference for you as a basketball watcher?
I like that. Doesn't that take a lot? It's strategy. So I get it. It's like bothersome, but it's strategy. My rule that I've always wanted to make in the NBA was you get 1 timeout in the last minute. Like, if you've held 3 timeouts for your last minute, it shrinks to 1 with 1 minute. So, therefore, you can't call, like, timeouts out of timeouts. I hate that. And I would make that a rule, too. There's no timeout out of a timeout.
I like that. How would you, because there's a workaround with everything. My hamstring. How would you treat a fake injury or what would be perceived as an injury?
Isn't that an official's timeout where if at the next ball stoppage?
Yeah, but it does give you a time. I mean, there is a stoppage of play.
In football, didn't they? Am I misremembering this, or didn't they run off 10 seconds or something for an injury timeout or something like that in football?
I know they did that in college. There's penalties with that. My solution to the fake injury would be he's got to come out of the game.
Okay. Yeah, I think you have to. You have to anyway. I know you do don't you in the NFL?
Yeah, you have to miss a play. Well, so do you think they? I understood you're talking about how Oklahoma City has done it, and they've been burned by this before, but they say this is our philosophy, and they did it how many times in the last 20 seconds last night? 3?
Yeah, I think that was more of an extreme than anything. We see this happen, especially it's prevalent in college more so than the pros, but it only really impacts the last 20 to 30 seconds of a game.
Yeah.
And to your point too, Sylvia, I agree with you on the timeout thing. We already have use it or lose it type of timeouts in basketball as well. I think that would also help the pace of play. But to me, yeah, I don't think there's really anything you can do to legislate this out of the game. It's pure strategy. And if you make your free throws, then you really distance yourself and have a pretty good chance of winning the game.
Would you ever notice if a head coach or if a coaching staff wasn't on the bench for a game?
Depends on who the coaching staff is.
If you had rosters and, the coaching staff wasn't on the bench, would we notice it in the product we see? There's a lot of coach acts like he's doing. How much are they doing? If you said, a player's got to run the huddle, call the timeouts and everything, and do the substitutions, would it look discombobulated?
I mean, how many times have we seen Jokic or LeBron grab the clipboard?
Yeah, I know.
I think Rick Carlisle's coaching his ass off, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm saying a one-game thing.
Oh. This is what I don't know about. I don't know that I can formulate a thought on that. How are people sitting right next to the coach on the floor? Fat Joe sitting next to Rick Carlisle on the floor at Madison Square Garden.
It's very cool. There's no barrier. There's nothing. It's one seat over.
It's Fat Joe.
And it's the bench and then
Tom
Fat
Thibodeau.
Joe.
That's who it is.
If he was wearing a Pacers quarter zip, you'd think he's on the staff.
Yeah, it's just I get it. I'm not as dumb as I look. I know it's about money. But there's no barrier between Fat Joe and Tom Thibodeau or I find it fascinating. I saw Larry David was on the floor next to.
He always is.
He was next to Rick Carlisle, and I'm like, that is the odd. I just still can't comprehend it.
By the way, did you see? This is a separate note. Did you see the celeb row yesterday behind the plate at the Cubs game?
I saw Jason Bateman.
Yeah. Why didn't Jesse book Jason Bateman?
I don't think he
wanted
to talk to us.
Jason Bateman, you would love to talk to Jason
Bateman,
wouldn't you?
I would. I think he's one of my favorite guys.
Come on, Jesse. The dude with 3 names on the bear. What's his name?
Jeremy Allen White.
It was Elvis.
Austin Butler.
And then it was the guy.
I didn't notice him.
The guy from Stranger Things. They were all in a row.
Yeah, I recognize.
Are they friends or were they just requesting tickets and they put the celebs together?
They must be doing some.
Well, I was going to say, why
show
is
together,
Jason Bateman in Chicago on Memorial Day? I don't know.
No idea.
I thought it was cool. I don't know. I don't remember your question anyway.
What was your question?
It was about the following up three.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's how we got there. All right, coming up next, we've got Waddle's World, and then Wilbon joins us at 5.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out RogersandHollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Harry Douglas here. Picture this. You're staying at a hotel, about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen, folks. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free, high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Guys, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Let's go. Summer is finally here. The weather's warming up at the end of the week. And with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Are you running around from baseball game to baseball game like we are in my beautiful Sequoia? Or maybe it's taking the whole family to a ball game in the spacious Grand Highlander, or getting out of the city to explore in the rugged RAV4. I love that car as well. Or using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. Whatever you choose, there's a Toyota for every adventure. And every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. Get the value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, before we get weird, a couple of notes here. I believe it is official. The White Sox-Mets game will, in fact, be moved to 12:10 tomorrow, first pitch.
That is correct.
I get that correct?
Yes.
News breaking right now, ladies and gentlemen.
You know who's very excited right now?
Very excited.
Who's most excited?
Meller?
Jurko.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Jurko's most excited. There's no Carmen and Jurko then.
No. They're here for 10 minutes. Oh, no, that's the pregame, too. That's
pregame
right.
at 11:30 now.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tomorrow then we'll be on after the game. We were originally going to be off at 5:30. Don't forget, come see me at Emails in Grays Lake at 7. Now I got to figure out how I'm going to get there at 7.
Helicopter.
But
Station
tomorrow,
helicopter.
Emails at 7.
Flying taxis. You'd get in one of those. Have you seen some of the prototypes, the flying taxis?
I wouldn't get into it right away. I would need to have it tested and...
You'd be the tester.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not the tester.
You're the tester.
I'm not the tester.
And there, I believe you've got something came out from the WNBA, released a statement as well.
They
correct?
did. This is, they were investigating the Fever Sky game. The WNBA issued the following statement regarding Chicago Sky and Indiana Fever game back on May 17th. Quote, "We have investigated the report of racist fan behavior in the vicinity of the court during the May 17th, 2025 Chicago Sky and Indiana Fever game. Based on information gathered to date, including from relevant fans, team and arena staff, as well as audio and video review of the game, we have not substantiated it. The WNBA is committed to fostering a safe and inclusive environment for everyone and will continue to be vigilant in enforcing our fan code of conduct." So
this is good news.
Well, yeah, it's great. It's great, and obviously stuff goes on, but not in this case. And I know people from the Sky and players from the Sky went to that, and everyone people who were there, I know Portnoy was there, said he didn't hear anything. And so the WNBA is saying,
right, this
it's
was
unsubstantiated.
Yeah, this was the WNBA.
This is a league
leading this investigation.
Yes.
So, like I said, that's good news. That means that didn't, to the best of their knowledge, the best of their investigation, that it didn't occur.
I would think, like, if that stuff happens too, I know I would. If I'm at the game and I hear anything racist, I'm going to the usher. And I'm like...
Nobody went to any ushers?
I am not dismissing that there aren't racist people. Obviously, this world today, 2025, is upside down. But I'm also thinking that people are going to go to security and point that person out. At least I would hope.
Yeah.
Am I being naive to think that?
No, I think it's very likely that would happen. Nobody wants to be associated with that nonsense and that ugliness. So, but look, I'm glad it was the league that did the investigation, and based on what they found out, it's good news, is what I'm saying. Maybe there was a misunderstanding or whatever the case may be. But, I mean, the worst news is we've done this thorough research and this report and this investigation and found
this stuff is going on.
Right. You don't need any of that nonsense. I do have some interesting stories here. I heard Carmen and the good kid talking about going to the movies. I'm not sure if you're a Mission Impossible fan.
I haven't seen one.
Oh,
and
man, really?
I think I may like it, but it just...
I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan. I think he's the last of the great, movie stars.
I quoted you on that Friday because that question was asked on the show to Peggy and me, and I said that you always say it was Hanks versus Cruise, and I always say that you've always said that Tom Cruise is the last of the legitimate movie stars.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I love Tom Hanks, but like movie star, I think it's Tom Cruise. But anyway, Mission Impossible 10.
Is this really the 10th?
Yeah. Final Reckoning. The ninth one was like it's to be continued. And this one is the conclusion of that one. Carmen said it was great. Started off slow, but I can't wait to watch it. In fact, I was probably a little intoxicated one of the weekend nights looking for it streaming, and was getting pissed off that I couldn't find it, and then realized it won't stream for another 60 days because it's only in the theaters.
Or let me ask you this question, Mission Impossible people, including you.
Yeah.
If I wanted to dive in, do I dive in with the first, or is there a best one that you would suggest me diving into?
I'm not an aficionado on this. I just have watched them all. I don't think you have to go back to... Each one's kind of a different story. So I don't think you have to go back to one. Just pick any one of them.
Well, which is the best? Which is renowned or known as the best?
That I don't know. It's a really good... It's... I don't know if this... My assumption is it's called The Final Reckoning, so my guess is this will be the last one anyway. The point is... $77 million at the box office was thwarted by Lilo and Stitch. Not only did it best the latest Mission Impossible film this weekend, but it also passed Tom Cruise and Top Gun Maverick for the highest Memorial Day weekend ever.
Lilo and Stitch did?
$145.5 million over the weekend and $183 million estimated throughout the holiday.
I don't know. I've heard of them. Who is Lilo and Stitch?
Isn't it Lilo and Stitch?
Lilo and Stitch?
I don't know.
You know about Lilo and Stitch?
Is this a Disney thing?
Yeah, it was. They do the Disney thing they always do where they repackage it as a live action film. But Lilo and Stitch was huge when I was a kid.
Yeah,
okay,
that was...
I missed it then.
That was like the huge Disney thing when I was a kid, too.
I don't remember it. I don't...
You should give me characters, and I should... tell you if either one's Lilo or Stitch. Would I recognize them if I saw them?
I think you would. Definitely Stitch.
Ren and Stimpy, I know. Beavis and Butthead, I know. Lilo and Stitch, I don't think I know.
Beavis and Butthead and Ren and
different
Stimpy.
Tone of a show.
Yeah, a little different approach to the shows.
Okay.
Yeah. I find this is a fascinating story, and I learned about this a while ago, but this is interesting. The penny will be phased out by 2026.
Yeah, we had this. I think we had this. Which day did we have this? Someone gave this when you were gone. Either
Really?
Jesse or Peggy.
I feel like I've been hearing about the penny going out the door for like 15 years.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
It costs more money to make the penny than the
Costs
penny's worth.
3.7 cents to mint and distribute the penny, almost 4 times its face value. The government lost over $85 million in 2024 by producing about 3 billion pennies.
I was asking.
So we're going to get rid of it.
I was asking that in several years from now, will the penny ever be like a collector's item, or are there just too many out there? Even as we go years down the road where no one will care about the penny.
Like I said, they produced 3 billion pennies last year alone. So, do you know when the first penny was minted? Since you guys had this story a couple of days ago.
Yes, this was in the 1700s. I'm going to say 1779.
1793.
1793.
You guys did talk.
We did. Yep.
Gosh,
I listen. I remember.
I just thought it was an interesting story.
It is.
This is my favorite headline of the day.
Not as interesting the second time.
I don't blame you. In fact, I think this will not be part of the podcast. We're just going to clip this portion out.
No, this is the best part of the show.
Man bitten by gator charges deputies, jumps in a cop car, and is killed, Florida cop says.
Oh, so not a Florida or Ohio story. This is just
Florida.
Outlandish
A
Florida.
man appeared to have survived an alligator attack while swimming across the lake. Then he charged deputies with a pair of shears and was shot dead by a Florida sheriff.
Can you believe that? You
just
escaped
escaped death. 42-year-old man was identified as Timothy Schultz. Someone at a gas station called 911 Should I stop? Did you guys do this story?
No.
You didn't get this one?
We did not get this one.
Someone at a gas station called 911 in the early morning on Memorial Day to report a man was acting unusual and asking to call his son. Within a couple hours, the sheriffs got another call about a man swimming in a lake behind a residential area in Lakeland, and a caller spotted one gator close to the man. The caller suspected the swimmer was under the influence, and one bystander tried to throw him a life preserver, but he refused to take it. During Schultz's swim across the lake, it appears that his right arm is bitten by an alligator.
Ooh.
Witnesses say the man got out of the lake, grabbed a pair of garden shears, and then tried to break into a vehicle by throwing a brick. When deputies arrived, they said they jumped out of their vehicles and saw Schultz walking between homes with a pair of shears, and then he accused the deputies of something and started charging at them.
This is basically survival of the fittest, isn't it?
I go back to the title, man bitten by gator, charges deputies, jumps in a cop car, and is killed.
That's a lot.
That's tempting. That's tempting fate a couple too many times.
Yes. Do you guys want an update on the New Orleans escapees? Did you not follow that story?
Is this they were...
I broke out of jail.
They were walking around like Bourbon Street, right?
Yeah, they broke out of jail.
Oh, right. Yeah, they were just caught, weren't they?
Only 2 of the 10 New Orleans jail escapees remain on the run.
Only
today,
2.
after police captured 2 men Monday following a high-speed pursuit in Texas. And another man they found sitting on a bench in Louisiana thanks to an anonymous tip. There were 12 of them, or no, 10 of them that broke out.
Let me ask you this.
We had that story last week.
If you broke out of jail, would you ever be sitting on a park bench? Is this what that guy...
Exactly.
This is survival of the fittest.
If you're going to be on the run, go on the run.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in Louisiana sitting on a park bench.
Like down in Mexico, just like Shawshank.
Yeah.
On a beach, but
I'm not sure what he was wearing on the bench. I'm trying to figure that out. He may have still been in his orange jumpsuit, but yes, we only 2 are left. Everybody, there's only 2 out there.
By tomorrow's Waddle's World, will they have found him?
I'll give you a GD update on it. I don't know. Okay, when we come back, I will tell you or you can guess. What are the United States' most expensive cities? States, rather, and the least expensive states in the United States.
I'm usually bad at this, but I feel good about it now.
Plus, I'm going to read you a story about how they're going to get rid of the penny. That's next.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mets.
Live coverage begins tonight at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary. Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Guys, I want to tell you about my friends over at BetterHelp, making it easier to get the mental health adjustment that you're looking for. I have never been shy of telling people that I talk to a therapist regularly. The mental health aspect of this is vital. It's as important as physical health, and the two are tied together. It is Mental Health Awareness Month, and BetterHelp has been serving over 5 million people globally. They make it easy, they make it convenient, and they'll have a therapist that will fit your needs. Over 35,000 therapists. So if you've ever even thought about starting mental therapy, talking to a therapist, you got to go to betterhelp.com and then put the slash in with timeout, and you'll get 10% off your first month. That's right. It's so easy. You don't have to drive somewhere. You can do it all on your computer. You can find the therapist that best fits your needs. And even if you don't think you've got a major problem, there are tune-ups and there are things that I benefit. Sometimes I'm short-tempered or maybe not as patient with my kids. And when I am right, then my kids and my family benefit. So again, go to betterhelp.com/timeout. betterhelp.com and check them out today.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Those of you who travel frequently, I'm sure you already know this, but if you don't, Southwest Airlines ending free baggage policy today.
That's right. It's a major shift in their philosophy because that's what made them Southwest Airlines.
Yes, they've ended their decades-old bags fly free policy. The drastic break from tradition was originally announced back in March as a way to bolster revenue and ward off advances from activist investors. As dictated by the policy, flyers will reportedly have to pay $35 for one bag checked and $45 for the second. Which is more in line with the industry standard.
Where are they these days with assigned seats? Is it still the A-B groups and such when you board the plane? And
I think so. I have not flown Southwest in quite some time, but I think so.
This says that Southwest is phasing out its open seating policy and will begin assigning seats and premium seating options in early 2026.
Okay, so they're changing all of their policy.
What the hell is the point of Southwest Airlines?
They're not going to. They're going to be Northeast Airlines. They're changing their name.
The two things you did that people liked. I mean, I don't know if people like the non-assigned seating or not, but the bags fly free. Why would I take your airline now over somebody else? Like, I'm probably not gonna save anything.
By the way, do you remember Northwest Airlines? That was a thing. I think they were based in the Twin Cities, and then there were for a very short time there was a Vegas airline that flew out of Midway that was outstanding. It only lasted for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. I gotta Google it. If everyone remembers it, tweet me.
Would you like to take a guess at the most and least expensive U.S. states based on the median monthly cost of essential household bills, including mortgage, rent, auto loan, gas, electric, water and sewer, waste and recycling, auto insurance, cable, internet and phone, health insurance, mobile phone, alarm and security, and life insurance? Go.
It's got to be either...
The most expensive states should be quite obvious.
California and New York.
California's number one.
Especially with earthquakes and...
New York is not in the top 5.
Not in the top 5. Florida is number 2.
Florida is definitely not in the top 2. No?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts is number 4. Way to go, Charlie.
Where's Illinois?
They are neither in the top 5 or the most expensive states or the least expensive states. You were close with one of your guesses. Guesses.
I was close with one of
your guesses.
I said Florida.
No.
Is it Texas?
No.
Didn't
you say New York?
I said New York.
Right.
So Connecticut?
No.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
Well, Connecticut's on the border, too.
That's true.
You know how
Texas
many rich people live in Connecticut?
Yes, I do. Number 2.
Where was New Jersey?
New Jersey was 3. Massachusetts was 4.
Pennsylvania? No. I have
Think as far west as you can go.
As far west as
Washington.
Hawaii?
Hawaii's number 2. Maryland is number 5. They're running out of time. Those are the top 5 most expensive U.S. states based on most monthly cost. Let's go.
Idaho,
top
Wyoming.
5 least U.S. states based on monthly cost.
Are we going that part of the area, that part of the country?
Idaho is not on the list.
No. Is this southeast then?
I'm not telling
Alabama.
you. Alabama's not on the list.
Damn.
Charlie, your turn.
Wyoming.
Wyoming is not on the list. Tyler.
Arkansas.
Arkansas is number 4. Round it back. Give me another one. Louisiana's not.
Mississippi.
Mississippi's number 2. Run it back again for a third.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma's number 3.
Yeah, you keep going.
Heating up.
Keep going.
Nebraska.
No.
Wisconsin.
Nope.
Iowa.
Come on. This state is always number 1 in, stuff.
Like stuff?
Like stuff like this. The least.
Florida?
No.
Missouri.
West Virginia is number one.
I never would have pulled that.
West Virginia's one.
I always forget about West Virginia. Is that the least memorable state in the country? West Virginia?
Isn't even
For you,
about West
obviously.
Virginia either.
Which one?
West Virginia, John Denver.
Oh, yeah?
It's about the western part of Virginia.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Fun fact for you guys.
West Virginia. Wow, that is good.
Western Virginia.
New Mexico was fine.
Okay.
So there you go. Thought it was fun
Good
to play
stuff.
a little game.
Good stuff. All right, we will play the Michael Wilbon game.
That means get prepared for angry.
Well, is he good mood or bad mood? He's covering
Oh,
the
he's good
NBA.
mood.
I
Good
think he's
mood.
good mood tonight.
Good mood.
We'll find
Good
out
mood.
next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday. Join the boys this Friday as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you Friday from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Had a little 2-on-2 game yesterday, Memorial Day, it was Braxton and me against my wife, Allie, who actually is a really good basketball player, and Mason, and they beat us on our brand new hoop from FenceWorks. We love our new hoop. We can lower it for some dunking activity, put it up to 10 feet. It's an NBA-sized backboard. They've got lots of choices for your pleasure, and it really is a lot of fun where you get out and you play with the kids. My kids love shooting hoops, working on their game. Check out theguyon41.com for your basketball hoop needs, or if you're looking for a play set now that the weather is great. But this is year-round stuff. Get the kids out of the house and get them out on a custom-built play set for you. And they do it with the best customer service around. FenceWorks has been doing business for over 58 years. Started with Grandpa Stan, and now the third generation running the show. And Grandpa Stan's still very, very hands-on, and they know that you get what you pay for. You're going to get the best customer service, the best products out there. And also, if you're looking for a trampoline, they've got the best, safest trampoline on the market. And, of course, their name is FenceWorks, so you know they have fences. If you need a fence for the front yard, backyard, for your pets, to keep your kids safe, for security reasons, whatever the case, they're going to make it look good, too, and they're going to build it for you. Custom-built fencing. Check them out, theguyon41.com, theguyon41.com. Let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Michael Wilbon joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. Speaking of Yingling, I'll be out tomorrow at Emo's Pizza in Grays Lake. Join me there. Win a spot in our golf outing, Grip It and Sip It, 7 to 9 tomorrow, Emo's in Grays Lake. And Wilbon is brought to you by
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Michael, how excited are you for tonight's game, Pacers and Knicks?
Very, very. And I'll be at Game 5 Thursday night in Madison Square Garden. The series is taking this turn excitedly with the Knicks winning Game 3 when a lot of people thought they might be going out. And now you got the drama of Aaron Nesmith and whether he is going to be absent from or diminished in this game and not able to guard Jalen Brunson like he's done so far in the series. It's got intrigue, and that's what you want. And I've been hoping there'd be Game 6s in both series. I don't know if there's going to be a Game 6 in the Western Conference Finals after that win Oklahoma City got last night. But if Nesmith, is diminished or can't play tonight, I might give the Knicks a bit of an edge tonight. And the road team seems to be dominating this series, whatever the trend is. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for tonight.
Mike, are you surprised that the Pacers came back from that 20-point first-half lead? I think Reggie Miller said, despite the Pacers still having the lead at the half, that he didn't like their body language. He didn't like how they were handling things at the end of the first half.
Yeah, I'm going to say I was a little surprised, Tommy. I didn't think the Knicks were out of it. Let me put it that way. And Reggie's one of those guys who I've learned this when Reggie was a player. And I used to love to just listen to Reggie Miller on off days or after games. And he always had a feel for people, coaches, players, opponents, what was going on. And Reggie loved the dramatic. Let's face it, he produced the dramatic. He loved the drama of a series. And I learned a long time ago to listen to Reggie when he picks up on things like that. So I heard that, and I was like, ooh. So I wasn't entirely surprised. And I just thought if the Knicks keep chipping away at this, and that game turned when Nesmith turned his ankle. That game turned then because Brunson wasn't facing the same resistance, and Indiana wasn't the same. They started playing some ISO basketball. They started doing things that are not characteristic of them, of what the Pacers do, which is move bodies and ball. They stopped doing that, and that's how the Knicks got back in that game and ultimately won it.
Mike, where are you on the talk about Tom Thibodeau? Lord knows that Waddle and I at times were critical and even very critical of Tibbs, but we never, and at least I'll speak for myself, I never wanted Tibbs fired. I wanted him to adjust like a player would adjust. He'd say, going into the exit meetings, he'd say, hey, Jimmy, I want you to work on this part of your game. I would always ask Tibbs, do the same as a coach. But I've heard a lot of people, and I'm flying at 30,000 feet, so I don't know the Knicks like you and the people who are local there know. I keep hearing, oh, well, with that win, he may have saved his job. Or with this, he may have saved his job. Is he really coaching for a job here? Is his job on the line? I don't understand this.
Sylvie, I thought in the first. By the way, Tibbs hasn't even started, I don't believe, an extension, which he already signed. So we're going to fire a coach who just got extended, who hasn't even started the extension yet, if I'm correct about that. Part of it's the overstatement of coaching in New York or doing anything in New York. So part of it's going to just be overstated for that reason alone. The other part of it is I thought Tibbs might have been in some trouble if he lost that first-round series to Detroit. I really thought that could be the case. But after you win that series against Detroit and you beat the Celtics, defending champions, I don't think Tibbs is coaching for his job. I don't. And I've been around the Knicks a bit, the last couple of weeks in the Boston series and this Pacers series. I don't perceive it that way. But let me go back to your original point. I'm with you. I mean, he made one of the adjustments the other night. He did it. He looked down his bench and introduced himself to Landry Shamet, who's been around the NBA like 10 years, and said, give me 10 minutes. That's what, to me, great coaching is about. That's what Rick Carlisle is able to do and does it willingly, not stubbornly. And that's why I tend to think that, people don't talk about Rick Carlisle because he's coached in Dallas and Indiana. And he's not been a coach at, Celtics, Knicks, Bulls, Lakers. And so people tend to not talk about Rick Carlisle, who I think is one of the great coaches in the last 30 years in the NBA, with a championship ring on his finger. So Tibbs did that with Deuce McBride and Landry Shamet, and there was somebody else he hadn't given any minutes to, DeLon. And I'm like, okay, Tibbs did this. Is he going to do it again tonight? Like, seriously, Sylvie, I know exactly what you were talking about because I've wanted those same things at times. By the way, so at times as some of Tibbs' players, including ones that all three of us find near and dear. I won't mention any names, but they at the same time love Tibbs and yet come away shaking their heads sometimes going, wow, if he could have just done this.
Joakim's like that. I know Joakim publicly is like that.
I'm glad you said it. I wasn't going to say it.
Oh, he's recently talked about it. Yeah.
Without question, Joe is like that. And Joe, I think, is not just within his rights to express it. I think Joe is right on the money. And so there are other former Bulls like that too. And listen, all coaches like players are often flawed. Pat Riley's one of the great coaches to ever walk the sideline. And he left John Starks in to go 2 for 18 and didn't put Rolando Blackman in the game in a game 7 of the finals. So Tibbs is not alone. He's not the only stubborn head coach. He's not the only stubborn, coach who's been in big situations and risen or fallen based on some of those decisions. And so he may be confronted with more of those tonight.
Kenny Smith had the best line of the weekend. He said Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game, which I thought
that is a great line.
Which I thought was
that's a great line because he's only gotten to 8 now.
He got to 9 this weekend, I think, didn't he? With this,
did he?
This
did
game?
He finally get to 9?
I
and
think
you know
he
it's
did.
against everything he believes in. What's great is when you do what we do, and you guys know this, although you're having to be in the studio a lot of times when coaches are available before a game. And you can talk to coaches right before a game and they really let you in on what they're thinking. And it's not on the record conversation. Listeners should know that. But coaches will tell you what's on their minds, and you'll find out what they're annoyed with, who they're annoyed with, what their philosophies are. And you learn a lot about what's going to happen in the game that night and where they're going to go with rotations and substitutions and trust. And so I'm not there in Indianapolis tonight, so I don't have that feeling, but I'm going to be there in the Garden on Thursday night for Game 5, and I can't wait to get a sense of it.
Mike, who do you believe has more pressure tonight? Is it the Pacers at home trying to get to 3-1, or is it the Knicks trying to keep this thing or tie this thing up?
Wow. I think there are times where it's pretty evenly distributed. I think that it's probably a little bit more, if I had to go 51-49, I'd go on the Pacers, more on the Pacers. Because you lose this game, you've given home court advantage back to the Knicks.
Right.
And you don't want to play games 5 and 7 in Madison Square Garden. You just don't. No matter how successful you've been in, no matter how much drama you've produced there, Reggie Miller, Neesmith, Halliburton, you don't want to go 5 and 7 in Madison Square Garden. So, if I had to, sort of tip the scales a little bit, I'd say the Indy. But the Knicks also don't want to go down 3-1 because that means they still got to get a game, and they got to win 3 in a row. Yeah. And they got to get game 6 in Indiana, and that's hard.
That's who I would pick. Michael Wilbon joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. I brought up Sam Presti earlier, and it may sound crazy on the surface, but I don't think it's that crazy. I'm asking you this question for the Bulls. You can have any player you want in the league, any of them. Well, you get one, or you can have Sam Presti. Who are you taking for the Bulls?
Sam Presti. Without hesitation.
I agree. Right.
You're going to take any one player in Major League Baseball in 2013, or you're going to take Theo Epstein?
That was always my point, that the front office is responsible for every player, not just one. And
philosophy and favors
culture,
owed and all the things that allow an executive to be great. Sam Presti seems to be in control of all of that. And so, mine would be real easy. Mine would be, I wouldn't even hesitate, Sam Presti.
Do you have any thoughts on Tyrese Halliburton's dad being allowed into tonight's game?
I'm okay. I said on the show the other day, he owes Charles Barkley dinner at St. Elmo's, and I want Charles to invite me as well. Because Charles lobbied for that and said, okay, he needed to be suspended, but there needs to be some leniency. And so I might not have been as lenient as Chuck. I might have said the end of this series, he can come back if they make the finals. And he's not courtside either. Like, he's in a suite somewhere, and I'm sure the cameras will find him. But if it was me, I might not have been so lenient, but I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
Michael, what I've always said is if that was a random fan, they would never be allowed back in the arena for their life.
That's true. That's right.
So just because he's the dad to a player, now he's allowed in the exact same postseason?
Listen, you're never going to get me to say I don't believe in double standards, because I do. And everybody believes in them. It's just a matter of where they want to apply them. And so his father, John Halliburton, benefits from a double standard. He does. And I'm okay with that within reason. Not entirely. He doesn't get just blanket, run-of-the-mill, run-of-the-territory. But if he's somewhere where he can't be seen or heard, I'm okay with that.
How much are you enjoying this Cubs season so far, Mike?
Oh, God. So the other night, I've been watching the condensed games, which I told you, guys, I was only going to watch condensed games through April, even through May 15th. And then last week, I go down and I turn on MLB Network, which for out of town, and I think I have Marquee here. Like, I had somebody, I shouldn't say it out loud, maybe I'm not supposed to get it, but out of market. But I tried to turn on the Cubs on my MLB app that I stream, and it said you were not allowed, you have to sign up. You got to pay $149 for out-of-market games. I immediately clicked on it, because now I want to watch the Cubs and whoever they were playing last week. And then this week, I sat there for the entire Reds game, made me angry when they were down 8-3. I'm like, why am I doing this? Memorial Day holiday. I should not let the Cubs control my life. This is not 2015. Don't do it. And then they score the 4th run on a wild pitch, and they get the 5th and 6th runs on the double. And I'm like, I'm in. I'm all in. And then they go, 11-8. So I'm watching it. I love today. I taunted Tony because we had a PTI question about who we expected to be better the rest of the year, Shohei or Aaron Judge. And I said, that's great, both of them. Neither one of them leads the major leagues and runs batted in, Tony. Tell me who does. And, of course, he couldn't tell me that it was Seiya Suzuki. Mm-hmm. Nor could he tell me that Pete Crow Armstrong was probably second in the National League in runs batted in. And right up there was Shohei for me in the discussion of MVP, because he actually does it two ways, and I'm never voting. Let me not say never. I'm always going to give a guy the benefit of the doubt who plays in the field every game, which is why Shohei, for me, was kind of a sell last year because he did great things, but Frankie Lindor did it two ways and at the toughest position in baseball. So Pete Crow Armstrong gets a nod from me for being out there in center field and making it look easy. And Shohei doesn't do that because he's a DH. So right now, that's a discussion. If Shohei goes on to hit 52 home runs, and then maybe not. But right now, it's a discussion.
Wilbon, I said at the beginning of the show that watching PCA reminds me of watching Derek in the 2010-11 season. And Derek,
that's a great analogy.
Yeah, and Derek already had more success. So he was an All-Star the previous year, and he was Rookie of the Year. But never before the 2010 season did I ever think that D. Rose would be amongst the best players in the NBA or win the MVP and keep that up. And it's sort of the feeling how I have PCA right now. If you would have ever told me that PCA would be good this year, I would have believed you. If you would have ever told me that he'd be amongst the best players in all of baseball, I never would have believed you.
Well, I want to see how sustainable it is, Sylvie, and I want it to be. I want the top of that order to be sustainable. And look, to ask somebody to sustain hitting as has not been 6+ runs a game since 1953. So we're talking 70+ years. That's hard. And I don't know that the top of that order can do that. But to be competitive with the Dodgers, with their top of the order, which is what you're probably going to have to do in a playoff series. We're going to get Imanaga back, but we're not going to get Steele back. So you're going to have to do more than pitch. You're going to have to pitch and hit. And it looks like we're developing a closer. God help me for saying it. Yeah. But you're still going to need that top part of the order to do what they've done so far through however many games. What have they played now? 50 games? What, 54?
54, yeah.
All right, so they've played a third of the games. How sustainable is it for Pete Crow Armstrong? You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Pete Rose.
Oh, my goodness. Waddle, did you get a tingle?
He's got more power than Pete ever had. But
he's got more power. Well, Pete had power like a couple of years. He didn't have it over a sustained period. But he has the energy level.
Yeah.
His
guys
energy
feed off
seems
of it.
to be infectious.
Yeah.
Yes. And I love that about him. Hope he can keep that up. Hope he can stay healthy. And if Tucker's playing that way and Suzuki's playing that way, and if you get Hap back where he was 3-4 years ago, and he can stay healthy and give you some power from both sides of the plate, it's fun to watch, man. It's don't give me these. I don't want scares like 3-1 over Colorado tonight. Yeah. I mean, can we distance ourselves from the Rockies a little bit in these next two games? I'm getting greedy.
Yeah.
But it's really, really, really fun to watch.
All right, we got about a minute or two on this last one. Caleb Williams there was a part in Albert Breer's column today where he said that Ben Johnson is working on Caleb's body language with him, like amongst. So I want to ask you, is that fair or foul?
I don't care about body language. I'm not one of those people. I don't want it to be like Jay Cutler's was often, but I don't care about that. He needs to work on everything with Caleb Williams. If people don't understand that, they're idiots. That's what a great coach does. He works on everything, particularly with his rookie quarterback, everything.
Yeah, it still feels like he's a rookie after what he was put through last year. Yeah.
He hasn't played the first game of his second season yet. He's a rookie.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
All right, enjoy the game tonight, and we will talk next week.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, you guys. Sounds good.
There he is, Michael Wilbon.
I love the joy in his voice when talking about his favorite baseball team.
You know, it's like the part where he's talking about Pete Rose, because he doesn't get prisoner of the moment type vibes, where he's always like, remember there's history in this and that, to sort of throw that sort of, bouquet out at PCA is pretty crazy. And I feel like out of all the things that he can be a skeptic, he could be grumpy about a lot of things. When the Cubs are good is when you hear him talk.
Happy Wilbon.
Not just happy, but like a young guy. Like kid again, Michael Wilbon. You know, and I think a lot of times the Cubs or your favorite baseball team, I think a lot of us who are of our age and he, you know, is that the baseball was first love. It was your first love, not football. It was my first love. And when your baseball team is going well on a night in and night out basis, and you look forward to turning them out at night, it gives you more kid-like vibes.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to go home and watch television. I'm not a Cub fan. I cheer for a team in your division. I still enjoy going home and watching Cub games.
Yes. And
they're a likable team.
It just changes the rhythm of the summer.
Yeah.
When you don't have to worry about...
You're not bitching about the manager and all kinds of other stuff. That time will come, I'm sure.
We haven't had a beef with Council so far yet.
No.
I mean, maybe here and there earlier in the year. I
actually like, as Tyler mentioned, him, you know, his use of PCA in the lineup where he has slotted him, depending on who they're facing.
I still like
That's your comment?
Yeah, that is my comment. It was a positive comment for you.
You know,
Craig.
I don't think I'll never not laugh at that. I'll always laugh at the Jesse stuff.
It gets Jesse every single time.
Every time I hear that, no matter how old it gets, it still brings a smile and a laugh. An audible laugh, for sure. By the way, this portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffels. The Memorial Day sale has one last day. It's today. So go check them out. 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest one in Orland Park.
Don't forget, tomorrow, White Sox baseball. First pitch is 12:10.
So we'll be on afterwards.
We will.
I think we're going to end up getting more of a show, a longer version of the show, which is good, because we would have been off at 5:30. So they've moved the game up because of weather. And don't forget, tomorrow, Emo's Pizza. It's the Grays Lake location. I'll be there. We're giving away one twosome.
Couple of spots.
Or one twosome to our Grip It and Sip It golf outing, which is sold out. So the only ways you can get into the golf outing is by winning a spot. 7 to 9 tomorrow, Emo's in Grays Lake. Hope to see you out there. I've heard a lot of people say they live in that area, so would love to see you. Thanks to Charlie. Thank you to Tyler. Thanks to Michael Wilbon. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's White Sox and Mets coming up next. This is ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Tuesday night.
Waddle, he's gone.